Tonight on Tulsa 23 at 6:30 at Small Wonder. Then saddle up for the Heston Rodeo at 7:30. Everyone's turning 23. KOKI TV.
Announcing Pound Puppy's newborns.
Pound Puppy, you're so sad and lonely. Dry your tears, now you're my one and only. Pound Puppy, you're my newborn baby puppy love.
These newborns need special loving care. You can diaper and dress them in cozy outfits. Pound Puppies and outfits sold separately. And take them visiting or sing them their very own lullaby.
Pound Puppy, you're my one and only puppy love.
Pound Puppies newborns, new from Tonka.
Silverhawks, partly metal, partly real, mighty warriors with the powers to protect space from all evil.
Russell's busting out. Shredder too. Stargazer's seen us.
Figures with weapon birds sold separately.
Slybird, search and report. Quicksilver, activate power wing. Tallywhack, engage scissor wing. Now take him down. Mumbo Jumbo Air Shot. It's hero stomping time. No way.
Buzzsaw with Shredder, Quicksilver with Tallywhack. Other figures with weapon birds sold separately. Silverhawks, new from Kenner.
There's nothing like a Jeep. Tough and rugged, wide and mean. A hill-climbing, load-toting driving machine. And here's the latest Jeep to hit the scene. The newest member of the Power Wheels team.
Power Wheels. Power Wheels. Power makes it go.
Power Wheels Jeep has a real motor that runs on rechargeable batteries.
Power Wheels. Power Wheels. Power makes it go.
Jeep, the newest member of the Power Wheels team. Your parents put it together easily.
Don't you know soundtrack ain't just another story? We got TV, the TV you're looking for. Now party, ready to video. Soundtrack's on the right track.
Yeah! Here's the way to freeze your picture. Here's the better way.
Toshiba Digital VCR $499, wireless remote VCR $218, Toshiba 19-inch TV $229, Sharp 25-inch remote cable $388, free toys too.
Soundtrack's on the right track. Yeah!
It's a world of celebration, joyful Yuletide expectation, where peace and love are felt throughout the land. It's an M&M's chocolate candy season. Moms and Santas know the reason. The milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand. All the world loves M&M's. They're pure milk chocolate joy for everyone.
M&M's chocolate candies. The milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand.
Ever see a ball quite like this? The Nerfles, Officer Bob, Speedy, Frankie, and Scratch, each sold separately.
So much fun to clown around, to change and rearrange around, to bounce and up and roll around. Yes, Nerfles are a ball to be around. They switch around, they spin around. Nerfles turn your day around. Yes, Nerfles are a ball to be around.
The Nerfles, the Nerfles, Officer Bob, Speedy, Frankie, and Scratch, each sold separately from Proctor Brothers.
Mom, can I have some Sunny Delight?
Nothing else invites you like.
You want to talk about it?
Nothing else can make things bright.
Yeah.
Nothing else delights you like Sunny Delight.
Now appearing at Mervyn's, the best of fashion. Footwear, accessories, separate. Get your act together, Mervyn's.
Sinkable, unsinkable.
The unsinkable taste of Cheerios. Not a lot of sugar to weigh down those Cheerios. Look how they float. No keeping them down, so he can't. Even he can't. You can't sink the unsinkable taste of Cheerios. Not a lot of sugar to weigh down those Cheerios. The unsinkable taste of Cheerios.
There's nothing like a Jeep. Tough and rugged, wide and mean. A hill-climbing, load-toting driving machine. And here's the latest Jeep to hit the scene. The newest member of the Power Wheels team.
Power Wheels. Power Wheels. Power Wheels. Power makes it go.
Power Wheels Jeep has a real motor that runs on rechargeable batteries.
Power Wheels. Power Wheels. Power Wheels. Power makes it go.
Jeep, the newest member of the Power Wheels team. Your parents put it together easily.
Read any good microwave popcorns lately? Now this one says, it's normal for 1 to 3 tablespoons of kernels to remain unpopped. And this one is only recommended for certain wattage microwaves. Now this one is Pop Secret from Betty Crocker. Pop Secret works in all microwaves and it pops up beautifully, light and fluffy. The next time you want to curl up with a good microwave popcorn, make it Pop Secret. The secret to better microwave popcorn.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what?
adults.
What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality. Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like, this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like, that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl. That, like,
that is the best shit fucking
shopping for the dresses with mommy. I was the, tomboy that liked playing with the people.
Shout out to Cherry for just being easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys. Woo! Good morning, people. Happy Monday. Oh my goodness. Are you guys ready for the Brian Albert cross examination? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's too early. Yeah, it's never too early. It's never too early. It's never too early.
Get the fuck out of here.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Little Irish girl. Thank you. Kicking it off. Don't think it can't happen to you. We are Karen Reed. Let's fucking go. Oh my goodness. Already shenanigans, people. Already shenanigans outside that courthouse. Thank you so much, Little Irish girl, as always. I mean, dude, I don't understand, man. Like, I don't understand what's it gonna take with Grant, bro? I mean, I don't understand. Like, what's it gonna take with Grant, dude? Like, he's like put his hands on Jess, who has been doing great work. What's her last name? Machado? Is it Jess Machado? She's like, she seems so nice, you know? And here's the thing is, yeah, look, I have a lot to talk about as far as that goes. I've got Karen Reed's biggest fan there. But I don't want to miss out on. Let me see if I could pull this up, man, real quick, because this shit is just crazy. This shit is just crazy. Now this is the aftermath of it. I don't have the actual, but hold on a second. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Property, Paul.
Take a look at this. This happened just this morning, people. Okay. Liz Reed, thank you so much. Blessed to be here with you all. We're blessed that you're here with us, Liz Reed, and of course, our full-on support and love to you and your family. Most definitely. And yeah, this is hold on, and I think there was another super chat that I missed. Chantel Caesar, thank you so much. Spent all weekend deep diving into this as I am new to the case. Just started watching at the beginning of the trial for the past week, have been bringing your past lives. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you. Appreciate you. And I'm glad you're enjoying the channel. It means a lot. Seriously. Now this might be disturbing to some. To some of us, we're just like same old Grant, but really, you know, at the same time, like it should kind of disturb you because look at this.
She just touched my property, Paul. She didn't have a line fitter here until 11 p.m.
Now, this is a grown man, dude. Okay? This is a grown man in his late 40s.
6:45.
Get your body away from me!
Drop that chair here. These people are going to eject you from this line for having
Don't
not sent the
touch me.
lines in there.
Don't touch me.
You
Don't
touch
me.
Please do not touch me.
Okay, now it's Turtle Boy who is filming this and documenting this, and good on him for that because it needs to be done. Because this is not okay. This and I hate to say it, but it was bound to happen. But pay close attention here, folks.
That's assault.
Grant, don't touch her.
Rapist.
Get away from me.
Please do not touch me. Ma'am, you cannot touch me like that. It is incredibly inappropriate.
Now, what was I saying before, folks? What was I saying before about dudes like Grant? Why they're the most annoying people on the planet? Because on a moral level, if you ask me, Turtle Boy was absolutely justified on a moral level, not on a legal one, but on a moral level. Okay? Absolutely justified in just grabbing Grant by his fucking ear and dragging him the fuck away and being like, fuck off already. Get the fuck out of here. Now, again, Turtle Boy would have caught charges. Good on him for not doing it, but he would have caught charges, and this guy would have played victim. Oh, see what I mean? Turtle Boy is violent and blah, 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 even after this guy has already assaulted a woman over a place in line, which is insane. But this is what I'm talking about. Here, this guy assaults a woman over a place in line and then still plays victim, as if she assaulted him in some way.
How dare you?
We have witnesses that saw you hit her first.
Excuse me. She just
How
bumped
dare
her.
you? Multiple witnesses. You hit her. I'm going to tell the police you hit her.
We
Grant.
have video of her just touching
Grant, I have
property.
video of you hitting her.
How did that change?
So I will be telling the police that one.
You see, Turtle Boy is just being calm and just, dude, like, stop it. You know, like, stop. Like, we saw you. There's witnesses who saw you. It's just knock it off already. Come on.
That when they arrive.
Oh, I will be telling them exactly what happened.
And there's a gentleman who just accosted me and put
Oh.
his hands on me, and
I was just assaulted.
No, you weren't.
That was completely inappropriate. I was just assaulted.
No, you weren't.
That was completely inappropriate. I was just assaulted.
No, you weren't.
That was completely inappropriate. I am disabled. I was just assaulted.
Here we go.
No, you
Listen.
weren't.
That was completely inappropriate. I am disabled.
You touched her. No, you weren't.
That was completely inappropriate. I am disabled.
You touched her.
You see what I mean? Now, I'm going to make a point that I made before. Long time ago, we talked about Grant, and Grant uses in his Twitter that he's disabled. He likes to say that I'm disabled. And okay, let's say he is. Okay, because supposedly he's on the spectrum. Okay, but you know, he could absolutely it's perfectly fine for him to assault people, right? It's perfectly fine for him to abuse his status as a journalist, right? And tell lies about people, completely and totally throw away any ethics that should be any ethical standard that should be required to meet as a journalist. He dismisses this completely, and he hides behind the excuse that he's quote unquote disabled. Here's the thing, though. He's putting his hands on people. He's assaulting people. Now, if the excuse is that he's disabled and he's doing that, that doesn't mean that somebody can't get hurt. He's already showing that he's capable of losing control of his physical instinct, of his self-control, to be able to control himself physically. He is absolutely and totally proving that he doesn't have control over this. So what is it going to take? Because someone like this, disabled, not disabled. If he's not disabled, he belongs in jail. He needs to have charges brought on him. If he is disabled, then he's a danger to people around him, and he should be locked up. Somebody needs to be responsible for him. If he can't be responsible for himself, meaning that he cannot control his own instincts to act out physically, he needs to be physically restrained in some way, shape, or form, meaning put inside an institution where someone is held responsible for his actions so that he doesn't hurt anyone, or he needs to be locked the fuck up if he's not disabled. One way or the other. If he's disabled, he's a danger. If he's not disabled, he's a danger. So either way, pick. Either he needs to be under the care of someone who is trained professionally to care for someone with that type of disability in order to ensure the safety of himself and those around him, or he needs to be put in fucking jail. Now, I don't understand what the fucking dilemma is, because this shit is infuriating. What's it going to take? Is it going to take him bringing a fucking firearm out there and shooting everybody because he doesn't get his way? Is that what it's going to take? Somebody needs to do something about this guy.
Valley.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of the street.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Giannetti for Karen Green.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. I'm told there's an objection to something you intend to use during cross.
Yes.
Do you want to come over?
Sure.
Sorry for my rant there. We're underway. I just, man, I hate hypocrisy so much. You know, and we're all capable of hypocrisy to some little degree or another. But when people get put in danger, like this woman was clearly shook up. She was clearly, to some degree, traumatized by Grant's behavior. And I wonder, I'd like to know how his toxic feminist mother, Wendy Murphy, feels about him accosting women in public. Professional women. Colleagues. I wonder how his mother, the toxic feminist fucking crusader that she is, how does she feel about her son accosting and assaulting women? I'd love to know. Yeah, this shit's infuriating, man. Like, and it's so funny that people want to blame Turtle Boy and say, look at the circus Turtle Boy created. That's not Turtle Boy doing that. Yes, Turtle Boy was unbelievably calm. I would have not been as calm as Turtle Boy. I would have absolutely fucking yelled at him. I would have absolutely raised my voice. I like Turtle Boy still, like, you could see the teacher, the high school teacher in Turtle Boy being like, we all saw it, man. Stop it. You know, like, that's how you have to talk to angry kids. You know, hey, man, we all saw it. You know, the police are going to come. Just, you know, me, I'd have been like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, that's what I would have said. I would have yelled at him and been like, what the fuck is your problem? What is it going to take at this point? What's up, buddy? I mean, it's just, it's crazy to me, dude. This whole thing, like, this is some Twilight Zone shit. These proceedings were put on hold because they were just dying to eject Turtle Boy from the courtroom. For what? For sitting there? And then this asshole is in the is in the same gallery with a fucking loud ass laptop, and he's fucking piss dancing the whole time. He smells of weed. I mean, I don't understand this shit. This is the craziest fucking shit in the world. None of this makes sense. Like, none of this makes sense. I mean, the spectrum, like I'm sympathetic to that. I am. But my point being is, okay, but that's not an excuse to hurt people. That is not an excuse to be hurtful to people physically. If he can't help himself, then you need to fucking put him under circumstances, under a fucking in a place, in an institution where people are trained to take care of people like this. He needs to be cared for. If he can't control his actions, he needs to be cared for. Like, it's not an excuse. And what the shit is going on with these people now, dude? Like, what is the prosecution doing now?
All right, so we're all set to begin?
Finally.
Okay. Bring the jurors over.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, that's fine.
And I love how they still let him in the goddamn fucking courtroom.
You are unmuted.
That's amazing to me that they still let this asshole inside the courtroom after what just took place outside. That's amazing to me. At the same time, it's not. Like, why should I be surprised that this kind of bullshit is taking place at this courtroom? Like, in Judge Bev's courtroom. Why should I be surprised? Considering everything else that she's done. Thank you, MG. I appreciate you. Wendy Murphy, come get your boys, for real. Come get your boy. Will is on fire this morning. Yeah, Will's on fire, man. Will doesn't like to fucking see, regardless of the rumors about Will actually, believe it or not, does not like to see women get assaulted. Especially by cowards who hide behind the idea of being disabled. That shit is infuriating, dude. This fucking pussy gets to go around and put his hands on women and then throw a tantrum, and people go, oh, well, he's on the spectrum. I don't want to hear that shit. Lock him up then. Fucking tell me to calm down.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Canoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth in this good court. Thank you, may be seated. Court is now in session.
Good morning again, Counsel and Ms. Reed. Good morning, girls. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone over the weekend? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we met? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? No. Thank you very much. We'll bring Mr. Albert back in, please.
step for me?
You saw us with the evidence give the court and jury the case there here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You take the stand. Boo! You suck!
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, this is not, this process is not the first time you've testified in a court of law, is it?
No.
In fact, you were a police officer for either just under or just over 30 years, is that right?
Yes.
During that time, how many times would you say that you testified in a court of law in any capacity?
I would say 100, perhaps.
So you
Thank you,
consider
Judge
yourself to be an
Shepardson.
experienced witness.
Yeah, dude. 100. In what aspect? In as far as police, as far as being a witness as a police officer? No, as far as knowing the penalties for perjury. Yes.
Okay, so you understand the oath.
Yes. There you go.
Understand the gravity of perjury.
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Lally before Friday when you began testifying?
Before Friday, the last time I spoke to Mr. Lally was, I believe, on a conference call around the time of my grand jury testimony.
Which would have been 2022?
Yes.
April of 2022.
Yes.
So you've not spoken with Mr. Lally since that time?
I don't remember speaking with Mr. Lally since that time. No.
What about anybody else from the district attorney's office?
No.
Have you gone over the facts or what you believe to be the facts of your testimony with anybody before you testified on Friday, not including any lawyer that you may have?
No.
Did you discuss any questions that you may be asked on direct examination or questions that you may be posed on cross-examination with any member of the district attorney's office?
No.
Were you told about any exhibits or documents that you might be shown?
Fucking lies. Just in the prep, I believe I was shown a video of the waterfall bar.
And that was back in April of 2022?
No, that was for the prep for this trial.
With whom did you prep for this
I'm
trial?
Mr. Lally.
I'm confused. I thought you said you had not spoken with Mr.
Woo! Except for the prep for this trial, I had not.
Okay, that was my question, Mr. Albert.
Okay, I misunderstood your question. I apologize.
Did you prep for this trial with Mr. Lally?
Yes.
He's trying to fire him up.
Approximately a few weeks ago.
Okay, Mr. Albert, about 45 seconds ago.
Get
I
mad,
asked
you roided
have
out
you spoken
motherfucker.
with Mr.
Get
Lally
mad.
before your testimony in this process, this proceeding. And your answer was, no, I have not. Did you not understand my question?
I did not.
What was confusing about it?
I was expecting you to ask if I had prepped with Mr. Lally. I didn't hear prep with Mr. Lally, so I didn't know what you were referring to. What does
So I said spoke with Mr. Lally.
What?
Since I didn't say prep with Mr. Lally, your answer was no, I didn't speak with him. I just prepped with him.
Yes.
What's the difference between speaking and prepping?
No, there is no difference. I just misunderstood your question. That's all.
Did you order the code red, bitch?
Sure. I prepped with Mr. Lally about this trial with Mr. Lally, my attorney.
Where did that preparation take place?
The preparation took place, I believe, I'm trying to remember exactly where it was. I actually don't recall where it was.
Could it have been at the DA's office?
Yes, but it wasn't at the DA's office. No, I believe it was somewhere else, but I can't remember if it was here or the DA's office.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I also asked you a couple minutes ago, did you review any documents or any evidence in preparation for your testimony? And to that question, you also answered no.
What I said, I reviewed the video.
Well, now you're saying you reviewed a video, but when I
Yes.
asked you, did you see any evidence or documents, anything in preparation for your testimony? You said no, correct?
No, I believe I said I saw a video.
Did you misunderstand my question when I asked it the first time as well?
No.
Okay. I'm going to try to be clearer with my questions.
Okay.
Let me try it again. What, if anything, have you reviewed in anticipation of your testimony in this trial?
So I reviewed a video of the waterfall.
Anything else?
I reviewed my transcript from the grand jury.
So you have reviewed your prior testimony,
My transcript of the grand jury, yes.
which is prior testimony, correct?
Yes.
When did you do that?
I did that during the prep.
What part of the waterfall video did Mr. Lally show you?
I was a small snippet of the video, and just one of the 20 seconds of video during that night.
Which part? There's a lot of video there. Which part, if you can tell us, which part did you review with Mr. Lally?
It just showed the waterfall. It showed patrons. It showed myself and the other people I was with.
What were you doing in that 20-second snippet of that video?
I believe in one portion of it, I was fooling around with Brian Higgins.
Fooling around?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Means we were just fooling around. That's it.
Fooling around like, I don't know, playing arm wrestling?
No, I don't think we were arm wrestling. I think we were just pushing each other. Fooling around.
So, play fight.
I don't think I would call it play fighting. No, I was just.
Remember seeing part of the video where you took a fighting stance, sort of like this?
I actually don't remember that part. No.
No. Remember a part of the video where Brian Higgins took a fighting stance, sort of like this?
Maybe, yes.
Two of you approached one another?
I don't think I saw that whole video. No.
Practicing fighting techniques?
I wouldn't call it that.
No,
No.
you can have that. I'm sorry, what was your answer to that, Mr. Albert?
No.
So what you reviewed with Mr. Lally was the portion of the video where you and Mr. Higgins were somehow fooling around. And, well, how would you describe it? If it's not fighting techniques, how would you describe it?
Just joking, being silly, just fooling around.
Okay. Doing what physically?
Doing, if you rephrase.
Physically. I mean, you could joke with words.
Right.
Were you just joking with words like a stand-up comedian, or were you doing something physically?
No, I think we were pushing each other, fooling around, joking.
Okay. Did you ever show him how to throw a punch?
Did I what?
So how did you like that?
Loved it. I want to ride that horse again sometime.
I don't remember that. No.
Ooh, yeah.
Wow.
Squat down, show him how you want to get low, and you're either aggressive or defending an aggression.
I don't remember that exact pose, no.
Did he walk over to you and grab you and act like he was going to drive a knee into your stomach?
I'm not sure.
At some point, did you flip him around, grab him in a wrestling hold?
I may have. I just don't remember it exactly.
Do these things sound familiar when you reviewed, as to your review of the video that you saw with Mr. Lally?
No, I didn't see all those on the video of Mr. Lally.
Did you discuss with Mr. Lally the questions that you might be asked by him on direct examination? Did he go through, here are the topics of conversation that we're going to have?
No, not like that.
Did he go over with you what he believed the topics of conversation might be on cross-examination by either myself or Mr. Unetti?
I believe so, yes.
What did he tell you you might be asked?
I don't remember exactly what he told me. He said we could be asked about the night at the waterfall. We could be asked about back at the house, things like that.
Anything else?
Not that I can remember.
Is there anything, given your conversation with Mr. Lally, is there anything that you want to change about the testimony that you previously gave under oath in April of 2022?
Nice. No.
The fact that you've now reviewed that testimony?
No.
You stick by that testimony?
Yes.
Have you watched any of these proceedings on any platform before your testimony?
No.
You've never tuned in to anything that's live streaming, any of the media coverage?
No.
You ever watched The
You're aware
Glarer?
that your wife testified before you.
Yes.
Did you I don't want to know what the words were. Did you discuss her testimony with her before you testified?
No.
So she came home after testifying in this trial, and you two never brought it up.
No. I just asked her how she was doing, and that was it.
Mr. Albert, are you close friends with Brian Higgins?
I wouldn't describe it as close friends, no.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes,
Works for the ATF,
he does.
the Department of, or the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, correct?
Yes.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I think I first met Mr. Higgins about 15 years ago.
How did you meet him?
It was a professional something at work. We may have worked together. I think at the time he was a Cambridge arson squad member. And I think he came into the city of Boston to do something for work.
So you've known him for 15 years and you were with him on January 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And he's the person that you were, quote, joking and fooling around with, right?
Yes.
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, didn't you?
Wow. What's the question?
Did you have a long
You had a
road
long
trip?
road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, correct?
We drove from New York to Boston, yes.
It's a pretty good drive, you'd say.
Yes.
Consider that a road trip?
Tired?
Yes.
How long?
You want to stop? We could stop if you want.
I don't know if it was probably somewhere around 4 hours, maybe.
Once you got back from New York to back up to Boston, the
Yes.
Boston area, the two of you stopped at a location, correct?
Yes.
What was the location?
The hillside.
And what did you two do?
You want to stop at the hillside?
We went into the hillside, had a drink, talked, and I think Brian may have ordered food.
So once you got back from that relatively long road trip, that 4 hour long road trip, I apologize, you stopped at a bar and started drinking, correct?
Yes.
Do you have anything to eat at the hillside?
I did not.
But Brian did. Brian Higgins did.
I left prior
Oh,
to
Brian
Higgins
had
eating.
something to eat.
During the course of that
I
road
got
trip,
something you can eat, Brian.
or at
Oh,
the
yeah,
hillside,
Brian?
did the two of you discuss Karen Reed, my client?
No,
Did her name ever come up?
no.
Without telling me anything that he may have actually said, did he mention Karen Reed or the topic of Karen Reed?
No, never.
Did he mention the fact that he had been texting and flirting with Karen Reed 2 weeks prior?
No.
So that subject, according to you,
I call
was
bullshit.
never addressed or broached by Mr. Higgins or you
No.
during that entire day.
No.
After you arrived at the waterfall, John O'Keefe arrived subsequent thereto, right?
Yes.
How long after?
Approximately 45 minutes, maybe?
And Karen Reed was with him, is that right?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was standing right next to you when she came in along with John O'Keefe, correct?
I'm not sure where people were standing when they arrived.
Well, you remember you saw video, correct?
I don't believe there's any, I saw video of them walking into waterfall now.
Fair enough, but you saw at least a clip, according to you, you saw a clip of that video of you at the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
You were situated at a high top table, right?
Yes.
Your back is sort of to the camera, is that right?
I'm not sure of the camera angles. The video that I saw, I was at the high top table, but I'm not sure of all the camera angles of the waterfall.
signal.
Brian Higgins is the guy with the sweatshirt with maybe a Harley Davidson emblem on the back or something.
I'm not sure what he wore that night. I'm sure he had a sweatshirt on, but I don't know what the emblem was.
Okay. He was standing right next to you in the video clip that you saw.
Yes.
Okay. In other words, that was the video where he was standing right next to you. You two turn to each other and start this play fighting thing.
Yes.
So if it's that time or sometime around there at the high top, you were in.
Okay,
proximity
smart
with
ass. Let's see what
Brian
this
Higgins when
mystery's all
Karen
about.
Reed and John O'Keefe came into the bar, correct?
I just don't recall the timing of when they came into the bar.
All right, Mr. Albert, did Mr. Higgins say anything to you at that time about John O'Keefe arriving with Karen Reed at his side?
No.
Did Mr. Higgins say anything to you about being upset that Karen Reed had shown up with John O'Keefe?
No.
Describe your relationship with John O'Keefe, if you would.
So I didn't know John that well. I had only met him a few times. But every time I met him, it was cordial, pleasant. And I would consider him to be a coworker, even though I never really worked with him directly. He seemed like a nice guy. I knew his whole story about the fact that he had taken his niece and nephew after a tragedy in the family. And I had an unbelievable amount of respect for him doing that.
What a liar,
I can't
dude.
say that we were good friends because I didn't really know him all that well.
You were far better friends with Brian Higgins than you were with John O'Keefe. That's fair to say.
Yes.
On Friday, you were asked whether or not you knew my client, Karen Reed, correct? This meeting a couple days ago during your direct examination.
I believe so, yes.
You were also asked the same series of questions at another grand jury not involving the Commonwealth. Remember that in June of 2023?
Yes.
I want to be clear about this other hearing. That was a non-Commonwealth hearing in front of a grand jury, correct?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Lally and his colleagues were not there. Is that right?
Yes.
I was not there. Mr. Yannetti was not there.
Yes.
Or Miss Little.
Right.
Okay. At that June 2023, and I'm going to talk about a couple of dates, so I don't want to be confusing. At that June 2023 non-Commonwealth hearing, you were asked some questions about whether or not you knew Karen Reed before January 28th, 2022.
I believe
That's not in question.
I believe so, yes.
And you testified, before you testified, you were sworn an oath.
Yes.
Same oath that you swore that, in this trial, correct?
Yes.
Swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And you knew that you were testifying under penalty of perjury in that hearing as well, correct?
Yes.
And you testified
Yo.
at a non-Commonwealth grand jury that you, quote, believe Karen was with John the night he came into Hillside, a female that looked similar to Karen from the waterfall came in with him on that night, and I assume that was her, but I can't say for sure, end quote. That was your testimony before that grand jury.
Yes.
But you were also asked a similar question in April of 2022 by Mr. Lally at his grand jury. You remember that?
No.
Oh, interesting. Interesting you wouldn't remember that.
At the beginning, before you testified in the April 2022 grand jury, more than a year earlier, and just 3 months after this incident,
Right.
you were sworn an oath, correct?
Yes.
The same oath that you took in June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And the same oath you took on Friday.
Yes.
Isn't it true that you were asked the question whether or not you knew Karen Reed on January 28th, 2022, and you testified, quote, I've never met or seen her before, end quote.
No, I don't recall that.
Didn't you indicate that you just testified, that you reviewed your grand jury testimony in anticipation for this trial?
Yes.
You'd read the whole thing.
Yes.
And you don't recall making that statement.
Yeah, you're lying. You don't get
No.
to plead the fifth here, bro. You don't get to play dumb. He already set you up. You walked into it. It's done. Either
Yes,
you
and I'll see
either
counsel
you
talk about when you
remember
leave that
or
with the
you're a
witness.
liar. Either you remember or you're a liar.
Sure.
Stop it. He got him to say that he reviewed his testimony, his grand jury testimony. And he says that he remembers what he said in the grand jury testimony prior to the 2022, a year before that. Or that, sorry, I got confused. To the grand jury testimony prior to the one that he says he remembers that, but then the one that comes after that, he doesn't remember what he said. So basically, Jackson walks into this thing going, he's going to try to say, I don't remember. I'm going to make sure that the jury knows that if he says, I don't remember, he's fucking lying. He's like, you just told this jury that you reviewed your grand jury testimony. How do you not remember?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, have you had an opportunity to review that?
I have. Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you said before the grand jury in April of 2022?
Yes, but you didn't read the whole quote though.
Right. The whole quote is the following. Question. So the female you had never met before, is that fair to say? Answer. No, I've never met her or seen her before, period. Maybe once, but I don't think I've ever had a conversation with her. That was the entire quote, correct?
That's the entire quote. Yes, that's not what you read earlier, but yes.
Well, what I read earlier was, I've never seen.
Calm down,
I've never
Tinkerbell.
met or seen her before. Those words came out of your mouth, correct?
That's not my whole sentence. No.
You said, I've never met or seen her before, and then you said, maybe once, but I've never had a conversation.
You know
with
this
her.
is a transcript, right?
Right. That's my sentence.
Okay, so which is it, Mr. Albert? What were you saying? Were you saying you met her and had a conversation with her? Or were you saying, I've never met or seen her before? Which one of those two things was true?
I was saying that I met her maybe once.
Actually, what you said was, I've never met her or seen her before. Your words, not my words, sir. Isn't that right?
No, because in the next sentence I say I met her maybe once.
So you literally changed your testimony within your own testimony.
Objection.
No, can you answer that, Mr. Albert?
I believe I qualified my first sentence with a second sentence.
So what changed between the first sentence, where you indicated unequivocally, I've never met or seen her before, and the second sentence when you said, maybe once?
I'm not sure what I was thinking at the time that I said that.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, not only had you met Miss Reed, but you had spent several hours with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe 6 days before this incident?
Holy shit, what?
No.
In fact, on January 22nd, 2022, 6 days before January 28th, you socialized with Karen Reed at the Hillside Bar for several hours, didn't you?
What the
I was at the Hillside Bar the week prior, yes.
It was a Saturday night, correct?
Yes.
You were at the bar.
Yes.
There were several other folks at the bar, correct?
Several people, yes.
That included Chris Albert, your brother.
Yes.
A guy named Tim Daly.
Yes.
Daily, is that right?
I'm not sure how to spell his last name.
Julie Albert was there.
Yes.
Jen McCabe was there.
Oh, shit.
Matt McCabe was there.
Yes.
John O'Keefe was there.
Yes, he was.
Oh, fuck.
And Karen Reed was there.
Oh, shit.
Correct.
Yes, she was.
That means Chris Albert lied on the fucking stand. Everybody fucking lied. Holy shit.
Got a photograph. Just look at that to yourself for a second.
What? Oh my God, dude. Alan Jackson just came in here with a fucking Reaper sickle.
Yes.
Wakaba.
Actually, I don't need to, Mr. Albert. You can stay there. Do you recognize the photograph that's before you?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, I recognize the people within the photograph, and the background of the photograph looks like the hillside.
Does that appear to be a photograph that was taken on January 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
You were at the Hillside Bar?
Yes.
May I publish this? No?
Okay, is it already in evidence or
It
you?
is not, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
So you put it in evidence first and then you publish
I
it?
have that marked as next in order.
Yes.
And then
Exhibit 67.
Thank you.
permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yo, she's like, motherfucker, you know you met me.
Photograph,
Stop
the
it.
photograph that you're looking at in front of you.
Yes.
Describe who the people are going from left.
Oh my God.
Chris Albert, myself, John O'Keefe, and Tim Daly.
Holy
This
shit.
is on January 22nd, 2022, at about 11 p.m., correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who took the photo?
I don't know.
January 22nd, people.
I have no idea who took that photo.
Karen Reed took the photo.
Karen Reed took the photo. You're literally staring right at her, correct?
I don't know who took the photo.
Well, who else do you
Oh my God.
There were a lot of people there. You mentioned my sister, two sister-in-laws, a brother-in-law. I'm not sure.
You can turn the lights back on, please, and take the photo down.
You motherfucker. You are so cooked, dude. You are fucking cooked.
Did you ever see this photo from Jim McCabe?
No,
Did you ever see it from Julie Albert?
no.
Chris Albert? FBI, open up!
Right,
Tim didn't take it. He's in it.
right,
You obviously didn't take it.
right.
And who's the guy on the far right?
Tim,
That was Tim. Who's the guy next to Tim?
John. Right?
So who do you think?
Do you still need the photo up? I'm sorry, I thought you were done with it.
Do you remember?
Yeah, it was John. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Baseball cap on, correct?
Yes.
I don't need it.
Okay.
So given the fact that you were never shown that, you've never seen that photo before today, correct?
I saw a photo that was sent to me in Discovery or to my attorney that showed only, I believe, me and John in the picture.
Okay.
I think it's the same photo, only that's blown up to show everybody.
Got it.
I can't believe there hasn't been an objection.
About that night, who was there? The fact that John is posing for a photo right next to you. Who do you think took the photo, sir?
I have no idea who took the photo.
Could it have been Karen Reed?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move along from
In
that,
fact,
please.
Objection.
you were interacting with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe throughout that evening, correct?
I remember having conversations with John that evening. I don't necessarily remember speaking to Karen that evening.
Oh, that must be exhausting.
You obviously saw her there.
Yes.
You were there with her for a couple of hours.
Well, I wasn't there with her for a few hours. I was there with other people.
Okay. So without splitting work.
Get the
splitting
fuck
hairs,
out of here. Stop
she
it,
was
dude.
there, correct?
Yes.
John was there.
Yes.
You were socializing with John.
Yes.
She was right next to him.
Sometimes, perhaps not, maybe all the times I was talking to him. No.
So you were socializing not exclusively with her,
Right.
but certainly socializing with her 6 days before John O'Keefe ended up dead on your lawn, correct?
I mean, dude.
We were there at the same time. Yes.
And yet, when you were asked 3 months later, do you know Karen Reed, or how do you know Karen Reed? The actual question was, so the female you've never met before. Is that fair to say? That was Mr. Lowry's question. And your immediate response was, no, I've never met her or seen her before. Correct? That's what you said.
That's not my whole response. No.
That's what you said immediately upon that question, sir.
That's the beginning of my response. Yes.
That was the first sentence out of your mouth.
Yes.
Holy fucking shit. This is amazing.
You also testified at the subsequent grand jury in June of 2023. When asked what was your impression of Miss Reed, you said, quote, I honestly didn't really have one. I didn't have any conversation with her. I just kind of saw her from across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
I don't know what that question is referring to. Is that for the waterfall or is that for Hillside?
Hillside.
Okay. Yes.
All right. So in June of 23, a little over a year later, your testimony significantly changed from no, I've never met or seen her before, to I really didn't have a conversation with her. I saw her across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
No, I think those are very similar testimonies.
When you were asked in the other proceeding, and this is about the waterfall, question, did you talk to Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? You answered unequivocally, I did not. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's what you told the June grand jury, June of 23, correct?
Are you referring to the state grand jury? Or?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's why I'm using dates. I'm trying to be careful.
Right.
April.
I'm just not clear on what all the dates were.
I'll see if I can clarify.
Okay.
April 2022, state grand jury. June of 2023, a different grand jury.
Okay.
Okay. When you were asked at the June of 2023 grand jury, did you ever talk with Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? Your answer was, I did not. Correct?
Yeah. Yes.
With the court's permission, could I play a small clip from Exhibit 53?
Okay.
I mean, how are you going to play this off, bro? You are caught. You said you never met her before.
Timestamp.
You partied with her 6 days earlier.
If we could just play this, and I would direct your attention, sir, to the upper right-hand corner.
I mean, Karen's pretty chummy with them.
Pause it. Do you recognize the individuals in this clip?
Yes.
Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I believe that's me.
Do you recognize that person?
I do. I believe that's the defendant.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Yeah.
What does it appear you are doing?
Your victim. One of them.
It appears that I'm talking at the table. I don't know if it's specifically to her, but
Dude, that's specifically to her, bro. Stop it.
Did you see the part of the clip starting at 11:53 and 15 seconds, going back about 30 seconds?
yes.
Who did it appear you were talking directly to, and who did it appear was answering directly to you?
I looked like I was speaking, but I can't say for sure that I was directly talking to the defendant.
Even though it looked like you were looking right at her and leaning toward her as she was answering.
I was definitely looking that way. I don't remember the conversation.
The reality is, we can take that down. The reality is, Mr. Albert, you had many conversations with her throughout the night, like you would with anybody else you were socializing with, correct?
No.
It's not like you ignored her through that evening.
No, I think that just the positioning of me on the other side of the table, I didn't have really much contact.
There was only one person between you, and that was Mr. Higgins.
No, I don't think that was the setup for the whole night.
I didn't say the whole night.
Right.
I'm talking about right then.
Right.
That's just an example.
Right. What's your question? Rephrase your question, please.
Did you or did you not have conversations with Karen Reed that night?
I do not recall having conversations with Karen Reed that night at all. No.
And that's what you told the grand jury under oath, notwithstanding this video evidence to the contrary.
Yes, I don't think that video shows that.
I'm going to let that stand. Next question, please.
I
You were
mean,
interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th, the day after this incident, correct?
Yes.
And that was 6 days after you spent several hours, Karen Reed, at this event, correct? 6 days later.
Yes.
You were asked by Michael Proctor whether or not you knew or what your relationship was with Karen Reed, correct?
I don't recall if he asked me that.
Did you say to Michael Proctor, quote, that you quote, did not know Karen Reed, end quote?
I may have, yes.
When you made that statement, you did not know that Ms. Reed had a photograph of you at the Hillside Bar, correct? You didn't know that photo existed, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
why is this sustained?
Sir, you were trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your interview with Michael Proctor, weren't you?
Objection.
Were you?
No, I was not.
Mr. Albert, you were trying to distance yourself from knowing Ms. Reed in your grand jury testimony with, well, I'll use the date, in your April 2022 grand jury testimony, weren't you?
No.
You were further trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your June 2023 grand jury testimony as well, correct?
No.
You thought that it was important to try to deny knowing John O'Keefe and Karen Reed during those interviews and or that testimony.
Objection.
You did it in direct in this trial.
Mr. Albert, you knew that if you admitted having a relationship with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, you'd have a lot to answer for when Karen Reed's boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question differently.
You knew that there would be questions about your relationship with Karen Reed if it were known that you knew her before her boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct? There would be questions.
Objection.
Can ask it a different way. That's sustained.
So you lied under oath when you said, I've never met or seen her before, correct?
No, because that wasn't my whole statement.
The sentence, I've never met or seen her before, pretty unequivocal, isn't it?
That was not the context of my whole sentence.
You tried to save it by saying I may have.
Came out of your mouth, right?
What we saw is more
Initially,
than
and
may
then I
have.
remembered that I had met her once.
Let me just ask it this way.
Sure.
Is that sentence true or false? That you had never met or seen her before? True or false?
That portion of that sentence is false.
Let's get this on the record. Did John O'Keefe
Yeah.
come into your house at 34 Fairview at any time on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not. I wished he had.
And you're as sure about that
What? What does I
as
wished
you
he
are
had mean?
about the statement that you had never met or seen Karen Reed in your life,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained. Can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
I want to get back to the waterfall. I know I asked you this about the hillside. I may not have asked you about this specific question about the waterfall. Did Brian Higgins say anything to you about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walking in together at the waterfall?
No.
Did he say anything or give you any indication that he was upset about Karen Reed showing up with John O'Keefe?
No, he did not.
It appeared from your observations that John and Karen were getting along at the waterfall.
I didn't really notice, but I didn't notice anything was wrong.
They appeared pleasant,
Yes.
happy.
I don't know if they appeared happy. I didn't really notice.
They were interacting with others.
Yes.
You didn't notice any tension,
No.
no argument,
No.
no yelling or fighting.
Nope.
They looked like a normal, happy couple.
Yes.
Did either of them appear to you to be completely drunk?
I didn't have a ton of interaction with John or Karen that night, so I can't really say, but it didn't appear them that they were drunk. No.
You had an opportunity to review the waterfall video. You did it with Mr. Lally, correct?
The only small portion of it.
Right, but even in that small portion, and based on your memory, you don't remember that anybody being stumbling drunk and falling down over stools and things of that nature?
No.
Okay. They appear to be acting appropriately
Yes.
and interacting with others appropriately.
Yes.
People were buying drinks for others, is that right?
I'm sure. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure that was going on. Yes.
It's not that unusual to say, hey, I'll get this round, correct?
Yes.
You left the waterfall at 11:58, is that right?
Yes, approximately.
Who was invited to come over to your house upon leaving the waterfall?
Whoever wanted to, really.
You'd been drinking since about what time in the evening or in the afternoon?
9-ish.
That's when you went to the hillside?
Yes.
That's when you had your first drink?
Yes.
And you continued drinking throughout the evening consistently?
Yes.
Did you believe you were okay to drive?
Yes.
What kind of car did you have at the time?
Ford Edge.
Black?
Yes.
Who rode? Did you drive that car home from the waterfall?
Yes.
Who rode with you?
My wife and my daughter.
What other cars were in the driveway when you got there?
I don't recall. Brian Higgins' Jeep was in the driveway backing up as we pulled in.
So kind of in your way.
Yes.
In other words, you weren't going to park. You weren't going to park him in.
I didn't want to block him in.
Right. Right. So you waited until he moved his Jeep out of the way.
Yes.
And then you pulled in.
Yes.
Where in the driveway did you pull in?
I believe I pulled to the left side of the driveway.
You would have been closest to the garage, or was there a car between you and the garage?
I would have been closest to the left side walkway. I don't think there was a car in front of me, but I'm not 100%.
Mr. Albert, did you move that black Ford Edge at any point that night after you got home?
No.
Brian
Ooh.
Higgins was the first person to actually physically get to the house. He got there before you, correct?
Yes.
Describe his Jeep.
He had a Jeep Wrangler. I believe it's white. I think it's white.
Any appendage?
Bro.
A plow.
A snow plow on the front.
Yes.
That can hydraulically go up and down.
I didn't see it that closely. I'm assuming it can, but I don't know that for sure.
So Brian Higgins is Daisy
moved
fucking
out of your
Duke.
way, out of the
Got it.
driveway. Where did he put that Jeep?
I don't know. I don't know where he parked.
So you wouldn't have gotten to the house if you left Waterfall at 11:58. You have to get out to your car, get in your car, start it up, drive home, wait for Brian Higgins to move his Jeep, park your car, then get into the house. That's a fair assessment of the mechanism of you getting home that night, correct?
Yes.
You wouldn't have gotten into the house until what, 12:15? Maybe 15 minutes for all that?
I would put it more, maybe 10 past 12.
Okay. 12:10 or so?
That would just be a guess.
So it could have been 12:15.
Yeah, and it could have been 12:07.
This is fucking amazing.
Who was inside the house when you walked in?
My nephew Colin, my son Brian, and then he had two friends, female friends. I believe it's Sarah and Julie.
What were they doing inside the house?
They were sitting at the kitchen table.
And your nephew, Colin, how old was he at the time?
I believe 17 or 18.
Describe him.
In what way?
Height, weight.
So 2.5 years ago, so he was probably 5'11", maybe 6 feet, and probably 100 and, I'm guessing 175 pounds.
Big boy.
He's
not a small kid.
right.
I mean, bigger than me, significantly.
Yes.
Athletic guy.
Yes.
Played football.
Yes.
Good at football.
Yes.
Brian Albert wants to crush Alan Jackson right
You
now.
went to the bathroom after your ride.
Wants to crush his throat.
Yes. After saying hi to everybody, I went to the bathroom.
Was that upstairs or downstairs?
I'm not sure. I have a bathroom downstairs and not downstairs, but on that floor and then upstairs. So I'm not sure which one I went to.
When you came
I think
back,
it was upstairs.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
I think it may have been upstairs, but I'm not sure.
When you came back downstairs from the bathroom or came out of the bathroom, wherever it was, you no longer saw Colin.
Yes. Prior to going to the bathroom, Colin had said that he was getting picked up.
But you never saw him leave.
No,
You didn't see him leave the house, and you didn't see him get picked up by anybody.
I did not.
You didn't see a car outside waiting for him, correct?
I didn't. No.
You did give an initial statement on the morning of the 29th to Michael Lank, about 7 a.m. Is that right?
Officer Lank was in the house at that time and speaking to all of us, really.
And you've admitted that you have known Michael Lank for many years. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you see that as a problem?
In what way?
Conflict of interest?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Did you see that as a conflict?
Yeah, dude.
No.
Why
You
not?
asked who was present at the house that night, the night before, right?
Yes.
You stated the following people were at the house that night, quote, in response to Officer Lank's question, at some point during the time in question. That's how he phrased the question. Who was at the house at some point during the time in question? You understood that, right?
I don't recall his question. No.
You knew that he was asking who was in the house.
That's right. Yes.
So you mentioned Brian Albert Jr.,
Yes.
your son. You mentioned Caitlyn Albert, your eldest.
Yes.
You mentioned Julie Nagel.
Yes.
You mentioned Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And then you added the detail that Caitlyn Albert had left your house about 12:15 a.m., correct?
No,
You didn't say that?
I did not.
Wow. Give me a second. I got a receipt here. Just 1 second, Your Honor. You didn't say that? What? Am I mistaken? This is just fucking fantastic. See, what you got to understand what's going on right here is Alan Jackson is surgically
Yes.
setting up this cross-examination. He has established, now the jury is looking at the guy on the stand right now as nothing but a liar. And that's all Alan Jackson wanted for this portion of his cross-examination.
So you don't have to sit and read the entire thing. There's a, right at the top of this post-it, there's a word that says next. If you would read that area, that next few sentences, let me know when you're finished.
The end of this cross-examination, the jury is going to go, I wonder if John O'Keefe went into that house. I wonder if these people killed him. It sure as hell doesn't look like Karen Reed did it. There's no way I can convict her. This case is won by the end of this cross-examination. And we're not even
Opportunity to review that portion of
halfway done with the prosecution's
Is that
case.
your recollection about a conversation that you had along with your wife with Officer Lank?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Officer Lank asked you and your wife who else was in the house that night aside from the names already mentioned? And the names mentioned were Brian Albert Jr., Caitlyn Albert, Julie Nagel, and Brian Higgins, quote, who is a friend of Brian Albert Sr., end quote. Is that right?
That's what the report says, yes.
And then the report goes on to say, they advised me that their daughter Caitlyn left the house around 12:15 a.m. when she was picked up by her boyfriend, Tristan Morris, right?
That's what the report says, yes.
Do you think Officer Lank got it wrong?
Perhaps, yes.
Did you say that Caitlyn left about 12:15?
No,
Did Nicole say in your presence that Caitlyn left about 12:15?
she did not.
At any point, did Officer Lank ask you what time Caitlyn left?
I don't recall him asking that. It was a very chaotic morning, and I don't remember him saying that.
So in fact, if he wrote that sentence in the report that you just read, he's just making that up.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. If that's what Officer Lank recalls, he's just wrong, right?
Yes.
Anything else that he's wrong about in there?
I didn't read the whole report.
At no point, isn't it true that at no point during that interview did you admit or mention that Colin Albert had been at the house that night?
I don't believe I did, no.
At no point during that interview did your wife, Nicole, in your presence, admit or mention that Colin Albert was in the house that night?
No.
So did both of you conveniently forget that Colin was there?
Objection.
I'll ask it a different way. Did you forget that Colin had been there?
Wow,
No.
dude.
Is there a reason that you left his name out?
Because he wasn't there. He left when we got there. He wasn't there for the duration of the time that we had. that
Stop
night.
it, bro.
Except for the fact that you
Stop
just
it.
testified you never saw him.
Well, he said he was getting picked up, and then he was gone, so I assumed he left.
People say a lot of things.
Homie.
But you didn't see him leave.
Stop
You didn't
it.
see him in the regular floor of the house, according to you, correct?
Right.
Ground floor of the house.
Right. He was no longer in my house, so he left.
Well, you didn't search the house, did you?
No,
And you never saw him leave.
I didn't physically see him leave. No.
You also gave a statement to Michael Proctor later that morning. It was about noon, maybe it was in the afternoon, noon, 12:30, something like that.
Are you asking?
On the 29th, you later, after you spoke with Officer Lank, you later were interviewed by Trooper Michael Proctor over at Jim McCabe's house. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Colin's name was never mentioned then either.
No, because Colin wasn't at the house for the duration of the night.
So when they said who was in the house, talked about Brian Albert, Caitlyn Albert,
Yes.
folks in the house,
Yes. And there,
Nagel,
yes. And there were other people in the house prior to us arriving. I didn't mention them either.
who's that?
There were some females, friends that were over prior to our arrival, and
But you never even saw them.
no,
So you have no idea who was there and who wasn't there before you got there.
no, I know that there were people at the house prior to me getting there.
Mr. Albert, the question that has been posed to you by several officers was, who did you see in your home when you got there, correct?
Objection.
Right?
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
I don't believe that's how it was asked. No.
But Colin's name was never mentioned. It's left out.
I testified multiple times that Colin was there when we arrived.
Oh, you did it after the fact, right?
Yes, when I was at.
You knew that the defense knew that Colin was there.
Yeah,
Objection.
exactly.
Sustained.
In your initial reports to the police, his name was never mentioned, was it?
Not once.
I did not mention it, no.
And Nicole did not mention it in your presence. did she?
Nope.
In my presence, no.
Let's talk about Caitlyn Albert, your eldest. You told Officer Lank that your daughter, well, according to Officer Lank, let me rephrase the question based on our colloquy back and forth. According to Officer Lank, you're aware that he wrote he was told she was gone by 12:15, correct?
That's what he wrote in the report, yes.
If Caitlyn was gone by 12:15, she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived to the house, correct? Because they didn't arrive for 15 minutes later.
But she was at the house, so that would be a hypothetical.
Okay, so fine, hypotheticals. Let me ask you a hypothetical.
See,
If in fact,
over
Caitlyn
100
was gone by
jury
12:15,
testimonies.
that would mean hypothetically she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived 15 minutes later.
Objection.
Sustained.
The third-party culprit defense has been established.
interviewed
It's done. They haven't even
by
begun their
Officer
defense.
That morning, other people were in the room, not just you and Officer Lang, correct?
Yes, I wouldn't consider that morning to be an interview with Officer Lank.
More of a conversation.
Yes,
During that conversation, Nicole was there.
yes,
She was in earshot.
yes,
When she was involved in the conversation, you were within earshot.
yes.
Brian Jr. would have been within earshot.
Brian Jr. wasn't downstairs most of that morning, so he may not have been.
But he was there for part of the morning.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that he was there at the time. Officer Lank was asking questions.
The fact of the matter is, notwithstanding what Officer Lank wrote that you said about Caitlyn leaving at 12:15, he did not leave at 12:15. Isn't that right?
She did not, no.
As a matter of fact, in truth, except for the people who lived there, Caitlyn was the very last person to leave that location that morning, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And she's admitted that she did not leave until nearly 2 a.m., 1:45, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that she did not leave until 1:45 or thereafter. Is that right?
I believe that's around the time, yes.
Were you trying to cover for Caitlyn so your daughter would not be wrapped up in this investigation?
No.
But as a reminder, when you were spoken to by the first two officers who discussed who was in the house, you never mentioned Colin was even there, correct?
Objection.
We've gone over that. Next question, please. Sustained.
If Colin was gone, just like Caitlyn was gone, that would eliminate them from ever being at the house at the same time as John O'Keefe and Karen Hoover, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why is that sustained? Answer that shit.
On January 29th, about 11:30 or 12, we talked about the fact that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
You knew at the time that the state police were looking to interview Jennifer McCabe about her understanding of what had happened the night before.
Objection.
Sustained.
Come on, man.
You were notified that the state police were going to interview Jen McCabe.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Were you notified that?
Oh, you're a fucking liar,
An
dude.
interview with Jen McCabe was going to happen over the subject matter of the night before was going to happen over at Jen McCabe's house. That's why you went there, right?
Objection. No.
I'll allow it.
No.
Isn't it true that you knew you had been notified, or at least you believed that an interview with Jen McCabe as part of an official police investigation was going to occur at her house?
Yes.
You were not asked by the police to join her, correct?
No.
You had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
What do you, I don't know what you mean by official reason.
You were not working the investigation yourself.
No.
You were a witness, correct?
Right.
So you had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house during an interview with Jen McCabe.
Objection.
No, y'all allow it.
No.
So,
Puppet master, this
but before
motherfucker.
she gave her statement, you made sure that you were right there to monitor that interview and exactly what was said, correct?
Objection.
Were you in her house when Jen McCabe was interviewed by Michael Proctor?
Her house, yes.
You had gone to her house, correct?
I did.
You went there before she gave the interview.
Yes.
So you were there in her house during the entirety of her interview, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And importantly, Jen McCabe knew you were in her house during that interview, correct?
I assume she knew, yes.
I mean, you're in her house after all.
Yes.
I want to get back to 34 Fairview if I could. In the early morning hours of January 29th, Brian Higgins directly followed you into the house after you walked in, correct?
Could you rephrase that?
Sure. You walked in, even though there were some moving of cars, you were the first one to walk into the house. And Brian Higgins followed you.
Yes.
Nicole and Caitlyn then came in shortly after that.
I think Nicole and Caitlyn probably came in around the same time as me. And then Brian Higgins.
Sorry. Did you make another drink once you walked into the house?
Did I make a drink?
Did you make a drink? Grab a beer?
Yes.
Okay. When I say make a drink, did you get a drink?
Yes.
What drink did you get?
I don't know. Probably just would have been whatever was at the house, a beer or something.
Okay. Did Higgins have another drink?
I don't know.
What did you do? What did you and Brian Higgins do once you were inside the house?
We just kind of hung out, talked.
At any point,
Gay!
did you and Brian Higgins go down to the basement?
No, I don't remember going to the basement.
You don't remember going to the basement, or you didn't go to the basement?
No, I didn't go to the basement.
Did Brian Higgins go to the basement?
Not that I know of.
And you didn't go upstairs to the second floor, did you?
I think I did go upstairs, yes.
Isn't it true that Brian Higgins has never been upstairs in your house?
Prior to that night?
Ever, including that night specifically.
I don't think that's true, no.
You owned a dog at the time, correct?
Yes.
The German Shepherd named Chloe.
Yes. Mix.
Describe that dog as being not great with strangers. Isn't that true?
I did describe it that way, yes.
You testified that, quote, it started barking because it realized that people were downstairs, end quote, right?
Yes.
Chloe had a penchant for barking when she heard people, correct?
No, not necessarily.
She did that night.
Yeah, I think she wanted to use the bathroom.
Well, that's not what you said in your testimony. You said it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs.
Yeah, right. Get 'em.
So your German Shepherd, probably a decent dog, guard dog, if she heard commotion and people, she would bark.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Obviously, if Chloe hears commotion and people, she's apt to bark. That's the only question.
No.
So just that night, out of nowhere, first time ever, Chloe starts barking when people walk into the house.
No, it's not the first time ever, but she didn't bark often.
Okay. But she did bark that night, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you gave under oath for why she started barking was because there were people downstairs milling about, right?
Yes.
So in that instance, on January 29th, in the early morning hours, she was barking because she heard people.
Well, I can't say why she was barking.
Well, you did say why she was barking,
I let her out to use the bathroom, so I think that's probably why.
except your testimony was it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs. Those are your words, Mr. Albert, not
Right.
mine.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you stand by those?
Yes.
You ultimately did let Chloe out to go to the bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And then you allowed her to stay downstairs and you monitored her with the others who were in the house. Isn't that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you testified in that state grand jury, the same April grand jury, April of 2022. So I let it go out to the bathroom. I let it back in. I kind of monitored it a little because we usually don't have people over the house and the dog's not great with strangers, period. So I was just making sure that the dog was all right with the people that were over, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, you did keep Chloe downstairs at least for a period of time with people that were over, right?
Yes, for a few minutes, I think.
Mr. Albert, after you learned that there were questions being raised about John's injuries and dog bites and scratches, in May of 2022, you got rid of that dog, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
At some point, your family got rid of Chloe.
Chloe was rehomed in May
And we can use
2023.
whatever word you
Rehomed
want
where?
to.
To who?
Rehomed, rehoused, whatever. But you got rid of her. She's no longer part of the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Allow that.
Right.
When did you get rid of her?
So Chloe was rehomed in, I believe, May
2022.
of 2022.
Just months after.
Okay, Coffendoffer.
Well, after it was involved, she was involved in a dog fight with another dog out front.
Right, but that's also after the incident.
Yes.
we're discussing.
Yes, May.
That's a family pet that you had had for 6 years or 7 years.
Approximately 6 or 7 years. Not
Your
sure.
explanation just now for having gotten rid of that dog is because it bit another dog and ultimately sent 2 women to the hospital, correct?
I believe 2 women went to the hospital. Yes.
But you took no action to get rid of Chloe until after you knew that serious questions were being raised about John O'Keefe's,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained.
Come on, man. We know.
At some
Come
point, you
on.
didn't realize there were questions being raised about John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, correct?
Objection.
They allow that. Did you realize that?
I heard some talk about it. Yes.
There we go.
As of January of 2022, John O'Keefe had never been in your house, had he?
John O'Keefe was never in my house before or after that date.
Certainly, John O'Keefe, you would agree with me, he would count, were he in your house, he would count as a stranger to Chloe. Never met her.
Hypothetically, yes.
I want to ask a couple of questions about your house. I know there's multiple bedrooms. Are all the bedrooms on the top floor?
Yes.
Okay. How many bedrooms?
5.
As we're looking at your house from the street, looking at your house, are your bedroom windows, your and Nicole's bedroom windows, visible from the street?
Yes.
Which windows would they be?
If you were facing the house, they would be far left corner.
Upper or lower?
Upper.
Upper left corner.
Yes.
Bring on
How many
microdots.
service that bedroom?
2.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could I display Exhibit 66?
Okay.
Here we go. We're gonna have microdots' image.
Displayed on that television?
Yes.
What does that appear to be to you?
The house at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. Understanding this is a graphic representation, not a photograph. Do you see the windows that you just described servicing your bedroom on that graphic?
Yes.
Are they right there?
Yes.
Okay. Upper left, 2 windows, correct?
Yes.
And those overlook what part of the lawn?
The front lawn.
Okay. Front lawn toward the left side of the house, not toward the driveway, correct?
Right. I mean, it's the whole front lawn, but yeah.
Right. But they're toward the left side of the house.
The windows are, yes. I thought you asked about the view.
Right.
So the view's the whole front yard.
I'm just trying to make the record, the spoken record as clear as possible.
Right.
They're on the left side of the house.
Yes.
They directly overlook this portion of the lawn, the left side of the lawn.
Yes.
furthest from the driveway.
Yes.
We can take that down. Where's your bed, or where was your bed inside that room as relates to the windows?
I'm just trying to think of how to describe it. So the bed would be in the middle of the bedroom.
Okay, it's a bad question on my part because we haven't done that. Let's do it this way. How many feet from the windows would the closest part of your bed be to those windows?
Maybe 5 feet. 6 feet.
You indicated that Nicole came to bed about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Where was the dog?
The dog was in my room.
And she was sleeping on a mat in your room.
Yes.
And that mat is also about 6 feet from the windows.
Yes.
6 feet being from me to Miss Little, maybe this far?
Could be, yes. Maybe a little further, but yes.
Maybe this far?
Maybe.
It's a relatively quiet street generally, Fairview.
Yes.
Not an enormous amount of through traffic,
No.
not a busy freeway or a highway, correct?
No.
Fucking
Not
cop
an
land.
especially noisy street,
The street, no.
especially at 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning, right?
Right.
Where were you at 6:03 on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I was sleeping in my room.
6 feet from that window.
Yes.
Was Nicole in bed with you?
Yes.
Had you taken any medication the night before?
No.
Were you on any sedatives,
No.
sleeping pills?
No.
Were you wearing a sleep apnea machine?
No.
Were you wearing an eye mask?
No.
Were you wearing earplugs?
No.
You shortly thereafter became aware that 6 emergency vehicles, including a fire engine, police cruisers, and unmarked police vehicles, a civilian SUV, were all parked in front of your house that morning, correct?
I'm not aware of what type of vehicles were parked there, no.
You seen photographs since this incident?
Of the vehicles out front?
Right.
No.
Got to
Are
do
you
better
aware
than
that
I was sleeping.
All of those vehicles had their engines running?
No.
Are you aware that all the emergency vehicles at least had their lights on, flashing lights?
No.
Were you aware that there were a number of first responders outside their vehicles traipsing around your lawn?
Was I aware?
Were you aware at the time?
No.
Were you aware that there were emergency responders, first responders, who were talking to each other over the din of the wind and the snow
What?
to communicate with each other?
No.
You're aware that there were 3 women on your lawn at one point?
Just only after the fact.
And at least one of those women was screaming to the top of her lungs at 6:03?
No.
Again, your German Shepherd was 6 feet from the window, correct?
I don't know that for sure.
That's
If
where Matt was.
Well, that doesn't mean that's where she always is. She also sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Oh, so now Chloe's in the closet.
I didn't say she was in the closet. I said she sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Sleeping in the closet area that morning?
I don't remember.
Likelihood is
You're
she
a
was sleeping on that
fucking
mat
liar.
5 or 6 feet from that window, correct?
Objection. I don't know.
Dude, stop it, dude.
And by the way, we've already talked about this. Earlier that day, you've already indicated she was barking because she heard people and noises downstairs when you guys came in the house.
Yes.
And your explanation is that you and Nicole and Chloe, the German Shepherd, all slept through the entirety of that commotion on your front lawn.
Yes.
You're lying.
To be
And you're
clear,
a
you
piece of
are a
shit.
trained first responder.
Yes.
Yet during that entire event, after you were awakened, all that chaos on your front lawn, you never came out of your house to assist or investigate in any manner whatsoever, did you, Mr. Albert?
Once I was awakened?
Correct.
No.
Huh.
We've talked about this a little bit, but I want to ask you a couple of other questions about the layout of the house. The house is sitting on top of a basement, correct?
Notice he didn't say I offered assistance, but it was
Describe
too
how you
late.
get to the basement from inside the house if you come in the front door. And when I say, I'm sorry to do this, I don't mean to interrupt you. There's 2 front doors that you can go in, correct?
Yes.
For purposes of my question, Mr. Albert, I'm going to talk about the one that's right in front of you, the obvious one, as the front door, and the one to the right of it as you're looking at the house is the side door. Okay?
Okay.
Because I don't know how else to describe it. If you come in the front door, describe for the jurors, where is the basement door as compared to that?
So you walk straight ahead. You pass the kitchen dining room area opening on your right-hand side, and there's a door on the left.
How many paces? The door opens. How many paces to walk over and grab that door handle?
I'm not sure, maybe 10?
10 full paces.
Maybe, yeah.
So
Maybe 8, maybe 8.
Mr. Albert, it's about 4 long steps, correct?
Well, I don't know. You asked paces, so, 6 feet.
Paces are steps, you fucking
6 to 8 feet,
mufflehead
maybe.
dope.
What was the basement used for in January of 2022?
So the basement had a weight room in one of the rooms, and the other room was nothing at the time. It had been damaged, water damage due to an overflowed toilet.
So part of the flooring had been ripped up,
Yes,
and that opened up some slab concrete downstairs.
yes,
There was also some plywood downstairs.
yes,
There were a couple of mats where the actual weights were, so they're not slamming down onto concrete.
yes,
But there was a good amount of that floor that was just exposed concrete.
yes,
The workout equipment would include things like what? Barbells, dumbbells,
yes,
heavy weights,
Boxing bag.
bars.
Yep.
Made from metal.
yep.
Once you're down in the basement, by the way, there's 2 flights that you go down at angles to get to the basement. A series of steps, a landing, take a left, another series of steps, and you stand on the basement.
Yes, not a long staircase, very small, but
Right. I mean, it's narrow and tight, but in other words, you don't just walk straight down a staircase. You go down to a landing, turn left,
turns a little.
go down, turn left again, and now you're in the basement.
Yes.
If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the house, could you do that?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Could you rephrase the question?
I'll say it again. If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the main house, could you do that?
Yes, I mean, it would depend what it was, obviously, how big it was, or
How would you do that?
there's a bulkhead door you can use.
Like a 6'2"
Where
man.
does that bulkhead door come out of?
It comes out to the backyard right at the kitchen area. You can see it from the kitchen.
And right to the left of that is the side fence.
Yes,
And directly through that side fence is the front yard.
yes,
The same side of the front yard as John O'Keefe's body was found.
yes.
Your Honor, I would ask at this point to mark a video.
Wait, what? Video of what?
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor. Yes.
What? What are we going to see video of? Yeah, you better drink up, buddy. Wet those lips. Wet that whistle. Yeah, maybe a microdots video. Hopefully.
Mr. Jackson, would you like to take the morning recess?
That'd be great. Good time. Yes, thank you.
Holy.
Court, all right, please.
Yeah.
Follow me, please.
I mean, people. That is not the face of a guilty
Do you
woman.
anticipate having it all?
That is a
on flash
face
drive to put in?
of a woman on fire. And rightfully so.
You are muted.
The morning recess, Chair.
Okay, so holy shit, folks. Dude. So Alan Jackson, he comes in cocked and loaded, like ready to go. Now, it's very, very, very fun to watch him work because he basically he's going for that third-party culprit defense, right? But he has to establish that this dude is a liar. Because even if he can't get this dude to admit details of the night of January 29th, the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when John O'Keefe, Officer John O'Keefe of the Boston Police Department, his colleague, is found dead on his front lawn. Even if he can't get him to admit it, what he does is he establishes that he is a liar before he even gets into any of that. And he does so beautifully, because he presents a photograph taken January 22nd, 6 days before the night in question. January 22nd, him, Higgins, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, Jen McCabe. They go out to a bar, to the hillside. They hang out. This guy testified in front of a grand jury that he never met Karen Reed before. He testified in direct that he never met Karen Reed before the night of January 28th, 2022. People, oh my God, and we get it. We got to do the dance. We got to.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Thank you so much, Jen Del Rio. What's in the video? That's a great question. I'd love to know as well. I don't know. I don't have any idea what's going to be in this video. What it seems like is, if I had to guess, I'd say it's probably a microdots video. It's probably a graphic of how the house is set up and how John O'Keefe could have been removed from that house undetected. Oh, KC.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Oh my God. KC 329. Sorry, I'm dyslexic when it comes to numbers. Love watching this with you. I love you guys watching it with me. I love watching it with you. Seriously. Tara Lee. Tara, just sent me a very, very generous Venmo. Thank you so much. Let me read the note. Let me see real quick. Diane sent me a coffee emoji. Thank you, Diane. And Tara Lee, you are amazing. Thank you. Awesome. Well, I should have read. She shared her handle. And you are amazing. Thank you so much. All you guys are amazing. I can't think of a better way to spend my days, dude. And Microdots in the house. Make sure to sub to Microdots. I'm dropping the link in chat. So I don't know. I'm wondering if that's what it, because I don't imagine that they actually have video ring camera footage of 34 Fairview or even 32 Fairview, or 35 Fairview or whatever's across the street. I doubt that they have any ring camera footage. So if I had to guess, I'd say they were probably going to show a Microdots graphic video recreation, more or less, which is just fucking fantastic. And yeah, it's a privilege to have Microdots as a supporter of this channel as well. Yeah, I people, this is what you got to understand. The prosecution still has the ball. Like, they still have the ball. And yet they're doing jack shit with it. They're doing nothing with it. You know what I mean? Like, it's the prosecution is expected to spend 4 to 5 weeks on their prosecution. That means that we're just starting we've just went over the hill on the halfway mark. Just went over the hill. So yet the prosecution has yet to present any type of evidence that would in any way, shape, or form make Karen Reed look guilty of this crime. Yet here we are. She's the one on trial here, right? But yet here we are, and every single witness that the prosecution has brought up has either been helpful to Karen Reed in the sense that these people just sat up there, spoke the truth, and somehow or another it ended up making Karen Reed look good. Or Karen Reed ended up looking good because the people that were up there that were trying to tarnish her and trying to make her look as though she was guilty of this crime turned out to be fucking liars. And it has been proven, witness after witness, through cross-examination after cross-examination, these people have been proven to be fucking liars. And Brian Albert, sitting up there on that stand right now, has just been proven to be a fucking liar. He said he never met Karen Reed before, yet there's a picture of them all just hanging out and having a great time. January 22nd, 6 days at the Hillside Bar, 6 days before the night in question. Explain that shit. And then John O'Keefe ends up dead on the front of this guy's lawn. And see, here's the thing is Alan Jackson hasn't proven that John O'Keefe has been inside that house. He has yet to prove that. But here's the interesting thing about it, folks. In a court of law in the United States of America, he doesn't have to prove that. Alan Jackson just has to get the jury to wonder whether or not John O'Keefe was in that house. They have to sit there and go, man, maybe he went in that house. I mean, this guy is fucking lying. This guy has been lying, and now he's saying that John O'Keefe never went inside the house. He lied about Caitlyn Albert never being inside the house, and now it's been established that Caitlyn Albert has been in that house. His nephew was in the house. This guy is a first responder and slept through all of that commotion going on. And it's very interesting thing happens where he says, did you go down there? Did you go down there? Thank you, Marcio saying hi. Great show. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. What's interesting is Alan Jackson set him up. You didn't offer any assistance at all. So he's like, yeah, once I went down there, eventually I went down there. Eventually I went downstairs, but he never says, I offered help once I got downstairs. He never says anything of the sort. He never once says, I went down there and I said, is there anything that I can help with? I'm a Boston police officer. Is there any assistance that I can that I can offer at all whatsoever? Nothing. Nothing. A fellow Boston police officer who he lied about knowing. He says, oh, well, we weren't friends. I had respect for him because I knew who he was. He was a colleague, but only on a professional level in the sense that we worked in the same place and I knew who he was. I knew that he took his niece and nephew in. I knew that he had gone through this, his family went through this tragedy and he stepped up to take care of it. And I had a lot of respect for him based on the things that I knew about him. But never mentions that they hung out together. Why? Why? Keeps it completely out. Never mentions. And here he is. Never once says, hey, wait, John, the guy that I hung out with last night and a week beforehand, that guy, the guy that works at the Boston police officer, the same police department that I know of, what can I do? Can I do anything to help? Nothing. Why wouldn't he do that? You're instinctively as a police officer, as Boston's finest, wouldn't you instinctively offer help? Wouldn't you instinctively say, is there anything that I can do? I know this man. He's a cop. Make sure you give him the best treatment possible. This is my brother of the badge. And he has recently become a friend of mine. Nothing. His only thing that he can do is sit on that stand and play dumb. Play stupid. I don't recall. I mean, we're talking like he says that he testified over 100 times as a police officer. I mean, people were asking like, well, why is he looking at the jury? Well, it's because he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. You don't get to play dumb in front of a jury when you already know what perjury is. You already know what perjury is. How many times have you sat there, put your hand on a Bible and taken an oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? How many times? And then you just sat up there and perjured yourself in front of a grand jury and in front of this jury. I mean, I'm wondering, like, I'd love to be a fly on the wall to whoever he's talking to during this recess right now, because he must be shitting himself. Get him, Clover. Get him, Clover. There's a big fly in here. Clover's like chasing him around. You might even be able to hear him buzzing. Like it's a big fly. Yeah, I mean, like he's trying to say that Lolly didn't even prep him, and then backtracks and says that he was prepped. I mean, and it was genius because right off the bat, what Alan Jackson is trying to do is make him angry. He knows this is a hot-headed motherfucker. He's going to have Brian Albert's not going to sit there, Mr. Boston Finest, Mr. I'm going to whip anybody's ass. Like you little shit, you scrawny little fucking pretty boy with your fucking Harvard mouth. I want you to stand there in your faggoty white uniform in your Harvard mouth and show me some goddamn courtesy. So Alan Jackson's just trying to fire this dude up because he wants him to bust out and be like, I don't have to fucking answer to you. Who the fuck are you? I don't have to fucking answer to you. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. Brian Albert doesn't like it. He wants to put his hands around his neck. That's what Alan Jackson wants. What's up, Tom CPU? What's up, Scott McGinnis? Oh my goodness.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Sabrina K, thank you. Did anyone else notice Brian's liver spots growing on his face and head with every lie? Get the fuck out of here, Brian. Boston's finest, my ass.
Get the fuck out of here.
Exactly. Dude, this is crazy. Now, Brian Albert did a good job of keeping his shit together, but you could tell he was getting mad. He was getting real mad, and that's what Alan Jackson wanted. Right. I got to step away for just a second, guys. Yeah, so and I mean, Chris Albert was at the windmill. What the fuck was the name of that bar already? I already forgot the name of that bar. Dude, Chris Albert lied too. Chris Albert said he never met Karen Reed. Chris Albert fucking lied on the stand too. No, not Hillside. Thank you. Hillside, not Waterfall. No. I'm talking about the Hillside Bar on January 22nd, 6 days before the Waterfall. 6 days before the Waterfall, people. Chris Albert was there. He lied on the stand. Like, dude, this is wild, man. This is fucking wild. Yeah, the Grant thing just makes me fucking mad. Hold on, let me see something. All right, so yeah, let's get back to this because this needs to be exposed.
Oh, I was just assaulted.
No, you weren't.
That was completely inappropriate.
Unreal.
I am disabled.
You touched her. You hit a woman, Grant.
Excuse me, my back was turned.
Grant.
My back was turned, sir. It is on camera.
Yes, it is on camera. You're right about that.
I'm sorry.
My back was turned and she
He's not even good at being dramatic.
touched me
You
inappropriately.
hit her.
Bro.
You
Dressed
hit
in a
her.
black suit.
You hit her. We saw you hit a woman, Grant.
My
We
back
just
was
saw
turned,
you hit a
sir.
woman. We just saw you hit a woman.
And this is going to cause a problem.
Pay attention to what Turtle Boy says in just a second here, because and take note of Grant's belt line.
Because she came here without having left a line sitter. Why did you have a line sitter here all night?
Grant, we saw you hit a woman. Any comment on
Sorry.
that?
Yes.
Any comment on that?
Rope holding your pants up?
White male, curly hair.
Like,
Glass.
bro, like Turtle Boy said, Grant, bro, like we saw you hit a woman, dude. And is that rope fucking holding your pants up, dude? The dude rolls up there in a fucking Porsche Cayenne. And like, Grant, you want a belt? I'll get you a belt, bro. I'll get you a belt. You got to promise to get a belt. I'll donate money to you if you promise to go get a belt. Just go get a belt, dude. For fuck's sake. Like, if you're gonna weasel people out of a place in the courtroom, like at least like just wear a belt. I mean, this dude is like, I don't understand how people put up with him. At the same time, it's like, from what I understand, he like hits people up for lunch money and shit outside of the courthouse, like he's in middle school. Hey, my mom didn't give me lunch money today. Can you let me hold $1? Can you let me hold $1 till tomorrow? Like, dude, what are you doing, man? What is that shit? How old are you, bro? And you sit here and you want to be given respect as a professional, and yet you still get respect. I just watched the very woman that you assaulted still credit you as a journalist on LTL Brian's podcast yesterday on his channel. I watched the very woman that you just assaulted speak of you with respect as a journalist. Like, dude, I'll get you a belt, bro. You want a belt? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand. Dude, I'm telling you, if this guy is hurting people and he's hiding behind the excuse that he's disabled, well, then he shouldn't be running around loose in society. Like he needs to be institutionalized. He needs to be under the proper care. Plain and simple. Like if people are in danger of physical harm around him, which they clearly are at this point, it's established, it's known, he needs to be cared for. This is unbelievable. Look at this guy.
Glasses. Yep. Thank you. Okay. I'm actually super sorry. I was fine until he touched me, and I can't.
Listen to how shook Jess is, dude. Like, that's not fucking cool, man. Like, that makes me so mad.
Yeah, Kai,
She seems so sweet.
I need an officer. He touched her.
Hold on.
He pushed her. Just came here and assaulted. She just touched my property, Paul. She didn't have a line fitter here until 11 p.m. 6:45.
Get your body away from me!
Drop that chair here. These people are going to eject you from this line for having
Don't
not sent the
touch me.
lines there.
Don't touch me.
You
Don't
just
touch-
touch.
Don't touch me.
Please
Grant,
do
don't
not
touch
touch
her.
me.
Like,
That's assault.
Grant, don't touch her.
get away from her, bro. Here, hold on. We're back. And Grant's
else
in
go
the
away?
courtroom.
Okay.
Like,
Mr. Albert, did you speak with anybody at the break? about
Uh,
your testimony?
Just my attorney.
May I approach?
yeah, you should. You better be speaking to your lawyer. You need to be speaking to your lawyer, dude.
Mr. Albert, if you could please tell me if you recognize what's depicted in that photograph.
Yes, it's the bulkhead stairway.
Is that the stairway that you earlier described to the jurors as servicing the basement going into the backyard?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I would have asked to have this marked as next in order.
Okay, any objection? Thank you.
May I?
Yes.
Move to publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
Do you see what's depicted on the television screen?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same as what you're holding right there?
Oh, shit.
It does, yes.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention, if I could, to the lower left portion of this photograph. And right there. Do you see that? Tell me what that is.
I can't.
Let me highlight it one more time, right there. Maybe it's easier if you look on your photograph.
Are you referring to the doorknob? Yeah, I got it here. Yes.
I'm sorry, it's sort of hidden on that photograph, so I apologize. Is that the door that swings open or closed to close off the basement?
Yes.
Then if you open that door, it's in the open position now, correct?
Yes.
So the photographer is standing in the basement looking toward the doorway, correct?
Yes.
Then you climb 7 or 8 stairs,
Yes.
and that bulkhead door, which is where all the light is emanating, how does that open?
So the bulkhead door opens straight up.
Okay, at least in that photograph, it was hinged toward the house and it would open up like a, I don't know, like a sandwich or something.
It opens straight up to the bay windows that are in the kitchen.
Got it, okay. Okay, that's all I need for that photograph. Your Honor, I have a flash drive with a video on it. I'd ask that this be marked as next in order. Court's permission.
Assuming it's the same one, no objection.
It's the same one.
Will during lunch, little Irish girl. Thank you.
Mr. Albert, I want to ask you to take a look in just a second at a video and then describe if you recognize what's in that video. I'll probably play maybe 5 or 10 seconds of it and then pause it. If that's okay.
Okay.
Court's permission?
Yes.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that video,
Wow.
at least up to that point?
No.
Does that look like your basement door, although the bulkhead doors have been replaced different?
The whole thing looks different to me.
Let's go ahead and play the video.
Wow, dude.
Pause. Now do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yes.
What is that?
So that's was my backyard.
Okay. And what area is over to the left over here?
That's a gate
Okay. And what does that gate open up to?
the front yard.
So the area that we're looking at right now, where the photographer is standing, is the backyard.
Yes.
Now, having seen that, notwithstanding the way that the bulkhead doors open, now do you recognize what was depicted at the beginning of the video, which was that staircase?
You would
Yes,
think so,
the
Vanessa.
downstairs door, the door itself, the
Thank
window
you.
itself also looks different.
Thank you, Vanessa.
So, but it is
But it is the stairway. Yes.
going into the basement.
Yes.
Or coming out of the basement.
Yes.
So in other words, another way to put that is that represented the ingress and egress through the bulkhead to the basement.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this.
This is fantastic. So I guess they got the new owner's permission to take video footage of the setup of the home, how many steps it is from the backyard to the front, to the road in the front yard, where the flagpole is. I mean, this is amazing. How are you not going to see from the front door a body laying in there?
Did you recognize what was depicted in the video? Bring the lights up. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Did you recognize what was depicted in the video as it continued to play?
Yes.
Describe that for the jurors.
So if the Ford Edge is parked right
looked like
where
the video
Lucky
was
Lawford
from
said it was,
walking from the backyard towards the front yard.
So the video started at the bulkhead door, turned toward the fence, went through the fence, and right up toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
Is that an accurate representation of the layout of the house when you lived there on January 28th, 29th, 2022?
Yes.
With the exception of the bulkhead door having been replaced and maybe the basement door.
Yes.
By the way, the 34 Fairview house had been in your family at that time in 2022 for 2 generations?
My parents built the house in the late 70s, 79 maybe.
So if your parents are 1 generation, you and your family are another generation, 2 generations.
Right.
Nearly, maybe actually a little more than 50 years, half a century.
That what? And what?
That it was the Albert home.
no. Well, not if they built it in
Fact is,
79.
you listed that house for sale for the first time ever in November of 2020.
Here we go.
Correct?
That's the time we listed it. Yes.
Just months after John O'Keefe was found on your lawn.
Objection.
Sustained.
You testified that
Mr.
you
Albert, is
sold
that
it because your
timing,
brother got a good
according
deal,
to
right?
you, a coincidence?
Is what?
Is that timing a coincidence?
Well, that's not the timing. Actually, we contacted the realtor in 2021, finally listed it in 2022. So that would be pre-incident.
So the listing coming 9 months after John O'Keefe was found dead in your lawn, dying in your lawn, that's just coincidence. You had this in place long before that.
Objection.
So I'll sustain the question. You can ask it differently.
Sure. All I'm asking is the timing, November of 2022, listing that house for sale for the first time in November, that in your mind is just a coincidence.
It's not a coincidence because we started trying to look into selling the house in 2021, which was the few months prior to the incident.
On January 28th, 2022, you were still an active Boston police officer, correct?
Yes.
What was your job title in January 2022?
Sergeant detective.
That means you not only respond to incidents, you actually conduct investigations as a detective, correct?
Yes, primarily fugitive investigations.
You have additional training in order to hold the title and hold a position as a detective. Is that right?
Yes.
Not just a regular patrol officer. You have to have special training to get to the rank of detective. Is that right?
Yes.
As a sergeant detective, that's above a regular detective, indeed, because you're a supervising detective. Is that right?
Yes.
You have experience in training in order to hold that position as a supervisor in the detective spot as well.
Yes. The civil service tests for the rank, but yes.
And you've investigated crimes. I mean, I'm guessing just a ton of different types of crimes, including assaults, manslaughters, homicides, kidnappings, things of that nature.
No.
You've never investigated anything like that.
No.
So what's the parameters of your investigative skills as you held that title of sergeant detective?
So my parameters were investigating fugitive investigations. That was my specialty, I guess you could say.
So you've responded obviously to countless incidents and scenes as both a patrol officer
Yes.
as well as a detective.
Yes.
You've supervised the investigation of at least the fugitive type of crimes, correct?
Yes.
Fugitives trying to thwart investigators to try to find them, right?
Yes.
That's their whole, it's the cat and mouse thing, right?
Right.
You being the cat, correct?
Sometimes.
Find the mouse.
Yes.
You're also trained in techniques, obviously any detective would be trained in techniques that culprits might use or suspects might use to sort of cover up investigations. I'm sorry, to cover up crimes, to thwart investigations, correct?
Objection.
Do you have that training, sir?
No.
So you, in all of
He
your
said
training,
sometimes.
30 years as a Boston police officer, and as a sergeant detective, you don't have any training in what techniques criminals might use to try to cover up their conduct?
No. I've never gone to a training for criminals to cover up conduct. No.
Never been trained in the fact that, I don't know, somebody might want to clean up blood at a scene.
No.
Objection.
What are the answers to?
What about sanitizing a location?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
What about getting rid of electronic data? You've got to have training in that.
No.
In other words, the fugitives that you chase down,
They all got an advantage over you.
don't try to
Right.
utilize electronic data to go after them.
Sometimes we do, but I don't have any training in it per se.
Things like GPS data and
Wow.
text messages, communications, things of that nature. Obviously,
Yes. Yes.
clearly. These are all things that, at least those things, are things that if you didn't have formal training, you got on the job training and just have common sense about how to go after this type of evidence, correct?
Yes.
Sir, you had an iPhone with a number ending in 0888 back in January 2022, did you not?
Yes.
How many years did you have that iPhone as of January 28th, 2022?
Of several years, I'm not sure how many, but multiple years.
And Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, in the fall of 2022, a judge specifically ordered that you were to preserve that phone.
Objection, Your Honor.
Data, correct?
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Dude. He said you were trained in it was a cat and mouse thing, right? You're the cat. He says sometimes, like, okay, so sometimes the fugitives were trying to catch you? Is that what you're saying by sometimes? That sometimes the fugitives were trying to catch you? Okay. Okay. Okay, dude. I mean, come on, dude. No training. I mean, dude, like, how easy is it to get a job as a cop and get featured on a TV show called Boston's Finest? Right? So the Boston fugitive units don't try to access, like, if you're trying to catch a fugitive, you don't try to catch them through phone data, tracking text messages. When was the last time their phone pinged somewhere? Really? Really? No training in that. Get the fuck out of my face, dude. Stop it. Stop it. I mean, dude, this is unreal. Now he's acting like the jury's stupid.
Follow me.
Somebody needs to like have a fan, like a towel and going like this to Alan Jackson. There you go, buddy.
Thank you. May be seated.
All right, and I am going to see if his counsel here, he has a right to be present in the courtroom.
May I step up for a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
It's getting serious now. Now the jury's left the courtroom. And now he's going to lawyer up. If he can lawyer up, he's going to lawyer up. That means we're about to get...
I have a secret document that I think you need to say.
Let's get real, dude. The jury already knows this dude is a fucking liar. This dude is about to lawyer up. This is amazing. This is the wildest shit I have ever seen in real time following a trial. I've never seen any shit like this in my life. And this is exactly what we expected. And remember, people, all of this is going on record. Everybody who's sitting here freaking out like, well, why haven't the feds swooped in? Why haven't the feds swooped in? They will, not necessarily during this trial, but all of this is on record. And all of this is going to be presented by Josh Levy. Josh Levy is going to like take all of the shit that's being said and he's going to use it to prosecute every motherfucker here
I'll go off the bench.
All right.
that was in any way involved in this investigation. Dude, what is happening right now? Yeah, dude. Yes. People, come on. Like, this is what we've been waiting for. This is what we've been waiting for. You put that fool on the stand. Would we expect any less? He is going to be caught lying. And now that he's caught lying, he's trying to lawyer up. Because that was amazing. So, I mean, that was stupid of me to not assume that they took video footage with and got permission from the new owners of the house to go through there. And so what they did was they showed a pathway going from the basement floor outside, right? From the basement outside. The door of the basement repainted since that original picture. Interesting. So, but is not necessarily evidence that there's a cover-up. I mean, it could be, but it's enough to fucking make the jury go, ooh, okay. And then, but the most interesting thing is showing the straight path from the basement through the backyard to the front yard, through the front yard to the road where Lucky Loughran saw the Ford Edge parked. So,
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can have a voir dire.
Alan Jackson has absolutely painted this picture beautifully for the jury.
You are currently represented by Mr. Hennig.
Yes.
Seated behind me. Gentleman in the,
Yes.
who's in the gray suit. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. without telling me anything you've ever communicated with him, when did you hire him as your lawyer?
I'm not exactly sure of the date.
Give me a time frame. Let's see if we can narrow it down.
2022. I'm just not sure the exact date or even the month.
For the end of 2022?
I'm not sure. I believe prior to some of the other testimony that I gave. So prior to
April of 2022 at the state grand jury?
no,
Point,
prior
Jen.
to the other testimony.
Okay, that was in June of 2023. That's my question. Did you hire Mr. Henning in 2023 in anticipation of giving testimony in June of 2023?
I'm not sure the exact date. I believe it was maybe the end of 22. I'm not sure.
Or did you get a subpoena for the other hearing?
I did.
Okay. Did you hire Mr. Henning after you got that subpoena?
I can't say. I believe so. Right around that time, yes.
Okay.
I'm just trying to remember the time, and I can't remember.
When did you lawyer up,
You
guy?
did not hire. Well, Your Honor, I think that answers the question. You're not represented in 20.
I'm going to see a sidebar about the extent of the inquiry.
So, yeah, Alan Jackson is trying to establish a timeline of when this guy lawyered up. So he's showing like, okay, why did you make certain decisions, such as selling the house, such as lawyering up after John O'Keefe's death, after you learned that people were looking at you side-eyed about it, and then after you're subpoenaed? Dude, come on, man. Come on. Like you're so caught, dude. I mean, this is everything we hoped it would be. This is everything we hoped it would be. All of us who absolutely believe that Karen Reed is absolutely innocent. This is what we hoped that her defense would do with this dickhead sitting on the stand. I mean, this is amazing. I mean, he's got his work cut out for him. I don't think attorneys think like that. I don't think they can afford to think like that, JD, but he's definitely got his work cut out for him.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. You had received, and I want to draw your attention to 2023 now. I'm sorry. Now I'm doing it. The fall of 2022, September of 2022.
Yes.
Did you receive a notice on Commonwealth letterhead indicating that you were not to destroy or in any way manipulate any data on your cell phone? Destroy the phone itself, or to manipulate or destroy any data on that cell phone?
Shit, here we go.
I do not remember getting that letter. No.
I'm going to read this for the record, Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Did you receive a letter that said, in essence, not even in essence, it should be quoted as the following, quote, "You, Mr. Albert, are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, Norfolk Superior Court, criminal case number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R. Crim P. 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones, period. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3, 2022 at 2 p.m. in Courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of these electronic data associated with the cell phones at issue.
Woo!
Did you receive a notice from the Commonwealth with that language?
I don't remember receiving that document, no.
Were you told in any other capacity that you were not to get rid of or delete your cell phone? In other words, preserve your phone.
Subsequent to me upgrading my phone, I spoke with the DA's office. So after that, they told me via a phone call that that was the case.
So your testimony is you never received the notice that I just read, but you did talk to the DA and he told you to preserve, you were on notice that you were to preserve your phone.
After.
I
Right,
know
well-
you want to say that, Mr. Albert. My question is, did you have the conversation with Mr. Lowry?
Yes.
Okay. When was that conversation, sir?
So I don't have the exact date of the conversation. I'm not sure.
Who did you talk to on the phone exactly? Was Mr. Lowry alone or was it a conference call?
It was a conference call.
Who else was on that conference call?
I believe Steve Nelson and other witnesses in the case were on the conference call.
Can you name those witnesses for us?
I believe it was Brian Higgins. I believe Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and maybe somebody else, but I can't recall.
Holy shit.
I believe it was somebody in the DA's office. So either Mr. Lally or Steve Nelson, somebody like that.
Did everybody just call into a central number, a conference line?
Yes.
And what exactly did Mr. Lally say to you during the course of that conversation about preserving your phone?
During the conversation, Mr. Lally said that the defense had filed a motion to ask for the phones to be preserved.
And anything else?
That's what I remember him saying.
Did you volunteer that, oh my goodness, I just upgraded my phone last week conveniently. I don't have that phone anymore.
No,
You didn't say that to Mr. Lally?
no,
You just took the information that he gave you and hung up the phone and what about your business?
yes,
Without notifying him that the very phone that he had just ordered you to preserve had just been destroyed days earlier.
no, the phone wasn't destroyed. I upgraded the phone.
The data was destroyed, sir.
It's an
I did not
iPhone,
destroy
dude.
any data on any phone.
Mr. Albert,
Your
I
data
upgraded my
rolls
phone.
over to the next phone, to the next
you
device.
know that the phone is set back to factory reset before your new phone is handed to you, correct? Happens every time.
I don't know that.
So if you have personal texts with your doctor, personal communications with Mr. Henning, your lawyer, you're just gonna hand that to a pimply-faced kid at Best Buy and say, here's my phone? You know that data is destroyed when you upgrade your phone, right?
I think some things are come over across contacts, things
It's
like
actually
that.
not.
I
It
don't know
rolls
that for
over.
sure.
You can back up your data, sir,
Yeah.
but the phone data is destroyed for all purposes. It's factory reset, correct?
I don't know that.
How long have you had a phone? That's an iPhone.
Years,
How many times have you upgraded your iPhone?
multiple times.
Every single time you upgrade it. You know that the phone prior, the data is destroyed on it, correct?
Usually my contacts come over and my photos come over.
It rolls over to
So-
your next device.
Backup.
No, I don't think I have that on backup, but okay.
You fucking liar.
You didn't tell Mr. Lally that you had gotten rid of that phone.
I was not asked that and I didn't tell him that.
I see. You felt like if you weren't asked that, you didn't need to volunteer it, even though the conference call was specifically about preserving your phone pursuant to a judge's order.
Stay with iPhone for that reason.
What was the question?
You didn't offer to Mr. Lally that you had gotten rid of the very phone that he was telling you had to be preserved due to a judge's order.
I did not.
And you didn't seek any advice from, I'm not asking you for the communications. You did not seek any advice from counsel at that time for those purposes.
I don't believe I did. No.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Sure.
Dude, were you ever smarter than any of the criminals you tried to catch? Because, dude, this is bad, homie. This is really bad. This is so bad. Dude, I stick with iPhone because it's so user-friendly. And their customer service is impeccable.
You indicated, Mr. Albert, at another proceeding, under oath, in relation to a conversation that you had with Brian Higgins about your phone. Quote, I don't recall saying I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that, you know, there's personal stuff on my phone. But I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things. Remember saying that under oath at another hearing?
Yes.
You literally admitted at that hearing there's personal private data on that phone. Hence, you got rid of it, right?
No.
You certainly wouldn't allow some kid at the AT&T store to have your personal private data. You're a cop.
No, I assume he doesn't have it
Why would you assume that?
because he took the phone and has it.
And what do you think happens to the data on the phone, sir? Let's just use common sense. What do you honestly think happens to the data on the phone when you turn it in and upgrade your phone?
I'm sure that the data is not there anymore. I'm sure.
It's destroyed, sir. Correct.
I don't know that for a fact. I know that some things are transferred back to the new phone.
You just said, you know, the data is not there.
Some data, I guess, isn't. Yes.
No, that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I'm going to take a short recess. I want to let this witness, if he chooses to have a few minutes.
I mean, dude, come on, bro. Like, you're sitting here, you're talking about you don't know what happens to a phone. You're just gonna let some pimply faced kid at the AT&T store just be like, dude, I wonder if there's any nudes in here. I mean, bro, you know you're not gonna do that. There's no, dude, I'm not a cop. And I got the most boring life in the world. Nobody's fucking getting my phone, bro. Nobody's getting my phone. I don't even give a fuck if I'm married, bro. You're not getting the password to my phone. Nothing. This is my life right here. This is every private shit. Everything. Nobody is getting this shit. No fucking buddy, bro. I mean, yeah, dude. Teenagers know that shit. Dude, my kid was jailbreaking iPhones in middle school. He didn't even get an iPhone until he was a fucking sophomore in high school. Like, he didn't even get a phone until then. Like, and he was jailbreaking kids' iPhones for fucking money in the fucking 6th grade. Like, I'm telling you, like, kids know. They know. You know that you're going to, like, make sure that there's nothing on that fucking phone when you turn it in. Yeah, no, I'm serious. I don't know shit about phones. I still, dude, I've had an iPhone forever and I still don't know at least half of what it can do. I have no fucking idea how to fucking use this thing. Like, so I'm just learning and I'm not switching to Android. Never. Customer service is too good with Apple, bro. You ever like talk to an Apple person, dude? You want to hang out with them, bro. They're so nice. Apple people are so nice. Dude, have you ever gone into an Apple store in the mall? Like, they're so nice. Dude, they have a little table where they're giving you lessons. You can sit there. If you got nothing better to do and you're just kicking it at the mall, you can go to the Apple store and they'll give you lessons on how to use your fucking MacBook. I have a MacBook. I don't know how to fucking use this thing. You know why I'm not at fucking like 100,000 subscribers? Because I don't even know how to make videos. I'm terrible at making videos. I don't have the patience to like, I don't have the patience to sit there and edit shit. It's so tedious. It's so tedious. I'm sitting there fucking with this mouse like, I don't understand. Do I need to push it down? Do I use 2 fingers, 3 fingers to fucking move the mouse around? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't have any idea what I'm doing. I realized, dude, it took me like 3 weeks of having this thing to learn how to copy and paste. You can go back and watch my videos. Like when I first upgraded to a MacBook, like, yeah, I didn't even know, like, I was like, I can't even copy and paste. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't have any idea what I'm doing. Oh, yeah. Colin must be shitting a brick right now, Microdots. Dude, yeah, Higgins totally flipped. Higgins totally flipped. Dude, they haven't even gotten to the shit about the proffer. They haven't even gotten there yet. They haven't even gotten to the fact that there was a text message sent to Brian Higgins from Kevin Albert saying, Brian's nervous. Everyone's nervous. Everyone got a subpoena, but you. What's going on? What's up with that? What's up with that? I mean, this is insane. And yes, this is still cross-examination. So there was a voir dire taking place, which means that the jury was not in the room during that last line of questioning. So I think they're going to bring the jury back. I think they're deciding. I think Judge Bev is ruling on what the jury can hear and what the jury can't hear. But I mean, dude. And so now he gets to prepare. Brian Higgins gets to prepare what he gets to say here. What's up, Scott? Good to see you, buddy. I wonder how Melanie Little is reacting right now to all this shit. How's Melanie doing over there, Scott? Team Brittany as well. Yeah, totally. I mean, that shit is about to go down. Dude lawyered up in the middle of his fucking cross-examination. Dude lawyered up.
I have a secret document that I think you need to say.
She's having a large time. I love it. Yeah, it's wild, man. Like, it is fucking wild. Like, I can't wait to hear what attorneys are saying about this. I mean, I love that people are like, that's crazy. There's no way that this police officer is decorated police officer. Get the fuck out of my face. Fuck you, Coffindoffer. Seriously, fuck you, Coffindoffer. Your boy is a fucking liar. He's a liar and a piece of shit. And the whole world is seeing it now. The whole world is seeing it now. Oh, here we go. Someone's unmuted. Oh, yeah. Brian is broken. Caitlyn Albert is broken. He's done. The jury knows he's a liar. The jury knows he's shady. And it's all on record. This is all food. This is all food for the federal investigation, folks.
Please stand, please.
Hold tight, because it's coming.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, a judge specifically ordered you to preserve that phone and all its data, the phone ending in 0888. Is that right?
Yeah, at what time are you asking me that I was notified?
That day or the next?
On the 23rd?
On the 23rd or the 24th of September?
No.
Isn't it true that you were provided a letter by the Commonwealth that stated the following? Your Honor, if I may read this.
Yes, there's no objection.
Thank you. Quote, you are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, Norfolk Superior Court criminal case number 22-117 has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R Crim P 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3rd, 2022 at 2 p.m. in Courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of the electronic data associated with the cell phone at issue. You received, end quote, you received that notice on either the 23rd or the 24th. Is that right?
I did not.
Your Honor, I would pose a stipulation. I spoke with counsel off the record, if I may.
You both have a stipulation that I haven't seen?
We just determined I'm happy to approach it.
Why don't we approach quickly?
Yes, the jury is in now. So basically, at the very least, a very similar line of questioning that we just heard is about to take place again. This time, the jury is in the room and listening. So this is going to be, again, people, this is all going on record. Those of you who've been saying, well, why haven't the Fed swooped in? You got to think of the federal investigation as a big fat pig. And this is not a jab at law enforcement. Hear me out. It's a metaphor. The big fat pig that they're plumping up. And when it's ready to slaughter and cook, that will be when indictments come down, and then there will be a trial. There will be many trials that take place. But right now, they're just getting the pig fat. And that pig is the federal investigation itself. They're plumping it up. That's all they're doing. They're plumping it up. Making sure that pig gets plenty of exercise, gets plenty of food.
May I? Yes. I would offer the following stipulation that on either September 23rd or September 24th, the Commonwealth sent a letter on Commonwealth letterhead to Mr. Albert's attention, stating exactly what was just read into the record pursuant to the court order dated September 23rd, 2022.
Okay. All right, next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that you were in fact ordered to preserve your cell phone by the Commonwealth?
At some point, I was made aware of that, yes.
All right, let's just get to the brass tacks. Where's your phone?
My phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Your phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Yes.
Okay. Another way to say that is you traded your phone in and got rid of it, correct?
I traded my phone and upgraded it. Yes.
When did you get rid of your phone ending in 0888?
I upgraded my phone in September, third week of September, maybe around 22nd.
The 22nd of September.
I believe so. I can't be sure the exact date.
So according to you, you got rid of the phone that was the subject of a court order preservation the day before it was ordered preserved, right?
Rephrase the question, please?
This order was just stipulated. This order is dated September 23rd, 2022. It was just stipulated that on the 23rd or 24th, you were then sent a notice to preserve the phone. And your testimony is on the 22nd, the day before this all happened, you upgraded your phone and got rid of it in total. Correct?
I upgraded my phone on and around the 22nd, yes.
And you knew that all of the data on that phone would be factory reset and destroyed.
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
I do not know that.
How many times have
Fucking
you
liar.
on your iPhone?
I'm not sure. 4 or 5 times, maybe.
You're aware that when you turn a phone in and you upgrade it, the phone that you turn in, that data is factory reset, meaning it's gone. It's destroyed.
Dude,
off of
I
the
set it back to
Well,
factory.
I think some
I
data
make sure it
transfers and
happens.
some doesn't.
We're not talking about a backup. I'm talking about the physical phone. That physical phone becomes a brick when you turn it in, correct?
Correct that it becomes a brick? I don't know.
Oh, don't play
A brick.
stupid. You know what he
There's
means.
no data left on the phone. I'm not talking about backup data onto a cloud. I'm talking about that phone.
So the old phone, yes.
Yeah, it's just everything on it's destroyed, correct?
Right, although some of the data transfers to your new phone.
And you're aware that the very data that you were ordered to preserve would have been destroyed, according to you, the day before,
There you go.
correct?
Rephrase your question or ask
Get
me
the
a question.
fuck out of here. Come on.
Are you claiming that you got rid of your phone on the 22nd?
I upgraded my phone around that. I'm not sure if that's the exact date.
The
Yes.
song and dance is all the jury needs to see.
I don't think it was after the 22nd.
Could have been the 24th?
No,
Could have been the 25th?
no.
So you're absolutely sure that you could not have upgraded your phone and gotten rid of it anytime after the 23rd when this judge ordered that it be preserved.
No.
Because you know that if you got rid of that phone after you had been notified that you were ordered by a court to preserve it, you'd be committing a felony.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Yeah, nobody's coming to help you, bro. Like,
So you now claim that you got rid of
you're
the
done.
phone on September 22nd, 2022. Hours before you were ordered to preserve it. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Is that just a coincidence?
September 4th was my birthday. The phone was broken and failing. I had planned on getting a new phone, and that just happened to be the day that I got it.
Happy birthday. Is that a coincidence?
Objection.
Sustained.
Happy birthday, bro. Was it a coincidence or not? Holy
asked
shit,
at another
dude.
hearing in June of 2023, that exact question, correct? Whether it was a coincidence. You remember that?
I don't.
You recall being asked, quote, so it's just a coincidence that within minutes, hours, or days.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let's hear the question first.
Within minutes, hours, or days of you trading in your phone, that phone you had in January of 2022, that you were ordered to preserve it. Answer, yes. Question, that's a coincidence? Answer, yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll let that stand.
Yeah, dude. Lolly, you're the worst lawyer ever, bro.
Yes.
And that's
Stop.
what you're saying today to these jurors. Just
Yeah.
a coincidence.
Yes.
Did you and Brian Higgins agree with each other that you were both going to get rid of your phones?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
You testified at the other hearing in June of 2022, quote, I don't recall saying that I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that. You know, there's personal stuff on my personal phone. I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things, end quote. Remember testifying to that?
Yes.
So you're not ruling out the fact that you may have told Brian Higgins that you intended to get rid of your phone, correct?
No.
You're not ruling out the fact that Brian Higgins may have told you that he intended to get rid of his phone.
No, I don't remember him saying that to me.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote. You testified to that, didn't you?
Yeah, I have no idea what he was going to do.
I'm asking, are those your words? Did you testify to that under oath?
Yes, although I don't know the context of the time that they were asking that
dude,
question.
come on.
No, not the date of the hearing, but when they were asking if and when that conversation took place.
Does it really matter? Okay, it took place.
I think so, yes.
Well, you talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of your phones. When
Right.
did you have that conversation?
I don't think I talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of my phones.
Well, you just said you can't rule out the fact that you had conversations with Brian Higgins about your phones and possibly getting rid of your phones. Right?
No, I don't think that's what I said.
You two discussed the fact that you both wanted to get rid of your phones.
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins at all.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones, sir. Correct?
Correct that that's what you're reading.
So if you're having conversations with Brian Higgins about the phones, what the heck were you talking about?
Right.
I don't know the timing of when they asked when those conversations were.
Mr. Albert,
So
I'm leaving it open to you. I don't care when it was. I'm asking you, have you ever had a conversation with Brian Higgins about your phones, respectively?
we may have, I can't remember that conversation specifically.
Then why in June of 2023 did you testify, I know there were conversations about the phones with Brian Higgins, end quote.
I'm not sure of the context of that.
So now you just can't remember.
No, I don't think I could remember during that testimony either. I think if you read the whole thing, I think I said I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Come on, bro.
I
Stop.
know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he said he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end
Right.
quote.
Right.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So now as you sit here and you answer my question, did you and Brian Higgins have a conversation about your phones?
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins.
Bro, he just read the shit out loud and you agreed to it.
Before I shift gears, you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone, correct?
I am not aware of that until after the time you're talking about.
So without qualifying your answer, answer my question. As you sit here, you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone.
I know at some point Brian Higgins.
Yes or no, Mr. Albert?
Did he?
Yes or no, dude?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that yes or no, sir?
Answer the
Yes.
question.
Now I'd like to shift gears and talk a little bit about Michael Proctor. Did Michael Proctor
Woo!
come into your home at 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
Michael Proctor?
January 29th?
I want to make sure I'm not talking about Officer Lang, Officer Good.
Right.
Michael Proctor from the Massachusetts State Police. Did he come into your home on January 29th?
He conducted an interview with my wife, and I don't remember if it was the 29th or the
Holy
30th.
shit. He said Michael Proctor never came.
That's what you're asking.
Michael Morrissey said Michael Proctor never came
Wasn't
to
that
34 Fairview on the
February
29th.
3rd?
I feel like it was earlier than that, but it could have been February 3rd.
Okay. Presume for purposes of my question that it was February 3rd that Michael Proctor interviewed your wife.
Oh, he's
Then
even giving him
not have come into
leeway.
your home on the 29th, 30th, 31st, 1st, or the 2nd.
Right.
And you know from your training, obviously, as a first responder, the first 48 hours of an investigation are absolutely critical, correct?
Objection.
He knows that shit. I know that shit.
In that context, I don't.
Next question.
I mean, you're aware there's a TV show called First 48.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you think the first 48 hours of a criminal investigation are critical?
Objection.
You do know that the longer you wait to properly investigate anything, the better chance that evidence can be manipulated or destroyed, right? You would agree with that.
Yes.
Did an investigator or any forensics team ever come into your house, ever, to photograph your entire home?
No, I wish they had.
Did an investigator, yeah, me too.
Objection, Your Honor.
Did an investigator or a forensics team ever come into your house to search for physical evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or a forensics team ever come into your house to search for trace evidence?
Dude.
No.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to take carpet samples, flooring samples from the basement, for instance?
No.
And to this day, you're aware that that's never happened.
Yes.
Sir, you were in the Marines before you were a police officer, correct?
Yes.
You're a combat veteran?
Yes.
How long were you in the Marine Corps?
4 years.
During the course of your Marine and military training, did you have any training in hand-to-hand combat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
In addition to your
I
Marine
eat
training,
breakfast 200
did you
yards
also receive
away
additional
from
training
Cubans
the
that are
police
trained to
departments,
kill
the
me.
academy or otherwise, on basic hand-to-hand combat?
No.
So that's not part of the academy?
Not hand-to-hand combat. No.
Fighting techniques, use of batons, things of that nature.
Defensive tactics.
Defensive tactics. Okay, that's fighting.
Oh.
right?
Well, it's not hand-to-hand combat. No.
Okay. fair enough.
No.
You're using the wrong
Yeah,
word.
because a Marine would never be trained to actually fight their enemy.
Training on how to
Right.
either defend yourself or control another person physically.
Yes.
I mean, they're not going to send you out there on the streets completely ill-equipped. They need to know that you know how to defend yourself and how to put somebody in custody that doesn't want to be in custody, correct?
Yes.
And that
Or
might include
defend the
fighting.
freedom of our nation?
It could,
I don't
yes.
know.
And beyond your Marine training and your police training, you're independently trained in techniques of fighting.
Have I boxed before? Yes.
Okay. And you've trained in boxing. It's not like you just walk up and smack a heavy bag, right?
Right.
You'd have to rephrase it.
You've trained. You're a trained boxer. You're a trained fighter.
I've boxed in the past, and I've trained to box. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I've hit a heavy bag.
Why can't you just say yes
Right.
then?
But I'm not a trained fighter. You're a trained fighter.
All right, so there's an objection. You were standing, Mr. Lally.
Yes, sir.
Jurors, disregard that. Mr. Jackson, no comments, just questions, please.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, your boxing skills were featured in a TV show that you were featured in as well.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
You
No?
No?
That
Turtle
they were
Boy went over
featured
it
in the
last
show,
night.
No.
You've never shown on TV in a ring sparring with somebody?
I may have been shown training, but I don't think I was having a boxing match. No.
Okay, that's I wasn't.
The only reason I don't show it is because I get dinged. Copyright struck.
TV show that ever showed you in a ring boxing.
Well, that's not what you asked me, but if you're asking me that now, yes.
I'm asking you that now. I apologize. My questions are somewhat inartful.
Yes.
You understand the question now.
Yes.
And you have been shown, I use the word featured, you've been shown on television in a boxing ring,
Yes.
sparring.
I haven't seen the video in a while. I'm not sure if I was sparring.
If we can, Your Honor.
Wow,
with permission,
bro.
can we
Dude,
take
you
a
are the
look?
worst liar ever, dude.
There's a clip starting at it's time of day 11:47 and 15 seconds to 11:48 and 35 seconds, maybe a minute and a half. enhance that.
Here we go with the grab assing video.
Pause. Do you see the two men in the foreground?
Yes.
Who are those two men?
Looks like myself and Brian Higgins.
Does it look like yourself and Brian Higgins, or is that yourself and Brian Higgins?
Yes, it is.
Okay. You go ahead and play that.
I'm gonna touch you. No, yeah, I'm gonna touch you. I'm gonna touch you first. No, you can't touch me. I'm gonna touch you. Come here. No, come here. Come here, you. Come here, you. You sexy man. You're sexy man. Ah, forget it. Forget it. Nah. Oh, anybody else want to touch me? Who wants to come over and touch me? Anybody want to come touch me? No? You don't want to touch me? No, I'm gonna come over there and touch you. I'm gonna come over there and touch you. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're a tough guy, huh? I'm a tougher guy. I'm a tougher guy. Come here. No, come here. Come here. Let's hug it out. You gonna hug it out? No, no, you're come in. No, I'm gonna touch you. Don't touch me. I'm gonna touch you. I'm gonna touch you. Touch you last. I touched you first, you touched me last.
I've got one more clip to play, but I have a couple of questions, Your Honor.
Let's take it down and you can put the other one up after the questions.
Gay! It was displayed on that video?
Yes.
Had you seen that before?
Part of it, yes.
Is that what you and Mr. Lally went over in your preparation for your testimony?
I don't think that we went over it, but he showed me a quick clip of it.
When you say he showed you a quick look, did he ask you questions about it?
I don't think so, no.
Did you give him any answers about it?
No,
Any explanations?
no, just,
He just showed you the clip and...
yeah, he just said, yeah, it looks like we were fooling around.
Okay, so you did make an explanation, given him
Yeah,
an explanation for it.
Right, I said, I think we were just fooling around.
Okay, it's the same thing you told us this morning, right?
Right.
We're just fooling
Yeah, just having fun with my friends and hanging out and fooling around.
What were you doing? Describe what you were doing.
Having fun with my friends, hanging out, just being silly.
Describe physically what you were doing in the video.
I was playing around, sort of getting in a boxing stance.
And I asked him if he wanted to come back to my place and watch Top Gun afterwards.
Yeah, for a second, yes.
Okay, and what did Brian Higgins do when you got into a fighting stance?
It looked like he was kind of doing the same thing.
Got
We
into a
just,
fighting stance as well, correct?
yeah,
What were you two talking about? You tell you talking.
yeah. I don't know what we were talking about. We were just being silly, fooling around, having fun.
Were you giving him advice on the proper way to get into a fighting stance or a boxing stance?
No,
You giving him some advice or some indicators about how to best position himself if someone is taking an aggressive stance against him?
no.
Is he telling you what he thought was a good technique for fighting or boxing?
I don't think it was that serious. We were just playing, fooling around.
But both of you were in fighting stances.
I wanted to be Maverick. He wanted to be Maverick. I wanted
for a
him to be
second or two.
Goose.
And Mr. Higgins, you saw him bob his head and then start walking toward you like a boxer might, correct?
Yeah, yes.
And then
We
you got
we
down,
settled that
pulled
Higgins
your,
would be Iceman.
Pant legs up and you squatted down to indicate getting low, having low center of gravity, correct?
That would know that's indicating being silly.
Okay. And
That's
then at
not.
some point while you're being silly, you then faked a right punch toward him, correct?
I didn't notice that, but I'm not sure.
Can we take a look at the next part of this clip, which is at time of day 11:55 and 51 seconds. I'm sorry, 11:54 and 52 seconds.
No, I'm Maverick. No. I'm Maverick. You're Goose. You're Goose. No, I'm not Goose. If anything, I'm Iceman. Okay, you could be my wingman anytime.
Okay, there's several individuals crowded around a table. Can you describe where you are and where Mr. Higgins is?
Brian Higgins is The guy on the right with the hooded sweatshirt and the emblem on the back. I have a pointer. Do you want me to use it?
That'd be great. That'd be great.
So that's Brian Higgins, and that's me.
Okay. Go ahead and play this.
Caught in your jet wash, Mav. I'm caught in your jet wash. Wow. Wow.
Yes.
What did you do when you slapped his right arm?
What did I do?
What did you do? What did you do?
It looks like I'm just being silly, fooling around.
Okay. I'm going to ask you for a little bit more physical description. What are you doing? Why are you grabbing him?
What are you doing,
I
bro?
don't really know.
What are you doing?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Oh my God.
You've used in the past?
Bear hugging somebody? No. That's just a silly fooling around with my buddy.
Alan Jackson said, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" This is the best shit fucking ever, dude. Come on, dude. Dude, what are you? You got me too tight. Easy, Cougar. Easy, Cougar. Just a walk in the park, Cougar.
I did, yeah.
When you let him go, what did you do?
I don't know. He did some kind of, I don't know, he pretended to knee me or something.
Knee to the abdomen?
Yeah, I don't know if it made contact or not, but
I'm not suggesting by my questions that you two are actually in a fight.
right.
I'm asking what he's doing. Does it seem to?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't.
That he's playing like or practicing like techniques in fighting.
I don't know what his intent was. It looks like he's just fooling around, just like I was.
But if a grown man walks up to you, grabs you from behind, and
Grown man, bro.
Your solar plexus, that's probably not the same as a high five, right?
What is your question?
In other words, it looks like he's practicing some sort of fighting technique.
Practicing? That's not how I see that.
How would you describe it?
I just describe it as him fooling around. We're in the bar together. We're good friends, and we're just being silly and fooling. That's all.
There's a number of people in that bar. You would agree with that?
Yes.
You see anybody else in that video at any time getting physical with one another?
Objection.
How much of this video have you actually watched?
Not much.
Okay, then let me ask a different question. From your memory of that night, who are the only two people in the bar that seem to be getting physical with one another?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. The only person I remember being physical with was fooling around with Brian.
Play it just a little bit longer. We're almost finished.
Dude. Come here. Come here. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. You could be my wingman anytime. You said that already. Yeah, I know I said it already, but I'm going to say it a lot. Anytime. Anytime. Come here, you. Come here, you. Kicked ass in that volleyball game, by the way.
Yes.
No question that you two are being friendly with one another, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
But there's also no question that of all the people in that bar, the only two people that appear to be imitating fighting are you and Mr. Higgins, correct?
In that video, yes.
Bruh.
And is there another video?
Well, no, I just don't know what everybody else was doing in the bar.
Do you remember anybody else? You know, Julie Albert or
I don't remember.
Nicole getting into a scrap with someone?
No.
No, it's just you two, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, this is minutes before everybody headed to your house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Including John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Going back to the morning of January 29th, everyone had left your location. This is after you had already arrived, had a couple of beers, people started leaving. Everybody was gone from your location at about 1:45 a.m., maybe a little thereafter.
That seems right.
Caitlyn being the last person to leave.
I believe so, yes.
What did you do to get ready for bed, to settle in?
I went upstairs and just lied in bed. The TV was on. I was just kind of watching TV.
You have a nightstand?
I do.
Is it on your side of the bed or Nicole's, or you have one on each?
We may have had one on each in that house.
Put your phone on your nightstand?
No.
Where'd you put your phone?
The phone was in bed with me.
So your testimony is that you get in bed after being on a road trip all day long, then at restaurants, and at bars, then at a get-together at your house. And when you go to bed, you don't charge your phone?
No. I had the phone in the bed with me.
Why would you have the phone in bed?
We have 5 kids. And, if somebody was trying to call or if I needed to reach them, it's just kind of a habit I do. I put my reading glasses and my phone in bed with me.
And you don't charge it?
Sometimes I charge it, but not as a routine, no.
So you're worried about having your kids out. They might need to get a hold of dad. So you make sure that your phone is nice and close, but it can just run out of batteries?
Well, if it's dying, then I'll put it in the charger. But if not, I just leave it on the bed.
Well, what about that night?
That night, the phone was on the bed.
How do you know?
Well, I remember the phone being on the bed.
You have a specific recollection from 2.5 years ago about the state of the battery charge on your phone such that you know that it was in your bed that night.
No, I just know as a routine, I keep my phone in the bed with me.
That's not what you just said. You just said it depends on whether or not the battery needs to be charged, whether or not you charge it.
My answer is that sometimes I, of course, charge my battery,
Of course you have.
but I sleep with the phone in my bed.
Every single night?
Yes, mostly every night.
I thought you just said 4 questions ago, it depends on whether or not the phone needs to be charged. Sometimes you keep it in the bed, sometimes you put it on the charger.
If the phone needs to be charged, I charge it, but I sleep in bed with my phone.
Mr. Albert, did your phone need to be charged that night?
I don't remember if it did, but I slept in bed with the phone.
You've been on a road trip most of the day, correct?
Yes.
You've been out at bars that night, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You weren't charging your phone. We saw the video. You weren't charging your phone at the bar.
Right.
So when you got home, clearly put your phone on a charger, didn't you?
But I did not.
So if your kids needed to get a hold of you, why would the phone being in your bed be any assistance to you instead of just on the charger at the nightstand?
That's just what I've always done. I just keep it in my bed. My wife does the same thing.
So now you've got 2 phones in the bed.
Yes.
Okay. And your glasses.
Yes.
Right between the 2 of you.
Yes.
Got it. Your phone have a ringer on it?
It does.
Ever thought about maybe turning the ringer on just in case the kids need to get a hold of you?
Sometimes it's on vibrate. Sometimes it's on ring. It depends.
Yeah. Depends on you. You just put it on ringer. Wouldn't that make more sense to go to bed, put it on ringer?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
No one fucking does that.
All I can answer is that I sleep with my phone in my bed. That's just what I do.
Dude.
And you know what I'm about to ask you. This is why you're saying you sleep with the phone in the bed, correct?
All
I
right, so that's sustained, that's stricken. Poor Mr. Jackson.
All right. What else is in the bed with you? Your keys, your wallet?
It's all
your
good,
pocket
Your
knives?
Honor.
No.
Just the phone and your glasses.
Yes.
And Nicole's phone.
Yes.
Right between the 2 of you.
Right.
Usually, yes.
Yeah, because I like to roll over on my glasses when I
Yes.
sleep.
Sir, did you make any phone calls after you went to bed between the hours of 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Ha! Oh, shit.
I inadvertently called Brian Higgins.
What time?
I don't recall the exact time. After 2.
Inadvertently.
22 and 35 seconds. Does that sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Did you speak to Brian Higgins at any point between 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. that night?
No.
Lies.
You say you inadvertently called him at 2:22 in the morning.
Yes.
How did you inadvertently call him?
Well, I don't know because it was inadvertent.
I can't stop thinking about when you were
Well,
behind
it's
me
kind
at
of
the
like a
bar.
butt dial.
I don't like the butt dial. All right. How long have you used an iPhone?
A long time.
Butt dial.
As a matter of fact, you've been asked this question before, haven't you?
Yes.
Hence my question. You knew what I was going to ask you.
Right.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw. You indicated previously at a different hearing in June of 2023 that you were, quote, hanging out with your wife, and you must have butt dialed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Yes.
At 2:22 and 35 seconds on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how that could have happened, much like I just asked how that could have happened, right?
Yes.
And in that hearing, you said, quote, I'm not totally sure. Similar to what you just said here.
Yes.
And here you added that it could have been a butt dial.
Yes.
You were then called back to that same hearing, but at a different date, an ongoing hearing, right?
Yes.
That was in July of 2023, correct?
Yes.
You then changed your testimony and said, and I don't mean to be indelicate, but your testimony was then that you were in an intimate situation, I'll put it that way, with Nicole at the time. And that's how you butt dialed Brian Higgins, correct?
I don't believe I said that's how I butt dialed Brian Higgins.
That's the time
I think I said there was a time frame that was close.
Okay.
Coitus?
So I didn't say that, no.
What you said was you were in an intimate situation with Nicole at the time that the butt dial occurred, correct?
I'm not sure if you have something you can read me or show me.
Is it your testimony? Let me just ask. Is it
Sure.
your testimony that you and your wife were in the middle of some sort of sexual or intimate situation, and that's what caused you to butt dial the phone at that time at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
I mean, it's grand jury testimony, bro.
I'd like to show you.
Come on now.
Briefly.
Do you believe in sex, Mr. Albert? The physical act of love, coitus.
They have just one. Yes. May I approach you? Yes. I'm not going to mark this. Sir, I just want to find out if this refreshes your recollection. Look at lines 11 through 13. And let me know when you're prepared.
Dude. This sorry fucking bastard right here, bro. Look at him. Let me see what I said. I have to review my lies so that I know what lie to tell next. Hold on. Need my readers. Miraculously, they don't get crushed in bed when I'm in physical act of coitus with my wife. And I'm rolling over.
Yes. May I approach?
Crushed, butt dialing, but not crushing glasses. That's what I'm doing.
Does that refresh your recollection that you indicated at the other hearing that
Just the first part of that first. Does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
Okay, now you can.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that at the other hearing, you indicated that at or around the 2:22 time frame, you and your wife were in bed together in an intimate situation?
Yes, around that time, I think it reads.
Hey, Brian. What's up, Brian? Hey, remember when you were behind me at the bar? Can't stop thinking about it.
May I approach briefly, Your Honor?
Me either.
Well,
Oh, by the way,
permission.
John's dead. Don't
Do you
talk to the
recall
cops.
every call that you made between, say, 1:45 a.m. and the next couple of days? You remember every single one of those calls?
No.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at a log of those calls during that time frame if we're going to discuss those?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I may not even get to him. I'll show it to him.
Dude, what does this guy think he's gonna do at this point? Like, that's what's fucking mind blowing. Like, what does this guy think he's gonna like pull off here?
That's a 2 pages worth of documents. If it refreshes your recollection as we walk through this with the court's permission, let me know if you need to refer to that.
Right. I'm not going to be able to read it right now. I'll do it as you ask.
Correct. Yeah. No, you don't need to read it right now. Just wanted to have it in front of you. By the way, you've seen these records before, correct? At the other hearing proceeding?
I've seen some records before. Yes. I don't know if these exact records or not.
All right. And you've acknowledged that at least the first page, these are your phone records for the number ending 0888, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these are call records from January 29th
Yes.
at 2:22 and 35 seconds in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Whose number ends in 5421?
According to this, it's Brian Higgins.
The call at 2:22 and 35 seconds appears to be 1 second in length, and that's from you to him, correct?
It says 1 second. I don't.
That would be the call, the initial call from you to him, the one that you claim is a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that call roll to voicemail and then you immediately hung up?
No, I don't recall if it. I don't know.
So according to you, it was a butt dial that went to his phone that somehow lasted 1 second.
Right.
Okay. Then there's a second call. If you look at the second line down, there's a second call at 2:22 and 52 seconds, 17 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
And that call doesn't last 1 second. That call lasts 22 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
Yes.
So according to your phone records, you placed a call to him, and then 17 seconds later, he returned a call to you that lasted 22 seconds, correct?
That's what the records reflect. Yes.
When you woke up in the morning, you obviously checked your phone, did you not?
I don't know if I did.
Are you telling this jury
Ooh.
that the call that came into your phone was a missed call, or did you answer it?
I did not answer it.
So it would have been a missed call.
I just know I didn't answer the call.
Thank
So
you,
it would
MG.
have been a missed call.
Well, I don't
by
know.
definition.
I don't know that to be a fact. I just know I didn't answer the phone call. I missed the call. Yes.
That's what I mean.
Right.
You missed the call.
Right.
It did something on your phone and you just didn't answer it. What do you?
Right.
And again, you're using an iPhone.
Yes.
If you butt dialed Brian Higgins and he called you back and you didn't answer, you would have a very bright red missed call in your call log.
Right?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know that.
What do you mean you don't know that?
Yes.
And when you go to your call logs, it says missed call in red, correct? After your wife calls you, your kids call you.
I don't think I've ever noticed that it's in red, and so no, I don't know that to be true.
You're certainly alerted to the fact that it's a missed call, that you've missed a call, correct?
If I were to go back and look at my incoming calls, it would probably say missed call. Yes.
And of course, if we asked you to show us your phone and show that that was a missed call, you couldn't do that because you've gotten rid of that phone, correct?
Objection.
Assisting. Did you tell anyone in law enforcement that next day that oddly Brian Higgins was calling you at 2:22 a.m. and you missed a call?
No, I wasn't aware of that call.
If a call went
Bullshit.
to voicemail on your phone, you would get that voicemail, correct? You get notice of it.
If I checked my voicemails and there was a voicemail, I would get it. Yes.
That's my question. Did you get a voicemail from Brian Higgins?
No.
Which means he didn't leave a voicemail.
Right.
Which would suggest that you answered the call.
Jesus,
correct?
dude. Like, are we gonna do this all fucking day?
Butt dial. You went to bed and you closed and your phone was you closed and locked your phone, correct?
Yes.
I don't want you to tell me what the passcode is, Mr. Albert. That's important. I want to make sure you understand. I'm not asking you to tell me what the passcode is, but at the time, was your passcode a 4-digit or 6-digit passcode?
4, I believe.
And that locks the phone when it's not in use, correct?
The phone will lock after it's not used for a while. I don't know the exact timing of it.
You're exactly right, Mr. Albert. I said it backward. The
Right.
phone automatically locks. You have to use the 4-digit passcode to unlock it, correct?
Well, no, I also have face recognition too, so we can open that way without any passcode.
We'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, just
The phone locks when it's not in use, correct?
just relax, Tinkerbell.
Yes.
We're getting
Make
there.
a call once you open the phone, either through facial recognition or through the passcode. Then you have to tap on the phone app in order to open up the phone app, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Once you open up that phone app, there are only 3 ways that you can initiate a phone call. Favorites, recents, and contacts, correct?
I don't know that.
If you tap on a contact, that opens up the contact page or the contact app, right? You know that.
Yes.
It's where all your contacts are.
Yes.
They're alphabetized.
Yes.
You have to either scroll through or do a search and type in the name of the person you're looking for.
Right.
You didn't do that, did you?
No.
If you tap favorites, if you have favorites listed, there's a list of favorites. You have to scroll through and tap the one that you want to call, correct?
I think so. Yes. I'm not totally aware of that, but
And if you tap on recents, those are the recent calls that you've had, you've either received or made. And of course, you have to tap on the contact in the recents list that you want to call, right?
yes.
And then, of course, you would have to tap again to end whatever call you initiated, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't just say goodbye. You got to say goodbye and hang up. You got to tap it to hang it up.
Right.
So would you agree from a closed and locked phone, there is
Thank you,
no
MG.
physical mechanism by which a person can hit one button and make a phone call?
Objection.
Sustained.
I mean,
Are you saying that from your closed and locked phone, you inadvertently tapped your phone one time and that initiated a butt dial to Brian Higgins?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Tell me what you're saying.
I
How did you butt dial Brian Higgins?
I don't know.
at 2:22 in the morning?
I don't know that the phone was locked. I could have been looking through my phone. I butt
During
dial people
sex.
often and
Okay.
make inadvertent calls. I could have hit a last call from him by accident, thus calling his phone.
So you were actually awake and on your phone at the time.
I was awake and I could have been looking at my phone.
1 second, baby.
How'd you miss the call 17 seconds later?
Well, my wife was in the room with me and we were hanging out and I never got the second call from him. So I'm not sure what time he called. I'm not sure what I was doing at that second, but I don't know.
But it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I didn't get a voicemail from him. No.
So it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I don't know that don't know that it didn't go to voicemail. I just know that I didn't receive a voicemail from him.
So if you, okay.
I mean, we're all guessing here, but I mean, he could have called voicemail.
We're not all guessing.
Well,
here.
you are because you don't know if he
You're not guessing
left
shit,
a voicemail
bro.
or didn't, or at least got voicemail and then hung up the phone.
I think one of us is trying to guess.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You know what? I want to see counsel sidebar for just a second.
Dude, come on, man, with your bullshit. Stop it. Stop it. I mean, what does this guy think he's doing, dude? Like, does he really think the jury's that stupid? Does he really think that every single person on that jury if not at least half of them have iPhones, for fuck's sake. Like, dude, get real, bro.
Are you now saying that your phone was open and unlocked at 2:22 a.m.?
I'm saying it could have been.
Are you saying that it was?
I don't know.
Mr. Albert, you were the only person that was there with your phone. Was the phone unlocked, and did you make a call?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure, I don't know.
Wow.
And 17 seconds later, again, presuming you're the only person there with the phone, did you answer that call?
I did not.
Wow. Dude.
You would agree that in order to answer a call, you can't just look at your phone to answer it. It has to be swiped physically, correct?
Yeah,
I think you can hit, I think it comes up green or red for the phone call, whether it's locked or not, and you can hit green.
Right, but you have to hit a button.
Yes.
Did you hit a button to answer a call from Brian Higgins?
I don't
mean to talk over you. Please let me finish my question. Did you hit a button to answer a phone call from Brian Higgins at 2:22 and 52 seconds in the morning?
Not that I know of.
You do know that that phone will not answer on its own, correct?
Yes.
And simply touching your butt will not answer that phone. It has to be swiped.
No, I don't think it has to be swiped.
You'd agree that a 22-second call from Brian Higgins had to have been answered by you. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Or your wife.
No,
Did Nicole, who else was in the room?
just myself and my wife.
Oh, Chloe answered the phone then,
Yes.
right?
But Chloe's not a human, so it was myself and my wife.
By process of elimination, Nicole didn't answer that call.
No,
Chloe, the non-human, didn't answer that call, did she?
no.
Non-human.
So who had to have answered the call, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't remember answering that call. Could have hit the phone by accident, causing it to answer.
You're full of
Let's
shit,
move on
homie.
from this, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, if I could have one or two more questions.
One more question.
Now your testimony is you could have answered the call, correct?
No, my testimony is that I don't know. You're asking me how it could have answered, and I'm trying to answer your question.
At a prior hearing in June of 2022, you were asked this exact question, and you answered, quote, "Yeah, it's only possible that it's me," end quote, correct?
I don't recall answering that way, but I'm not sure.
And you were also asked, after being confronted with these records, quote,
Objection.
"I guess I could have talked to him," meaning Mr. Higgins, correct?
I don't-
Allow this, and this is-
I don't recall saying that, no.
Let's move on.
Dude, you're cooked, homie. Like
Did you have any conversation with Brian Higgins about a 2:22 a.m. phone call?
That next morning, while everything was going on, I mentioned to Brian that I may have butt dialed you last night. Sorry about that.
Did the two of you agree that you were going to both say those calls were butt dials in order to cover up those calls?
Objection.
You can answer that.
We did not say that.
But let's be clear, since then and now, you've gotten rid of your phone, correct?
I upgraded my phone, yes.
And since then and now, Brian Higgins has gotten rid of his phone, and you're aware of that as well.
Yes.
By the way, you indicated that you were awakened in the morning by Jen McCabe about 6:30, correct?
Yes.
And when you woke up, you said you grabbed your phone to make a call. Is that right?
No.
Isn't it true that you grabbed your phone and made a call at 7:20 in the morning?
Yes. But that's not when I was awoken by my sister-in-law.
Sorry, that wasn't my question. After you're awake and you're up,
Mhm.
you started making calls.
Right.
My question is, what was the first call you made?
Mm.
7:20.
Can I look at this?
If that refreshes your recollection with the court's permission.
Yes.
Yeah.
7:20, I called Brian Higgins.
Mr. Albert, you have 6 siblings and 5 kids, right?
Yes.
You have in-laws, cousins, huge family, correct?
Yes.
But on the morning you find out that John O'Keefe is laying dead or dying on your lawn, the first call you made at 7:20 was to Brian Higgins. Is that right?
Yes.
The same person you had a call with, or at least the logs indicate you had a call with at 2:22 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
During that 7:20 a.m. call, did you two discuss the 2:22 a.m. calls?
No.
Thought you just said that.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, I think I may have butt dialed.
Yeah, that was later in the morning when he came to the house.
Not on that 7:20 a.m. call.
No.
What did you talk about on that 7:20 a.m. call?
I informed him of what was going on at my house. We were out the night before, and I thought it was important for him to know what had happened.
Mr. Albert, I have a couple of more questions about the phones or the phone usage that morning and the day, throughout the day.
Dude is such a
called
fucking
Brian
liar.
Higgins at 7:20 a.m. for 1 minute and 56 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Brian Higgins called you at 7:30 for 5 minutes and 47 seconds.
Yes.
You called Brian Higgins at 7:57 a.m. Spoke for 12 minutes and 33 seconds.
Yes.
You then called your brother, Kevin Albert, at 9:40 a.m. and spoke for 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Yes.
Chief Berkowitz called you at 9:50 a.m. and left a voicemail.
Oh,
He didn't leave me a
wow.
voicemail, but I think he called me.
You called Chief Berkowitz back at 9:54, 4 minutes later, and spoke for 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Bruh. Come on, dude.
At 11:30 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Jim McCabe called you back at 12:20 p.m. You spoke for 7 minutes and 52 seconds.
Yikes.
Yes.
You called Kevin Albert again at 2:01 in the afternoon and spoke for 8 minutes.
Yes.
You called Kevin Albert at 6:45. I'm sorry. You called Brian Higgins at 3:24 p.m. and spoke for 6 minutes and 5 seconds. Is that right? And if it refreshes your recollection, there's a second page, second log.
Fucking murderers.
Attention to the 3:24 p.m. time frame.
Trying to find it.
Fucking murdering pieces of shit. All of yous. The fucking lot of yous.
What time are you referring to?
3:24 p.m.
Berkowitz, clean this shit up. Make this go away, Berkowitz.
I see.
Chief of
Yes.
police.
And there's a second call. You call Brian Higgins at 6:12 p.m. and speak for 1 minute and 7 seconds, right?
Yes.
And then the third one on that page, you called Brian Higgins at 6:35 p.m. spoke for 10 minutes and 12 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Turning back to your call logs, you called Kevin Albert at 6:45 on the next on that same day. Spoke for about 16 minutes.
Yes.
Then on the next day, January 30th, you called Chief Berkowitz and spoke for 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Yes.
And the following day, you spoke with Jen McCabe, who called you at 8:04 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And finally, Chief Berkowitz called you at 1:48 p.m. on February 1st, right?
Yes.
3 days later, you spoke again to Brian Higgins at 8:48 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
The subject of these calls, Mr. Albert, were all about the fact that John O'Keefe was found dying on your yard, on your lawn, on January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
I don't know the subject of all these calls. No.
You had to have been talking
Fucking
about
liar.
Of course. It was a horrible situation that was going on. Everybody was distraught, and there were a lot of phone calls. This call log doesn't encompass all the phone calls.
No, it doesn't.
There are a lot of phone calls being made to a lot of people because of this horrible situation.
And the point is, Mr. Albert, those many calls that you just described, especially as they pertain to Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Kenny Berkowitz, your brother Kevin Albert, were those many calls an effort to get stories straight at the time?
No, absolutely not.
Were those many calls an effort?
I'm going to interrupt you, Jared. We're going to send the jury out. There's actually, why don't we take the lunch?
Yeah, you take that lunch, Bev.
Court, all right, please.
What are you doing now, Bev? What's going to happen now, Bev? Because Bev is putting a stop to this shit. I'm going to send the jury out. Get the fuck out of my face, lady. I mean, the jury see it all this. There's no fucking way. There is no planet. There is no universe. There is no realm of reality where a jury, based on the justice system and the foundation that our justice system is built on, is ever going to convict that woman sitting right there of murder. It's never going to happen.
All right, so we'll have the lunch and recess then.
All rise.
You are muted.
Nobody is ever going to convict Karen Reed of murder at this point. There is so much doubt. But this is what's amazing, folks. What's amazing is that we all counted on this. We all hoped for this. We all hoped that what this would be doing, because the doubt is already established. The doubt is already established. This case should be fucking thrown out now. It should have never went to trial in the first place. But it shouldn't even go any further. Because as far as establishing enough doubt for Karen to convict Karen Reed or to exonerate Karen Reed, it's already happened. It's plenty. But the fact of the matter is they're not just going for an exoneration of Karen Reed. They're going for justice for John O'Keefe. They're going for, dare I say it, justice for Sandra Birchmore as well. Because this is paving the road towards that. I promise you that. Because again, the big piggy on the farm that they're feeding right now, that they're trying to get good and plump, is the federal investigation conducted by Josh Levy of the United States Attorney's Office. Michael Morrissey, the district attorney of Norfolk County, is the target of said investigation. This is happening. This is absolutely happening. Any minute, folks. I mean, any minute.
FBI, open up!
Any minute. Now, I'm not saying, obviously I'm being sarcastic in the sense that it's not going to happen any minute. They're going to let this trial go through. They're going to let the jury stand up and go, we find the defendant not guilty. But it won't be long after that. It will not be long after that. I promise you that. Because here, what's important is that the jury sees that this witness is a fucking liar. That there's a hell of a lot more to this story than the SUV hitting John O'Keefe. Because so far, the prosecution hasn't even presented this. The prosecution hasn't gotten to any taillight fragments being found. The prosecution has failed to present any type of case against Karen Reed so far. Yet, what the defense has managed to do is present a case against Brian Albert. Or at least there needs to be some looking into this guy. That's what the jury's thinking right now. The jury is going to lunch right now, sitting there going, I'm not done yet. I need to know more about this Brian Albert dude. And who the fuck is this Jen McCabe lady? Why do I keep hearing her name? I can't wait to hear I can't wait till this person gets on the stand. That's happening already. The jury right now is just, I mean, the jury is a fresh horny prom date, and Alan Jackson is the star of the football team and the homecoming king. He has got that jury. That's done. It's done. The jury is owned by this defense. It's done. I don't. This should have never gone to trial, considering the fact that Lolly hasn't even begun to build a case against Karen Reed, to present a case against Karen Reed. He hasn't even begun to do it. Dude, we're in the third week. This is the beginning of the third week into the prosecution presenting their case in front of that jury, and they have not done shit. And think about how this all works out for Turtle Boy. Think about that shit. Think about that shit. Turtle Boy was ejected from that courtroom. I mean, Julie Albert called Buchanan Bukaki in open court in front of a jury. This is insane. This is the most insane shit I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen anything like this.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
Thank you for the super sticker, Laney. Appreciate you. Shit. I almost fucking ended the stream by accident. Fuck. Yeah, this is the craziest shit I've ever seen, man. This is the craziest shit I've ever seen. Hold on a second here. Dude, NBC Boston has that picture in their thumbnail now. The picture taken on January 22nd. It is amazing. Oh my God.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super cat.
I'm a baffled. Thank you so much. Thanks for sticking with us. Get some lunch. I think I will do that. I'm going to keep streaming. I'm just going to replay like some of this cross. Just from an hour in, basically here. Thank you. I'm baffled so much. I appreciate you. Hold on.
Talking about the physical phone. That physical phone.
Oh my
becomes a
God.
brick when
Hold
you
on.
turn it in, correct?
Correct that it becomes a brick? I don't know.
Oh, don't play stupid. You know what he means.
Data left on the phone. I'm not
The rational nonconformist. Thank you for covering this case. So much reasonable doubt. It's insane that anyone thinks this is a slam dunk guilty case. Mental. Listening while washing the dishes in the mountains. Well, I'm glad that you're listening. Thank you so much. And I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you guys, man. I really appreciate it. I'm going to let my my stream go from the last hour. I'm going to step away for a bit. That's why I got the replay thing here just to indicate so you're not watching this live. And I will be back shortly, guys.
I'm talking about backup data onto a cloud. I'm talking about that phone.
So the old phone, yes.
Yeah, it's just everything on it's destroyed, correct?
Right, although some of the data transfers to your new phone.
And you're aware that the very data that you were ordered to preserve would have been destroyed, according to you, the day before.
There you go.
Correct?
Rephrase your question or ask
Get
me
the
a question.
fuck out of here. Come on.
If you're, are you claiming that you got rid of your phone on the 22nd?
I upgraded my phone around that. I'm not sure if that's the exact date.
The song and dance is all the jury needs to see.
I don't think it was after the 22nd.
Could have been the 24th?
No,
Could have been the 25th?
no.
So you're absolutely sure that you could not have upgraded your phone and gotten rid of it anytime after the 23rd when this judge ordered that it be preserved?
No.
Because you know that if you got rid of that phone after you had been notified that you were ordered by a court to preserve it, you'd be committing a felony.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Yeah, nobody's coming to help you, bro. Like,
So you now claim that you got rid of
you're
the
done.
phone on September 22nd, 2022. Hours before you were ordered to preserve it. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Is that just a coincidence?
September 4th was my birthday. The phone was broken and failing. I had planned on getting a new phone, and that just happened to be the day that I got it.
Happy birthday. Is that a coincidence?
Objection.
Sustained.
Happy birthday, bro. Was it a coincidence or not? Holy
asked
shit,
at another
dude.
hearing in June of 2023, that exact question, correct? Whether it was a coincidence. You remember that?
I don't.
You recall being asked, quote, so it's just a coincidence that within minutes, hours, or days.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let's hear the question first.
Within minutes, hours, or days of you trading in your phone, that phone you had in January of 2022, that you were ordered to preserve it. Answer, yes. Question, that's a coincidence? Answer, yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll let that stand.
Yeah, dude. Lolly, you're the worst lawyer ever, bro.
Yes.
And that's
Stop.
what you're saying today to these jurors. Just
Yeah.
a coincidence.
Yes.
Did you and Brian Higgins agree with each other that you were both going to get rid of your phones?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
You testified at the other hearing in June of 2022, quote, I don't recall saying that I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that, you know, there's personal stuff on my personal phone. I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things, end quote. Remember testifying to that?
Yes.
So you're not ruling out the fact that you may have told Brian Higgins that you intended to get rid of your phone, correct?
No.
You're not ruling out the fact that Brian Higgins may have told you that he intended to get rid of his phone.
No, I don't remember him saying that to me.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote. You testified to that, didn't you?
Yeah, I have no idea what he was going to do.
I'm asking, are those your words? Did you testify to that under oath?
Yes, although I don't know the context of the time that they were asking
Wow,
that question.
dude. Come on.
No, not the date of the hearing, but when they were asking if and when that conversation took place.
Does it really matter? When it took place?
I think so, yes.
Well, you talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of your phones. When do you think
Right.
you had that conversation?
I don't think I talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of my phones.
Well, you just said you can't rule out the fact that you had conversations with Brian Higgins about your phones and possibly getting rid of your phones. Right?
No, I don't think that's what I said.
You two discussed the fact that you both wanted to get rid of your phones.
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins at all.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones, sir. Correct?
Correct that that's what you're
So if you're having conversations with Brian Higgins about the phones, what the heck were you talking about?
Right.
I don't know the timing of when they asked when those conversations were.
Mr. Albert,
So
I'm leaving it open to you.
Oh.
I don't care when it was. I'm asking you, have you ever had a conversation with Brian Higgins about your phones, respectively?
we may have, I can't remember that conversation specifically.
Then why in June of 2023 did you testify, I know there were conversations about the phones with Brian Higgins, end quote.
I'm not sure of the context of that.
So now you just can't remember.
No, I don't think I could remember during that testimony either. I think if you read the whole thing, I think I said I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Come on, bro.
I
Stop.
know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he said he was going to get rid of his phone or not. End
Right.
quote.
Right.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So now as you sit here and you answer my question, did you and Brian Higgins have a conversation about your phones?
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins.
Bro, he just read the shit out loud and you agreed to it.
Before I shift gears, you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone, correct?
I am not aware of that until after the time you're talking about.
So without qualifying your answer my question. As you sit here, you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone.
I know at some point Brian Higgins.
Yes or no, Mr. Albert?
Did he?
Yes or no, dude?
Can you answer that yes or no, sir?
Answer the
Yes.
question.
Now I'd like to shift gears and talk a little bit about Michael Proctor. Did Michael Proctor
Woo!
come into your home at 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
Michael Proctor?
January 29th?
I want to make sure I'm not talking about Officer Lang, Officer Good.
Right.
Michael Proctor from the Massachusetts State Police. Did he come into your home on January 29th?
He conducted an interview with my wife, and I don't remember if it was the 29th or the
Holy
30th.
shit. He said Michael Proctor never came.
That's what you're asking.
Michael Morrissey said Michael Proctor never came
Wasn't
to
that interview
34 Fairview on the
February
29th.
3rd?
I feel like it was earlier than that, but it could have been February 3rd.
Okay. Presume for purposes of my question that it was February 3rd that Michael Proctor interviewed your wife.
Oh, he's
Then
even giving him
not have come into
leeway.
your home on the 29th, 30th, 31st, 1st, and 2nd.
Right.
And you know from your training, obviously, as a first responder, the first 48 hours of an investigation are absolutely critical, correct?
Objection.
He knows that shit. I know that shit.
In that context, I don't.
Next question. I mean, you're aware there's a TV show called First 48.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you think the first 48 hours of a criminal investigation are critical?
Objection.
You do know that the longer you wait to properly investigate anything, the better chance that evidence can be manipulated or destroyed, right? You would agree with that.
Yes.
Did an investigator or any forensics team ever come into your house, ever, to photograph your entire home?
No, I wish they had.
Did an investigator, yeah, me too.
Objection, Your Honor.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to search for physical evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or a forensics team ever come into your house to search for trace evidence?
Dude.
No.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to take carpet samples flooring samples from the basement, for instance?
No.
And to this day, you're aware that that's never happened.
Yes.
Sir, you were in the Marines before you were a police officer, correct?
Yes.
You're a combat veteran?
Yes.
How long were you in the Marine Corps?
4 years.
During the course of your Marine and military training, did you have any training in hand-to-hand combat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
In addition to your Marine
I
training,
eat breakfast 200 yards away from Cubans that are trained to kill me.
Academy or otherwise, on basic hand-to-hand combat.
No.
So that's not part of the academy?
Not hand-to-hand combat. No.
Fighting techniques, use of batons, things of that nature.
Defensive tactics.
Defensive tactics. Okay, that's fighting.
Oh,
right?
Well, it's not hand-to-hand combat. No.
Okay.
No. Yeah, because a Marine would never be trained to actually fight their enemy.
Training on how to
Right.
either defend yourself or control another person physically.
Yes.
I mean, they're not going to send you out there on the streets completely ill-equipped. They need to know that you know how to defend yourself and how to put somebody in custody that doesn't want to be in custody, correct?
Yes.
Or defend the freedom of our nation? I don't know.
And beyond your Marine training and your police training, you're independently trained in techniques of fighting.
Have I boxed before? Yes.
And you've trained in boxing. It's not like you just walk up and smack a heavy bag, right?
Right.
You'd have to rephrase.
You've trained. You're a trained boxer. You're a trained fighter.
I've boxed in the past, and I've trained to box. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'd hit a heavy bag.
Why can't you just say yes then?
But I'm not a trained fighter. You're a trained fighter.
All right, so there's an objection. You were standing, Mr. Lally.
Yes, sir.
Jurors, disregard that. Mr. Jackson, no comments, just questions, please.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, your boxing skills were featured in a TV show that you were featured in as well.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
No?
No?
Turtle Boy went over it last night.
No.
You're never shown on TV in a ring sparring with somebody?
I may have been shown training, but I don't think I was having a boxing match. No.
Okay, I wasn't.
The only reason I don't show it is because I get dinged. Copyright struck.
TV show that ever showed you in a ring boxing.
Well, that's not what you asked me, but if you're asking me that now, yes.
I'm asking you that now. I apologize. My questions are somewhat inartful.
Yes.
You understand the question now?
Yes.
And you have been shown, I use the word featured, you've been shown on television in a boxing ring.
Yes.
Sparring.
I haven't seen the video in a while. I'm not sure if I was sparring.
If we can, Your Honor.
Wow, bro. Dude, you are the worst liar ever, dude.
Okay.
There's a clip starting at time of day 11:47 and 15 seconds to 11:48 and 35 seconds, maybe a minute and a half. Can you enhance that?
Here we go with the grab assing video.
Pause. Do you see the two men in the foreground?
Yes.
Who are those two men?
Looks like myself and Brian Higgins.
Does it look like yourself and Brian Higgins, or is that yourself and Brian Higgins?
Yes, it is.
Okay. You go ahead and play that.
I'm going to touch you. No, yeah, I'm going to touch you. I'm going to touch you first. No, you can't touch me. I'm going to touch you. Come here. No, come here. Come here, you. Come here, you. You sexy man. You're sexy man. Forget it. Forget it. Nah. Oh, anybody else want to touch me? Who wants to come over and touch me? Anybody want to come touch me? No? You don't want to touch me? No, I'm going to come over there and touch you. I'm going to come over there and touch you. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're a tough guy, huh? I'm a tougher guy.
I'm a tougher guy. Come here. Now, come here. Come here. Let's hug it out. You gonna hug it out? No, no. You're like, come in. Now, I'm gonna touch you. Don't touch me. I'm gonna touch you. Let me touch you. Touch you last. I touched you first. You touched me last.
I've got one more clip to play, but I have a couple of questions, Your Honor.
Let's take it down and you can put the other one up after the questions.
It was displayed on that video.
Yes.
Had you seen that before?
Part of it, yes.
Is that what you and Mr. Lally went over in your preparation for your testimony?
I don't think that we went over it, but he showed me a quick clip of it.
When you say he showed you a quick look, did he ask you questions about it?
I don't think so, no.
Did you give him any answers about it?
No,
Any explanations?
no, just,
He just showed you the clip and.
yeah, he just said, yeah, it looks like we were fooling around.
Okay, so you did make an explanation. You've given him
Yeah,
an explanation for it.
right. I said, I think we were just fooling around.
Okay, it's the same thing you told us this morning, right?
Right.
We're just fooling
Yeah, just having fun with my friends and hanging out and fooling around. Having fun with my friends, hanging out, just being silly.
Describe physically what you were doing in the video.
I was playing around, sort of getting in a boxing stance.
And I asked him if he wanted to come back to my place and watch Top Gun
Yeah,
afterwards.
for a second, yes.
Okay, and what did Brian Higgins do when you got into a fighting stance?
It looked like he was kind of doing the same thing.
Got into a fighting stance as well, correct?
Yeah,
What were you two talking about? You tell you talking.
yeah. I don't know what we were talking about. We were just being silly, fooling around, having fun.
Were you giving him advice on the proper way to get into a fighting stance or a boxing stance?
No,
You giving him some advice or some indicators about how to best position himself if someone is taking an aggressive stance against him?
no.
Is he telling you what he thought was a good technique for fighting or boxing?
I don't think it was that serious. We were just playing, fooling around.
But both of you were in fighting stances.
I wanted to be Maverick. He wanted to be Maverick. I
Yeah,
wanted
for a
him to be
second or two.
Goose.
And Mr. Higgins, you saw him bob his head and start walking up toward you like a boxer might, correct?
Yeah, yes.
And then
We
you got
we
down
settled that
over
Higgins
your,
would be Iceman.
Pant legs up and you squatted down to indicate getting low, having low center of gravity, correct?
That would know that's indicating being silly.
Okay. And
That's
then at
not.
some point while you're being silly, you then faked a right punch toward him, correct?
I didn't notice that, but I'm not sure.
Can we take a look at the next part of this clip, which is at time of day 11:55 and 51 seconds. I'm sorry, 11:54 and 52 seconds.
No, I'm Maverick. No. I'm Maverick. You're Goose. You're Goose. No, I'm not Goose. If anything, I'm Iceman. Okay, you could be my wingman anytime.
Okay, there's several individuals crowded around a table. Can you describe where you are and where Mr. Higgins is?
Brian Higgins is the guy on the right with the hooded sweatshirt and the emblem on the back. I have a pointer. Do you want me to use it?
That'd be great.
So that's Brian Higgins, and that's me.
Okay, go ahead and play this.
Caught in your jet wash, Mav. I'm caught in your jet wash. Wow. Wow.
Yes.
What did you do when you slapped his right arm?
What did I do?
What did you do? What did you do?
It looks like I'm just being silly, fooling around.
Okay, I'm going to ask you for a little bit more physical description. What are you doing? Why are you grabbing him?
What are you doing,
I
bro?
don't really know.
What are you doing?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Oh my God.
Bear hugging somebody? No. That's just a silly fooling around with my buddy.
Alan Jackson said, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" This is the best shit fucking ever, dude. Come on, dude. Dude, what are you? You got me too tight.
Easy, Cougar. Easy, Cougar. Just,
See what Mr. Higgins
just
did?
a walk in the park, Cougar.
I did, yeah.
When you let him go, what did he do?
I don't know. He did some kind of, I don't know, he pretended to knee me or something.
Knee to the abdomen?
Yeah, I don't know if it made contact or not, but
I'm not suggesting by my questions that you two are actually in a fight.
right.
I'm asking what he's doing. Does it seem to?
Oh my God. Yeah, I don't.
That he's playing like or practicing like techniques in fighting.
I don't know what his intent was. It looks like he's just fooling around, just like I was.
But if a grown man walks up to you, grabs you from behind, and
Grown man, bro.
your solar plexus, that's probably not the same as a high five, right?
What is your question?
In other words, it looks like he's practicing some sort of fighting technique.
Practicing? That's not how I see that.
How would you describe it?
I would just describe it as him fooling around. We're in the bar together. We're good friends, and we're just being silly and fooling. That's all.
There's a number of people in that bar. You would agree with that?
Yes.
You see anybody else in that video at any time getting physical with one another?
Objection.
How much of this video have you actually watched?
Not much.
Okay, then let me ask a different question. From your memory of that night, who are the only two people in the bar that seem to be getting physical with one another?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. The only person I remember being physical with was fooling around with Brian.
But just a little bit longer. Almost finished.
Dude. Come here. Come here. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. You could be my wingman anytime. You said that already. Yeah, I know I said it already, but I'm going to say it a lot. Anytime. Anytime. Come here, you. Come here, you. Kicked ass in that volleyball game, by the way.
Yes.
No question that you two are being friendly with one another, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
But there's also no question that of all the people in that bar, the only two people that appear to be imitating fighting are you and Mr. Higgins, correct?
In that video, yes.
Bruh.
And is there another video?
Well, no, I just don't know what everybody else was doing in the bar.
Do you remember anybody else? You know, Julie Albert or
I don't remember.
Nicole getting into a scrap with someone?
No.
That was just you two, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, this is minutes before everybody headed to your house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Including John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Going back to the morning of January 29th, everyone had left your location. This is after you had already arrived, had a couple of beers, people started leaving. Everybody was gone from your location at about 1:45 a.m., maybe a little thereafter.
That seems right.
Caitlyn being the last person to leave.
I believe so, yes.
What did you do to get ready for bed, to settle in?
I went upstairs and just lied in bed. The TV was on. I was just kind of watching TV.
You have a nightstand?
I do.
Is it on your side of the bed or Nicole's, or you have one on each?
We may have had one on each in that house.
Put your phone on your nightstand?
No.
Where'd you put your phone?
The phone was in bed with me.
So your testimony is that you get in bed after being on a road trip all day long, then at restaurants, and at bars, then at a get-together at your house. And when you go to bed, you don't charge your phone?
No. I had the phone in the bed with me.
Why would you have the phone in bed?
We have 5 kids, and you know, if somebody was trying to call or if I needed to reach them, it's just kind of a habit I do. I put my reading glasses and my phone in bed with me.
And you don't charge it?
Sometimes I charge it, but not as a routine, no.
So you're worried about having your kids out. They might need to get a hold of dad So you make sure that your phone is nice and close, but it can just run out of batteries?
Well, if it's dying, then I'll put it in the charger. But if not, I just leave it on the bed.
And what about that night?
That night, the phone was on the bed.
How do you know?
Well, I remember the phone being on the bed.
You have a specific recollection from 2.5 years ago about the state of the battery charge on your phone such that you know it was in your bed that night.
No, I just know as a routine, I keep my phone on the bed with me.
That's not what you just said. You just said it depends on whether or not the battery needs to be charged, just whether or not you charge it.
My answer is that sometimes I, of course, charge my battery,
Of course you have.
but I sleep with the phone in my bed.
Every single night?
Yes, mostly every night.
I thought you just said 4 questions ago, it depends on whether or not the phone needs to be charged. Sometimes you keep it in the bed, sometimes you put it on the charger.
If the phone needs to be charged, I charge it, but I sleep in bed with my phone.
Mr. Albert, did your phone need to be charged that night?
I don't remember if it did, but I slept in bed with the phone.
You've been on a road trip most of the day, correct?
Yes.
You've been out at bars that night, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You weren't charging your phone. We saw the video. You weren't charging your phone at the bar.
Right.
So when you got home, clearly put your phone on a charger, didn't you?
But I did not.
So if your kids needed to get a hold of you, why would the phone being in your bed be any assistance to you instead of just on the charger at the nightstand?
That's just what I've always done. I just keep it in my bed. My wife does the same thing.
So now you've got 2 phones in the bed.
Yes.
Okay. And your glasses.
Yes.
Right between the 2 of you.
Yes.
Got it. Your phone have a ringer on it?
It does.
Ever thought about maybe turning the ringer on just in case the kids need to get a hold of you?
Sometimes it's on vibrate. Sometimes it's on ring. It depends.
Yeah, depends on you. Just put it on ringer. Wouldn't that make more sense to go to bed, put it on ringer?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
No one fucking does that.
All I can answer is that I sleep with my phone in my bed. That's just what I do.
Dude.
And you know what I'm about to ask you. This is why you're saying you sleep with the phone in the bed, correct?
All
I
right,
s-
so that's sustained, that's stricken for Mr. Jackson.
All right. What else is in the bed with you? Your keys, your wallet?
It's all
your
good,
other
Your
pockets?
Honor.
No.
Just the phone and your glasses.
Yes.
And Nicole's phone,
Yes.
right between the 2 of you.
Right.
Usually, yes.
Yeah, because I like to roll over on my glasses when I
Yes.
sleep.
Sir, did you make any phone calls after you went to bed between the hours of 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Ha! Oh, shit.
I inadvertently called Brian Higgins.
What time?
I don't recall the exact time. After 2.
Inadvertently.
22 and 35 seconds. Does that sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Did you speak to Brian Higgins at any point between 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. that night?
No.
Lies.
You say you inadvertently called him at 2:22 in the morning.
Yes.
How did you inadvertently call him?
Well, I don't know because it was inadvertent.
I can't stop thinking about when you were
Well,
behind
it's
me
kind
at
of
the
like a
bar.
butt dial.
Kind of like a butt dial. All right. How long have you used an iPhone?
A long time.
What the?
As a matter of fact, you've been asked this question before, haven't you?
Yes.
Hence my question. You knew what I was going to ask you.
Right.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw. You indicated previously at a different hearing in June of 2023 that you were, quote, hanging out with your wife, and you must have butt dialed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Yes.
At 2:22 and 35 seconds on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how that could have happened, much like I just asked how that could have happened, right?
Yes.
And in that hearing, you said, quote, I'm not totally sure. Similar to what you just said here.
Yes.
And here you added that it could have been a butt dial.
Yes.
You were then called back to that same hearing, but at a different date, an ongoing hearing, right?
Yes.
That was in July of 2023, correct?
Yes.
You then changed your testimony and said, and I don't mean to be indelicate, but your testimony was then that you were in an intimate situation, put it that way, with Nicole at the time. And that's how you butt dialed Brian Higgins, correct?
I don't believe I said that's how I butt dialed Brian Higgins.
That's the time
I
that
think
it
I
was-
said there was a time frame that was close.
Coitus?
So I didn't say that, no.
What you said was you were in an intimate situation with Nicole at the time that the butt dial occurred, correct?
I'm not sure if you have something you can read me or show me.
Is it your testimony, let me just ask, is it
Sure.
your testimony that you and your wife were in the middle of some sort of sexual or intimate situation, and that's what caused you to butt dial the phone at that time at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
I mean, it's grand jury testimony, bro.
I have to show you.
Come on now.
Briefly.
Do you believe it? All right, folks. Let's kill a little time here. I ordered a pizza. I know I'm about as good with my diet as what's his name, Lank. I'm about as good with my diet as Lank is, but whatever. At least I work out. Lank isn't even doing that. Clearly. People, I got a little treat for you. Because this is just a couple days old, but I'm sure it aged well. I have not watched this yet, but I like to do reactions. So just for fun, let's check it out. Let's review. Yeah. Our favorite, most recent expert, criminal profiler Pat Brown on this case, and she wants to talk about the dog. Let's talk about the dog. Profiling with Pat Brown.
Hello, everyone. This is criminal profiler Pat Brown, and let's talk about
No, it's not criminal profiler. It's idiot.
the dog.
Wow.
Sometimes I get so frustrated trying to explain things because it's very hard to explain things.
I get so frustrated trying to explain things because it gets so frustrating hearing myself not make any fucking sense because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
When a lot of information is out there that is erroneous and is very manipulative. All right, so
It's very
what about
manipulative.
the dog? Okay, so
What about
there
the
was
dog?
testimony at the trial of Karen Reed about the German Shepherd dog that belonged to the Alberts and was rehomed. Oh my God. Oh, the dog, that was the dog that attacked John O'Keefe and left all that damage on his arm. Oh my God, that's the dog that did that. And that's why the Alberts rehomed the dog, to get rid of the dog. At least that's what the defense wants you to think. All right. Let me tell you something about how
Wait.
the defense works. When the defense
I have
has no
to.
case,
Okay, shut up, lady.
they go for
Shut up. I just stumbled onto something here. We gotta see. We gotta check this out.
It's on the curtilage of that yard. Anyway, that is what's being alleged.
This is live right now,
Just so we're
folks.
all on the same page. So this individual goes on to say that did Reed's defense attorney, David Yannetti.
So she's playing cleanup here because she's been a mouthpiece for the fucking Alberts and the McCabe's since I don't even know how long, but it's been months and months. And now it's all catching up to her. So now she's playing cleanup. Let's listen, shall we?
Accidentally or on
Like, look at the title. Wow, people are actually accusing ATF agent Brian Higgins of murdering John O'Keefe. Nobody said that. Nobody said that yet. Like, we haven't gotten there yet. What's on your mind, Miss? I had all this information on Chloe the dog before anybody. What's on your mind? What do you know, Twattendoffer? Because so far, it looks like they're building up to Colin, not Brian Higgins. Even though Brian Higgins does have motive, but there's been no accusations to my knowledge just yet. What's on your mind?
Purpose slip that Higgins might be facing criminal charges of his own when he described Higgins' interview with the feds as a proffer. Now, I think it's really important to understand a proffer. And, you know, you use them literally hundreds of times throughout your career if you're an FBI agent. When I say
she doesn't even have 100 people watching her. Jesus, lady. Look at my pause game. Y'all gotta love my pause game. Look at that shit.
they use them, it's a investigative tool that really the prosecutor uses in conjunction with the investigation. And it isn't a get out of jail free card. It's nothing like that. It just provides somebody the opportunity to speak about a particular set of circumstances. Now,
It means that they're getting something in exchange for their opportunity to speak for under a certain set of circumstances. It means that they got something in return for what they're saying. That's what it means. That's what it means. Now, do I think that Brian Higgins is? Do I think that the feds have enough to indict Brian Higgins for murder right now? No. I think that if they felt like he was actually responsible for John O'Keefe's murder directly, they would actually have charged him by now. I think that he knows what happened. Absolutely. I absolutely think he knows what happened. But I mean,
and I've said this before, Brian Higgins as an ATF agent and FBI agents and federal agents generally have to follow pretty strict rules. That includes no drinking on the job, no being drunk on the job, no driving drunk on the job. If you're doing that as an FBI agent,
you mean like, no drinking on the job, no going to your office at the Canton Police Department to sleep it off, as you stated he did. You mean like that? Okay.
agent, you would be fired. I know there's a particular DEA agent in this case that somehow maybe skirted that. I don't know. Maybe he was forced into retirement. I don't really know the details.
Okay.
But there are.
So here she's taking a jab at old Sean McDonough, our friend, Mr. Sean McDonough. So here she's taking a jab at him. But Sean's not on trial here. Neither is Brian Higgins. I mean, in all fairness, and neither is Brian Albert. But in the court of public opinion, he's absolutely on trial. He's absolutely on trial. That jury right now just made Brian Albert as a liar. He is absolutely a liar. Sean McDonough, so far, everything that he said has come to fruition here. I mean, there's no denying that. You could sit here and whine and bitch about it all you want. But the fact is that Sean McDonough, everything that he stated and all of the players, all of his inside information, it's all coming out. All of his predictions. Oh my goodness, what?
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
GTTV. Well, first of all, thank you. Not just for the super chat, but for the opportunity to respond to this fantastic super chat. I love when people pay $5 to say something stupid on my channel. There's usually a $10 minimum, but I'll let it slide. Karen's smile to Alan Jackson was so creepy. She definitely did it and is just a spoiled little brat getting her way again. I mean, I don't think that she made Brian Albert sit up there and lie. I don't think she made Brian Albert sit up there and give false testimony to a grand jury and then false testimony in her murder trial. I mean, you can blame Karen Reed all you want, but Karen Reed's just sitting there. Karen Reed did not put herself in the position that she's sitting in right now. The dude sitting on the stand questionably did. I mean, Karen Reed's just sitting there. Dude, if I'm Karen Reed right now, I'm definitely gloating. I'm gloating like a motherfucker. She's been waiting 2 years for this. Her family has been waiting 2 years for this. 2 fucking years to get that asshole on the stand and have to answer for his lies. And now we're getting it. Was that worth your $5, that response? I mean, send another one and I'll continue to talk to you. I'll talk to you all day.
Are strict rules you have to follow. I believe, first of all, I don't even know if a proper proffer took place. I want to hear if there was one, but none of us.
Yannetti stated in open court during a motions hearing that a proffer took place and read from it.
None of us have any evidence of that. Yannetti has said a lot of things. Yannetti also said very early in the case, listen, she didn't do anything on purpose.
Dude, Yannetti's not going to come up with a third-party culprit defense without being able to back up his accusations with receipts, with proof. Okay? Yannetti's not going to just stand there in front of a judge and just say things. It wasn't trial yet. Okay? He has to be able, if he's going to say certain things to a judge, he has to be able to prove it. Especially a judge who already is showing favoritism to the prosecution. She's going to say, show me proof. He's not going to say these things without proof. And the fact is Judge Bev has that 3,100-page document where I guarantee you that proffer agreement is in that 3,100-page document. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. The 3,100-page document that none of us have access to. But the defense does, the prosecution does, and Judge Bev does. The jury doesn't yet, but Judge Bev does. So try again. Little miss, I know how the law works.
This was an accident, before they say change strategy and tried to basically, at least in the court of public opinion.
Because they couldn't prove it yet. They didn't have enough information yet. because it only made sense. It's only consistent. Everybody keeps talking about this, but she admitted it and she said it was an accident. No. Stop it. Okay, what Karen Reed did, what you're accusing her of right now is consistent with her asking the questions, did I hit him? Did I hit him? I hit him with a question mark. Did I hit him? But when certain information starts to come to light that answers that question as no, her defense is most definitely going to use that.
Indict a 17-year-old, an ATF officer, a Boston police officer, and multiple other people of conspiring to kill John O'Keefe. No particular motive, by the way. I mean, the motives are so ridiculous that some beer bottles were left on the lawn and there was this huge feud going on. Come on.
Yeah. That's not what they're saying the motive is. The motive is that, at least Caitlyn Albert's motive, is that they were feuding neighbors. There's a whole TV show on like the ID channel. I don't even remember what it's called, but it's basically all about murders that take place as a result of feuding neighbors. I don't even remember what it's called, but there's a whole fucking series. It's a whole show, not just a mini series. I'm talking about an ongoing series on the ID channel where it's all murders that happened as a result of feuding neighbors. It's a very common motive. Let's see. Karen is laughing in court after being an abusive, toxic partner and murdering John O'Keefe. Sad. Wow. Karen's laughing in court because her accusers, those who were brought up to testify against her, have been shown that they are liars. The prosecution has not presented a case yet. Anything else? Any more brain busters there, GTTV? Please continue. Please continue.
Come on. You know, this was one of their children's birthday celebrations. It's so ridiculous. But anyway, I don't want to say it's so ridiculous because I know some people are still sorting through facts, and I don't want to seem like, you know, I'm disparaging the thought of anybody looking at all the evidence, because I do think it's so important. My evidence base is really all of the.
I love this. So what evidence were you looking at? Because my chat is full of people who have looked at all the evidence and has been for a long time, which is what drew us to the conclusion that Karen Reed was innocent, which drew us to the conclusion that Brian Albert is a fucking liar, which drew us to the conclusion that Nicole Albert is a fucking liar, which drew us to the conclusion that Chris Albert is a fucking liar, which drew us to the conclusion that Julie Albert is a fucking liar, which drew us to the conclusion that Jen McCabe is a fucking liar, which has yet to be shown in court. But all of the other names that I just mentioned, all have been shown and proven to be fucking liars in front of a jury in the last week. So, yeah.
This whole case has been spelled out for months in the documents, the filings.
I agree.
And also the defense's side has been spelled out. So it's kind of like we're getting to see it play out now in a courtroom. But there's no epiphanies happening right now.
What do you mean?
Basically, no epiphany.
No. Yeah. I agree with you. The epiphanies already happened when the rest of us actually looked at the evidence and read the documents. That's when the epiphanies happened. We're way past the epiphanies. This is a realization of these epiphanies. This is proof. There was theory and now proof. Are you with me, Twattendoffer? Are you with us? Because yeah, the epiphany already happened. Theory, proof. That's it.
For anybody who read hundreds of pages of documents. So for those of you just getting into this trial, I understand why you want to watch and listen and hear everything. And I can't wait to read your comments as to what you think in terms of the current testimony of Brian Albert, how you think he's holding up. If you've changed your opinion on Jackson, like Jackson more, like Jackson less. So I am interested in hearing your comments, certainly. I want to get back to this, though. I'm sorry if I keep digressing a little bit. So basically, this writer is saying, did Yannetti accidentally, on purpose, slip that he could face criminal charges? If he were going to face criminal charges, remember that federal investigation started long ago and has been going on for a long time, and it's been turned over already. The federal government has said we named no targets. Again, you can have a grand jury investigation and never have anyone indicted or have anyone no-billed. They're investigative in nature. And it made a lot of sense that there would be.
Stop. Okay, first of all, the only reason you're asking people to share their thoughts on Jackson and whether or not people like Jackson or not is so that you know whether or not you should absolutely start playing catch up, start playing cleanup. Like, at what point do you realize that you need to like backpedal? At what point? Like, at what point do you need to decide that you need to backpedal and go, oh shit? I mean, because like here you are, and you're saying that they've never named their target of their investigation. Actually, they kind of did. If you look at those letters, there's a point where they say, well, we don't understand why we are a target of your investigation. We don't feel that there's anything wrong with our investigation and the way that it's been conducted. And then the person in the letter states, well, Josh Levy's office disagrees. That to me is confirmation that they are the target of the investigation. We know they're the target of the investigation. Yannetti's not playing misdirection here. The prosecution's trying to do it, but they're doing it very poorly.
An investigative grand jury involved, because this was not investigation into a murder, because the FBI has zero jurisdiction.
She's right about that. This is not an investigation into a murder. It's an investigation into the investigation of the murder, where Michael Morrissey's office, the Norfolk County DA's office, the very DA's office that is trying Karen Reed right now, is under investigation, and how they conducted the investigation into the murder of John O'Keefe. This is the problem. Now, no, it's not their job to solve the murder, but I promise you that that's going to happen. Now, the problem is we may not actually get indictments on John O'Keefe's murder, mind you, because again, Chloe was rehomed. The flooring on the house was replaced. All of the evidence cleaned up. So there's no physical evidence of John O'Keefe's murder other than experts being able to say there's no way, he had to have been beat up. And then the only people that could have beaten him up were inside the house. The problem is that unless you get a confession or unless you get a key witness who says, I saw this person beat John up, Unless that happens, we may never get justice for John O'Keefe. There's a good chance nobody will ever actually be arrested for his murder. But this proffer agreement that we know is taking place, I believe we're going to get something. As far as Higgins goes, we're going to get something. My pizza's not even here yet, but the court's about to start. I'm still, I've got it pulled up here. So,
Investigation was regarding, was there public corruption? Were there people that conspired to, somehow kill John O'Keefe? And we've gotten the clear answer. I want you to remember Yannetti, Jackson.
The problem is that, again, unless somebody confesses or unless somebody says, I saw it happen and it was this person, John O'Keefe's injuries are not going to be enough because they have to be able to prove who inflicted those injuries. All we have right now is enough to exonerate Karen Reed. And we know that he must have suffered those injuries from inside that house. That's the only way. If you're not looking at Karen Reed anymore, you're looking at inside 34 Fairview, the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. That's it. There's no other way around that. There's no escaping that. There's only one other place to look, and that is inside that house, those early morning hours of that date. There's no other way to do it. Yeah, I know, Cherry. I already made fun of myself for messing up my diet. I know. So that's the thing is already, not only is there enough doubt, but in the court of public opinion, nobody's going to look at Karen Reed as the person who got away with murder. And every idiot like JLR who tries to say that she is guilty beyond that and that she's a guilty person who got away with it, they're going to lose any credibility. I mean, you have to be a moron to listen to Plevin at this point. You have to be a moron to listen to this asshole at this point. You have to be a moron to take anything that they say as anything credible at this point. We just watched Brian Albert get destroyed on cross-examination. We watched him get destroyed by having his own lies corner him. We watched him lawyer up in the middle of cross-examination.
And others saying, this wouldn't go to trial, not in their good conscience, I think Yannetti said. And that just wasn't true.
Right. Because Judge Bev is fucking corrupt. Yeah, I said it. Judge Bev is fucking corrupt. Judge Bev has personal ties to the Albert family. That is a fact. The same conflict of interests apply to her. And a motion was filed for her to recuse herself from this case, and she refused. Her brother represented Chris Albert, who lied on the stand many times and was just proven that he lied on the stand when he said he never met Karen Reed prior to the night of January 28th, 2022. Yet it turns out that they went out to a bar and got drunk together with Jen McCabe, with Brian Albert, with Brian Higgins, with John O'Keefe, January 22nd, 2022. January 22nd, 6 days earlier, 6 days prior. All right, here we go, folks. Oops, hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, folks. I'm getting there. I'm getting there, folks.
Are muted. So, Mr. Jackson, if I had realized that you only had a couple of questions left, we would not have taken the break when we did. So, Please.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want to address a couple of quick things that we talked about a little bit earlier. The September 22nd, 2022 date, recall that date?
Yes.
That's the date that you indicate that you believe you got rid of your phone or turned your phone in for an upgrade.
Yes.
Did you watch the proceedings that on this case, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, on September 22nd, 2022?
No.
You were not aware that that was the first date that I appeared on this case and it was nationally televised?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you aware that that hearing date of September 22nd, 2022 was a televised hearing?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you know about the hearing date of September 22nd, 2022?
I didn't know anything about it.
Knew nothing about it?
No.
Let me ask a different question. This is going to dovetail into an earlier conversation you and I had concerning statement that you gave to in June of 2023 to the other hearing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm fumbling the language a little bit, but you understand the hearing that I'm talking about.
Yes.
You had indicated a little bit earlier in my questioning that you did not recall saying something to the effect of, yeah, it's only possible that it was me who answered the phone. You remember saying that? That you didn't recall that?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, there's a highlighted portion of that transcript. If you just take a look at that, and when you're finished reviewing it, just look up at me and let me know.
Yes, I get it.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Mr. Albert, did that refresh your recollection as to the colloquy that you had with someone questioning you about this issue in June of 2023?
Yes.
And in fact, you testified as follows, question, can you just but then you?
Objection, Your Honor, as far as the reading.
As far as what?
Reading from the transcript, he's asked him if his memories are fresh.
All right, so go ahead and ask him a question. Don't read from the transcript.
Did you in fact say in answer to the question, if it's not your wife and it's not your dog, who else is it possible on earth to answer this phone? Answer, yeah, it's only possible that it's me. Did you say that?
Yes.
Just before the break, I was asking you about those, as you indicated, many phone calls that you traded between and among your family members and friends, including Brian Higgins. You recall that?
Yes.
Were those many calls an effort to get your stories straight about how you were going to, what statements you were going to give to law enforcement and how were you going to testify if this case ever went to trial?
No, absolutely not.
Were those calls, or those many calls, an effort to coordinate narratives between you and your friends and your family?
No.
Were those many calls in any way discussing the fact of creating a story of mysterious butt dials?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You were asked some questions prior to the waterfall.
Yes.
You were with friends and family, is that correct?
Yes.
You weren't specifically there with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant, correct?
No, I was not.
And
same with respect to the waterfall on January 28th. You were there with friends and family, is that correct?
Yes.
You weren't specifically there with Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant, correct?
No, they came unrelated to anything I was doing.
And you were shown some video from the waterfall from January 28th in which you were speaking at a sort of section of the table, correct?
Yes.
And was the defendant the only person in that section of the table?
No.
There were other people around her, behind her, is that correct?
You
Yes,
were
it looked like
playing
there were other people at the
grab
table
ass.
as well as situated right behind where she was sitting.
And those other people around her, behind her, those are people that you knew far better on January 28th than the defendant?
Yes, those are my relatives and friends, and that's why I was at that location.
You were asked some questions about going over to Ms. McCabe's house later on in the afternoon of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Why did you go over there?
I went to Jen's house because she's my sister-in-law. She was going through an awful time that morning, as we all were. And I wanted to be there to comfort her if she needed anything. Because we're so close, I didn't want her to feel like this was too much for her to handle.
Again,
What
how
a
long have
saint.
you known Ms. McCabe?
I've known Jen since she was probably 6 or 7 years old. She's like a sister to me.
Now, at your home on the January 28th and the January 29th, when people came back after the waterfall, did you at any point?
He said
in
that
time
like that helps his
go into
case.
the basement area of your home?
No,
Did Brian Higgins at any time go into the basement area of your home?
not that I know of.
Did you see anyone go into the basement area of your home during the time that you were there after coming home from the waterfall?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about your dog, Chloe, in that she wasn't great with strangers. What exactly did you mean by that?
All I meant was that she wasn't overly affectionate with strangers. She was a heavy dog. Not everybody likes dogs. So if there's going to be people at the house that don't know the dog, they might not particularly want her around them.
Wow. So it's everybody else's fault that the dog isn't friendly?
Or are you more concerned about Chloe yourself?
The people in the house, never has the dog, to my knowledge, been aggressive to anybody except for the time that there was a fight between two dogs.
Now, you were shown in Exhibit 66 that was sort of a drawing of your house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And had you ever seen that prior to today?
No.
And do you recall specifically within the drawing or the artist rendering of your house, there were certain lights on around the garage and the front door?
I did notice that, yes.
And do you recall whether or not those lights were on when you came home from the waterfall on January 29th?
I don't recall, but oftentimes those lights are off, and sometimes the bulbs don't even work in them.
And when Ms. McCabe comes into your bedroom sometime after 6 a.m. on the 29th,
Yes.
that was following a day in which you woke up in New York City and went to a funeral, is that correct?
Yes, I went to a funeral that morning in New York.
And that was for a fallen police officer from the New York City Police Department?
Yes, a police officer in New York that had been murdered while on duty, and that was his funeral.
And did you know that police officer whose funeral you attended? Objection.
The objection sustained. Next question.
Now, with reference to, you then drive all the way home from New York to Massachusetts, correct?
Yes.
And you went out to a couple of different places, had a couple drinks, correct?
Yes.
And then went back to your home and went to bed sometime around 2 a.m. or so?
Yes, after 2.
And so about how long had you been asleep from the time that you dozed off to the time that Ms. McCabe comes into your bedroom that morning?
Only a few hours, probably 3-4 hours, 3.5, 4 hours.
Now, in relation to waking up that morning, you testified that you did not go outside, correct?
Yes.
And why not?
Initially, when I woke up and I was told what was going on out front, I looked out my window and I saw some emergency vehicles. I did not see John at that time. I came downstairs with my wife and she asked, where was John?
Did you offer to help?
And Jen said that
Sustained. Next question.
What was your understanding of where Mr. O'Keefe was when he came downstairs?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
In reference to when you came downstairs, what was your understanding of medically what was going on outside your house?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Was there any reason for you to go outside of your house at that time?
no, there was not. At that time, there was no victim out in front of my house. So there was no first aid for me to give. There was nothing I could do.
Did you offer?
You were asking questions about the sort of bulkhead in the back of your house, correct?
Yes.
Where is that bulkhead in relation to the bay windows of the kitchen that you were testifying about?
So the bulkhead door is directly under the bay windows in the kitchen. The bulkhead door opens up almost directly into the windows, obviously without hitting them, but it opens up into the front of the bay windows.
What you saw as far as that video that was shown to you, that's not what the bulkhead looked like. That's not what the door looked like at that time on January 28th or 29th, 2022.
No, those are not the doors we had.
And as far as the bulkhead was concerned, when that bulkhead was opened around that time, what, if any, kind of noise would that bulkhead make?
A loud creaking, old rusty metal sound when you opened it.
Is that something that if it was open and you were in the kitchen area, you could hear?
Yes.
Now, in reference to that bulkhead, what, if any, security, or what if, was it open? Was it locked? How was that left?
So the bulkhead door was shut and it was broken. So sometimes you could turn the metal thing to lock it, and sometimes it would be hard to do. But the wooden door that goes into the basement has a lock on the doorknob. That is a door that we keep locked because we don't use it.
Now, as far as from the bulkhead, you were shown in that video a gate that opens up to the front yard area of the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, other gates are located on the fence in your backyard?
So we also have a gate on the rear part of the fence. And there's also a gate on the opposite side of the house.
And the gate in the rear area of the fence, where does that lead to?
So that leads to some woods, and then eventually you'll hit some train tracks.
Now, with respect to your phone, that was something that you had upgraded prior to any notification you received from the district attorney's office or anything in relation to preserving your phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that, as far as the information contained within the phone, there are certain types of information. Are you familiar with being sort of backed up by the cloud?
Yes.
Would that include calls?
It could.
Could that also include text?
Yes.
Could that include photos?
Yes.
Could that include contacts?
Yes.
And the information that you were shown as far as certain call logs or call records, as far as you know, was that generated after that September of 2022 date?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the preservation, that was in regard to a motion the council had filed for your physical phone, correct?
Yes.
You're also aware of a judge's order denying that repeatedly as far as them gaining access to your physical phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, it was denied on multiple occasions.
I'll strike the multiple occasions.
You were asked some questions about boxing, correct?
Yes.
And the boxing that you did, that was in relation to a group associated with the Boston Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And when was the last time that you were involved in any kind of actual boxing?
He's leading.
20, close to 20 years ago.
Now, with respect to some of the training that you were talking about, with respect to the Boston Police Department, you were given some training as far as defensive tactics, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that something that is standard, that is sort of given and administered to every Boston police officer?
Yes. And within the academy, you go to the defensive tactics training.
And that would include John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Wow. Not very smart, dude.
Your house.
Not very smart, Lolly.
You used to live 34 Fairview Road. What, if anything, did you observe or notice with reference to cell phone reception in that area of your home?
So oftentimes, using the phone within my house, it seemed like it was and it's a slang term, the dead zone for the phone. The reception wasn't great.
And is that something that recurred over the time that you lived there?
Yes.
Now, with reference to the phone and prior to the intimate moment that you shared with your wife sometime after 2 a.m., do you recall whether or not the phone screen was locked at that time? Were you checking that at that particular time?
I don't recall the exact timing, but I know it was opened sometimes and then it was closed, obviously, at some point, but I don't know the exact timing.
So the phone may not have been locked at the time that you began that situation with your wife.
It may not have been.
With reference to the call logs, the phone records that you were shown, best of your memory, is that the entirety of the phone calls that you made around that time?
No, it looks like it's selective people and numbers.
And with respect to those conversations, if you recall, what, if anything, in general terms, were you discussing with either those people in the logs or other people in general?
In general, I'm sure there was some discussion about the awful thing that had taken place, and there may have been other calls unrelated as well.
Can I have one moment?
Yes.
See, not very smart of Lolly to try to say, okay, well, John O'Keefe was trained in the same
The early morning of
boxing.
January 29th, 2022.
How would he know that?
Ever come into your house that night?
John never came into my house that night. He would have been welcomed, and the defendant would have been welcomed with open arms had they come in.
Wow,
And
dude.
I wish they had. I really do.
Were you ever even aware that John O'Keefe or the defendant were anywhere in the area of your house during that early morning of January 29th?
I was not.
Fucking liar. Fucking liar.
So Albert, you talked about cell phone reception not being good in your house. When did you and Mr. Lally talk about that cell phone reception issue?
The what?
The cell phone reception issue in your house.
It came up during one of the preps.
Which prep?
I don't really
Yeah.
remember which prep. Probably
Which
the last
prep,
one.
dude?
But you only had one prep with Mr. Lally.
Well, we had the prep before the grand jury, and then I had the prep for this trial.
So
that's two.
So you brought up the fact that you had bad cell phone reception in that preparation.
The conversation came up, yes.
Was Mr. Lally taking notes?
I don't recall if he was taking notes.
Was this recorded?
I don't believe so.
And where did you say this conversation took place?
So the prep was at the district attorney's office, which is in Canton.
This morning when I asked you, you said you couldn't quite remember where it took place.
You're right. I couldn't remember this morning.
And I asked you, could it have been the DA's office? And now your memory is refreshed?
Yes.
What refreshed your memory between this morning and now?
I was just thinking about it in my head and reminded myself that it was the DA's office. You caught me.
Okay.
You caught me off guard when you had asked me. I didn't have it at the top of my
No,
head.
he caught you on a lie.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally over the lunch hour?
Briefly,
Bring up the fact that you had bad cell reception in your house over the lunch hour?
just now, no.
What did you talk about over the lunch hour?
Just how much time I was going to have left on the stand. That was really about it.
So you and Mr. Lally talked about the fact that you've been on cross-examination for 2.5 hours and your conversation consisted of, you probably got another 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think he was going to lunch or doing something. So
So you didn't talk about the substance of your testimony?
no.
He didn't tell you what questions he was going to ask you on redirect?
Maybe mentioned one thing he may ask me, but that was it.
Like, what was that?
Get the fuck out of here. Come
Just
on.
he was going to ask about what happened at the house in the morning. That's, some of the questions on redirect. That's all.
Meaning he was going to ask you the question about whether or not John came in the house?
No, not necessarily.
One of the questions
Just-
or one of the
About whether or
questions?
not you had bad cell reception in the house?
No.
What was he going to ask you?
He was going to ask about the morning of the incident, about coming downstairs and why I didn't go outside.
Did he tell you what he thought would be helpful for the Commonwealth?
Nope.
Did he tell you how he thought you should answer that question?
No.
He did ask you about a situation concerning the motion to preserve, correct?
No.
I'm sorry. He asked you on redirect about the motion.
Oh,
to
yes.
preserve.
Yes.
And he mentioned that there was a motion that had been denied for the defense to get access to your physical phone, right?
Yes.
You're aware that that motion was denied in October of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You had already gotten rid of your phone a month earlier, hadn't you?
Yes.
And the preservation order from the judge was still in place when you got rid of that phone, wasn't it?
No, I believe the phone was upgraded prior to the preservation order.
Oh, right. The day before.
Yes.
That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Albert, you are all set, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jerry.
Your next
Thank,
witness,
thank
Mr.
you,
Lally.
Jerry. Thank you,
Yes,
Jerry.
We'll call Brian Albert Jr. to the stand.
Okay.
Brian Albert Jr. Okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the papers that were left up there with the last witness, I don't think are marked as anything. I just return them to counsel.
Step right up here. Just watch your step. Remain standing, face the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you.
Hey, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
This kid's gonna fuck up.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name is Brian Albert Jr., and it's Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
I live currently in Norwood, MA.
And how long have you lived in Norwood?
I believe I think it's about a year, since last May.
And prior to moving to Norwood, where did you live before that?
I lived in Canton,
And where specifically in Canada?
34 Fairview Road.
And how long was it, sir, that you lived at 34 Fairview?
I'm going to guess, but I'm going to say maybe about 10 years.
And how old are you now, sir?
I'm 25.
And with respect to both where you live in Norwood and where you live in Canton,
Mhm.
who, if anyone, did you live there?
Well, when I lived in Canton, I lived at one point with my 4 siblings, but then some of them moved out. And then in Norwood now, it's basically just me and my parents, and 2 of my siblings are at school. So they come home in the summer and stuff.
I'm 25, and they dress me like a chomo still.
Yes.
And your mother's name is Nicole?
Yes.
Now, do you work, sir?
Yeah, I do. I work in IT.
And how long have you been doing that?
That job will be a year, maybe a year in August, I believe.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the time frame of January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that specific time frame?
Yes, I do.
And with the 28th and the 29th, do you know roughly what days of the week that was?
Maybe a Friday and a Saturday, I believe.
This guy totally hangs out with Grant.
With respect to the 28th or the 29th, what if
Give
any
Grant your belt, bro.
those dates have?
Yeah, so the 29th is my birthday. The 28th was the day before my birthday, obviously.
That's
so I
Sherry's
had,
birthday, too.
A few friends over for my birthday.
And do you recall how old you were turning on the 29th, 2022?
That was what, 2 years ago? So I'd be 23, I think. Yeah, 23.
Now, in the week leading up to that weekend,
Mhm.
what, if any, plans did you have with respect to sort of the night before and the night of your birthday?
Yeah. So I was kind of up in the air. I didn't know if I wanted to go out. I'm kind of a homebody person. I like to stay at home. So I was kind of up in the air. So my plan was to have some of my friends over to my house. We would eat, have a couple of drinks, and then I would decide then if I wanted to go out locally in Canton or not. So that was my plan. And then a few days before, that's when we found out that the snowstorm was actually going to happen, because you know how they always say it's going to snow and it never does. So then that kind of threw a wrench in it, but I was kind of like, well, we'll see what happens. And so we went along with the plan.
And that particular evening of January 28th,
Yeah.
that's at some point people came over your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And about what time was it that your friends first started coming over?
I would say my friends first arrived probably around 7:30 p.m.
I already know what happened, bro.
Of your friend group that came to your house that night.
The first two were Sarah and Julie.
And just for the record, Sarah's last name is what?
Levinson.
And Julie's last name is
Nagel.
And
John O'Keefe walked into that house and saw this dude's collection of dolls made of real children. And then, you know,
family or anybody else that was present when
everyone took action.
I believe when they first got there, my mom was still at the house. She hadn't left yet to go out where she was going.
You know where she was going that night?
I believe she was going to the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
You know who, if anyone, she was going there with?
Yes, she got picked up by my Aunt Julie.
Do you want to see my synthetic baby collection?
I've known them, I would say, since high school. I think I was a sophomore and they're a year older than me. They were a junior. So probably a good 7, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years.
I call them my prosthetic children.
Well, we were just hanging out. I had a few more friends who were on their way, so they came after. Probably around 8 o'clock, I would say, 8:15. They were there, and we were just all hanging out, listening to music. We ate some food. I think we played some card games. Just normal hangout stuff.
And over the course of this evening, did yourself and your guests, did you also have some alcohol?
No, yeah, people were drinking. Yeah.
Recall, generally speaking, what people were drinking?
Mostly like seltzers, like White Claws or Trulies and stuff like that.
I was drinking Campari and
Some
Robitussin.
friends came about a half hour or so after Julie and Sarah arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who were they?
They are. Do you want their full names or?
Please.
Okay. They are Catherine Duty. Catherine,
Duty.
Trying to think. Emily Fabiano. Courtney Alba. And I think that's it that I can recall as I sit here.
And with respect to those other friends, how did you know them? How long did you know them?
I knew everyone from school. We all went to high school together. So the other ones were in my grade. So we were closer friends because they were in my grade. So I've known them for a long time.
And just to be clear, when you say from school, you're talking about high school?
High school, yes.
You went to Canton High School, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Now, with respect to having your friends over your house, was where sort of within the house were you all sort of hanging out?
We would all just kind of hang out. Probably, I would say, and mostly in the dining room. The dining room and the kitchen were kind of like one big open space. So we would be like in the kitchen or the dining room. And sometimes I think we may have like walked into like the family room area, sat down for a little bit, but mostly it was just the dining room and the kitchen.
And the family room area, is that visible from the kitchen and dining room area?
There's a wall, but there is a doorway, door frame. So you can't see all of the family room, but you can see a good amount of it, yeah.
And as far as each of your respective friends that you were testifying come over to your house that night, do you have any idea how they got there?
No, I don't know. None of them drove. I know that. So I would assume that they got dropped off by someone, but I don't know who.
So there wasn't like a pile of cars like out in front of your house at any point during the evening?
No, there wasn't.
Now, later on that evening, who, if anyone else, came by the house?
Well, my cousin Colin arrived at the house at some point. And then my mom and my dad and them came back from the waterfall back to the house at some point as well.
Now, with respect to your cousin Colin, his last name is Albert as well.
Yes.
How is he related to you?
He is my first cousin. He's my dad's brother's son.
And his father would be Christopher Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
He's older, younger?
Is Colin younger than me?
Yes.
Yes, he is.
About how old was Colin around this time?
maybe 17, I think.
So was he in high school around this time?
I would assume so, yes.
And if you recall, how was it sort of that Colin came over to your house that night? Did he reach out to you at any point? Did you reach out to him?
Yeah, I don't exactly recall how he knew. I don't know how he knew that I was at my house. But at some point he did call me and said, "Oh, are you still at your house?" And I said yes. And he said, "Do you mind if I come by?" And I said, "No, of course you're welcome to come by."
And with regard to earlier at your house, when you indicated that your mother went out to the waterfall, she went out with Julie Albert, correct? And that's your aunt?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I asked you about 3 different questions.
No, it's all right.
As far
That
as,
should say officer
Colin's
down.
concerned, Julie is Colin's mother.
Yes.
Do you recall about what time it was that Colin came by the house?
I don't recall exactly. I would say maybe closer, maybe 10:45, 11 p.m.
And as far as the other people at the house, the women that you had over, did Colin know any of them?
Women that you had over.
Yeah,
Come
Colin
on.
knew some of them
Stop
just
it.
from being in the same town. Colin's older brother is just 1 year older than me. So Colin's brother is in some of the greatest, some of the girls, in the greatest, some of the girls that were there. So that's how he knew them.
And just to be clear, Colin's older brother is also named Christopher Albert.
Yes.
And
I work in IT, but I have a beet farm.
now when Colin came over to the house, as far as the things that you were describing before, as far as hanging out, is that essentially what continued after Colin's arrival?
Yeah, he was just another addition. We just were continuing to do the same stuff, hanging out.
Now, with respect to within the home, you've mentioned sort of the kitchen, the dining area, and the family room. Were there any other areas of the house that anybody went to during the course of the evening?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, there's a bathroom, but it's just off the kitchen. So I assume the bathroom. But that's really it. We didn't go anywhere else than that first floor area.
So mainly in the first floor, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see anybody at any time go down to the basement?
No.
Did you see anybody at any time go upstairs?
Not to my knowledge, no.
You mentioned that at some point, your parents and some people that were at the waterfall came.
His leg is really itchy.
Yeah. So first a group of my friends had left my house. And I think that was probably around, they were only there for a few minutes while Colin was there. So I would say probably around 11:10, a few select people left the house to go home. So at that point, it was just me, Colin, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson at the house until my parents arrived.
And so Courtney, Catherine, and Emily would have left at some point shortly after Colin arrived.
Yes.
And when your parents came home, if you recall, what was sort of the order of, do you recall about what time that was?
I would say that would be right around midnight, I would say, maybe 12:05, 12:10-ish in that area.
And just turning back to Colin for a second, do you recall, do you know how Colin came to be at your house?
Like how he was dropped, like if he was dropped off?
Yeah, yes. Did you know whether or not he drove there, was dropped off there, similar to the other people that you were
I know he didn't drive there, but I would assume he got dropped off. He didn't say how he got there though.
Right, so we'll strike, you don't know how we got there.
Okay, yeah.
And as far as the order of people that arrived back at your home, who were the first people to arrive back at your home from the waterfall?
The first people to arrive were my mom, my dad, my sister Caitlyn, and my dad's friend Brian Higgins.
And prior to that evening of January 28th, had you met Mr. Higgins before?
I don't recall ever meeting him. I could have met him in passing, but I don't ever formally remember meeting him, no.
Do you recall ever seeing him at your house at Fairview Road prior to that?
I don't think he'd ever been there that I have saw, no.
And as far as Colin was concerned, when your parents and your sister and Mr. Higgins arrived, in relation to that, when did Colin leave?
Colin was actually getting up and leaving as they were coming into the house.
And similar to, do you know how Colin left your house or how whether or not he drove or was picked up or anything?
Yeah, he was sitting at the table and I was actually sitting right next to him and he stood up and said, "I'm leaving, Allie's picking me up." And so I knew who Allie was because she's my cousin.
And what is Allie's last name?
McCabe.
And she's your cousin as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Is she Colin Albert's cousin?
She's not Colin's cousin. No, she's my cousin on my mom's side.
And so Colin would be your cousin on your father's side?
Yes.
And
Still a
following,
first cousin, though.
Your father, your mother, your sister, and Mr. Higgins' arrival at the home, where did they sort of congregate within the home?
In the same area that we were, in the dining room, in the kitchen area. My mom got home and I know she went right to cleaning because she likes to clean. So she was in the kitchen picking up. And yeah, we were all just in that one area.
And following their arrival back at the home, who, if anyone else, showed up at your home that particular evening?
And then I would say maybe 10 minutes later, my auntie JJ, well, her name is Auntie Jen, but I call her JJ, and Uncle Matt arrived at the house.
I call her
Auntie
JJ.
And your Uncle Matt, what is their last name?
McCabe.
And was that, their arrival, was that before or after Colin had left?
Colin had already left at that point, yes.
And so the alley that Colin was picked up by, what, if any, relationship does she have to your Auntie JJ and your Uncle Matt?
That's their daughter.
Now, throughout the course of the evening, well, let me ask you this, as far as, when was it that the last person who didn't live at your house on Fairview Road, when was it that the last person?
The last, I wouldn't know I couldn't tell you the time. Well, the last people to leave were Auntie JJ, Uncle Matt, Sarah, and Julie. I don't know exactly what time that would be. I can't even guess. I don't know.
And you mentioned your sister, Caitlyn, is that?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I was just thinking of her as my sister, like sibling. So she didn't live in the house. So she was the last person to leave.
And prior to her leaving is when your Auntie JJ and Uncle Matt. And
Yes. Yeah.
so with respect to
I
after.
thought Brian said she left before everybody, unless I'm wrong.
Aunt JJ and your Uncle Matt McCabe arrived at the house. Who, if anyone else, came by the house that you were aware
No one.
of? Well, let me ask it this way. As far as anybody else following them actually physically come into the house?
No one else came into the house after them, no.
And at some point, were you made aware of someone out in front of them?
I saw someone outside of the house, yes, a car.
And what was it that sort of drew your attention to the front area?
Yeah, so at some point, my friend Julie stood up and said, "Oh, my brother's outside." Her brother was there to pick her up. And someone made a comment.
Peggy Hayden.
Oh, no.
Not what they said. What happened as a result?
Okay. She went outside to talk to her brother. And so I looked out the window at that point. And she was outside talking to her brother. So his truck was there. And I saw another car there as well.
Oh, shit. Here we go.
With respect to your friend Julie Nagel, her brother, what is his name?
His name's
Ryan.
Nagel.
And if you recall the time that Julie gets up and goes outside to talk to her brother, where were you within the house?
I was still sitting at the dining room table.
And with regard to that area of the dining room table, how is it that you were able to see out in front of the house?
There's two windows there. So I just turned around and looked through the blinds.
And when you look through the blinds, what is it that you saw out in front of your house at that time?
Yeah, so I saw a truck, which was Julie Nagel's brother's truck, I believe. And that was a little ways, almost like in front of the driveway of the house. And then a little ways in front of it, there was another car that I hadn't recognized before. It was a dark SUV-ish. And that's all I knew about it and could see about it.
Now, similar to yourself, who, if anyone else from sort of the group of people, either in the kitchen or in the house, did you observe near a window or a door that was looking out that?
I believe my Uncle Matt McCabe noticed the car outside as well.
Interesting.
And with respect to the dark SUV that you didn't recognize,
Did you see a 6'2" man lying in the yard?
Nagel's brother lying in his truck. Was there anything in between the truck and the dark SUV that you saw outside?
Not to my knowledge, I didn't see anything, no.
And as far as the weather, when you looked outside, what, if anything, did you know about the weather?
It was definitely snowing. I wouldn't know how many inches, but I would say an inch or two of snow at that point.
And no 6'2" man lying in the yard.
Out in front of your house, those two vehicles, do you recall which direction they were facing?
Yeah, they were both facing, going up Fairview towards Cedar Crest. So whatever this is, I don't know.
Well, let me ask you probably in a better way. As far as what was facing towards your house, was that the driver's side or the passenger side of
Oh,
each of the vehicles?
that would have been the passenger side.
And
Right.
that's with respect to both vehicles, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at any point in time during the time that these vehicles were out in front of your house, do you recall hearing anything or any sort of noises coming from the front of your house that drew your attention?
No, I didn't hear anything. No.
And as far as looking out the windows and seeing these vehicles in front of your house, how many times did you look out?
I believe I looked at that one time, and then I think I looked at one more time after that.
And as far as your friend Julie,
Mhm.
if you know about how long was she out in front of your house at that time?
I would say not more than 5 minutes, more likely about 3 or 4 minutes she was outside.
And when did you see her outside in relation to the truck as well?
Yeah, I saw her at the passenger door of the truck.
Now, that vehicle that you observed that you didn't recognize, the darker black SUV, was that vehicle in one place or more than one place during the times that you looked out the window and saw it?
Yeah, so the first time I looked, I would say it was closer towards the mailbox, maybe a little bit in front of the mailbox. And then the second time, the last time I looked out the window, it had moved further down, closer to, I'll say, the flagpole. So closer that way, it went down that way, towards the flagpole.
So closer to there's an area in the front of your yard where there's flagpoles, is that right?
Yes.
Now, as far as when it moved, as far as the weather and the snow was concerned, could you see anything in relation to the roadway in behind the SUV once it had moved from that initial position to the following position by the flagpole?
Yeah, I had noticed just some tracks in the snow, indicating that the car had moved up.
Now, your friend Julie, did she take that ride home with her brother Ryan at that time?
No, she came back in the house.
And as far as your friends, Julie and Sarah, they were still at the house when people from the waterfall came home. Do you know how they happened to go home on that particular evening?
Yes, my aunt, JJ McCabe and Matt McCabe drove them home.
And do you have any idea about what time that was?
No, I'm not really. I'd be guessing. I would say maybe one something, maybe.
Now, with respect to your sister, Caitlyn, who you indicated was the last person to leave the home that evening, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you awake or downstairs at the time your sister left?
I don't know if I was downstairs when she actually left, but I was down there for a minute when she was the last one present at the house with my mom.
And do you know how she was leaving the house that night or how she was getting home?
Yeah, I believe her boyfriend was picking her up.
What's her boyfriend's name?
Tristan Morris.
I'm gonna punch you in the face, turtle boy.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the following morning. At some point you go to bed. Do you know about what time it was that you went to bed?
I would say, I don't know, late 1, early 2 o'clock in the morning.
And your bedroom is in the second floor of the house, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And with respect to how many bedrooms are up on the top floor? Or what?
4, I believe.
And with respect to your bedroom, where was that in relation to sort of the layout?
My bedroom would have been the middle back of the house. So I had 2 windows, but they were in the backyard of the house. So the middle, but the back side.
So the 2 windows that from your bedroom face the backyard area?
Yes.
Now, at any point in time after you went up to your room, same question as before, were there any noises?
Thank you, Sarah.
Your attention outside of the home at any point prior to you waking up?
No, I didn't hear anything.
And if you know about what time was it that you woke up later on that morning of the 29th?
I can't recall the exact time. I'd say maybe, I know previous testimony I may have said earlier, but I don't believe it was that early. I would say 7:30, 8 a.m.
What was it that woke you up that morning?
My dad had knocked on my door.
Cobra clutch.
Without anything specifically that you and your dad talked about,
Mhm.
following that conversation, where did you go?
I just threw on some clothes and I went downstairs into the main first floor of the house.
I took off my dinosaur pajamas.
First floor area of the house. What or who, if anyone, did you see?
Yeah, so when I went down there, it was my mom, my dad, my auntie Jen, and my uncle Matt.
And about how long were you down in that area of the home?
I would say the first time I went down there, I would say I was down there for maybe 15 minutes or so.
You said the first time you went down, were there subsequent times after that?
Well, yes, I went back up into my room after I was down there the first time, and then I came back downstairs. And at that point, there was no one there besides me and my parents.
And that second or subsequent time that you came downstairs, I wanted to know about how long it was after the first time.
I would say maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe.
Now, with respect to your birthday, as far as what, if any, sort of ritual or thing do you have with regard to your Aunt Julie?
Oh yes. So my aunt likes to get me donuts. It started, I don't even know, probably when I was like in middle school. Because I used to really like donuts. So every birthday she would give me six donuts in a box and a card. And that was just our ritual. She would bring it over every day, every time it was my birthday.
And did you get those, as far as the donuts and the card and everything, at some point on that particular morning?
Yes, I believe that when I went downstairs the first time, the donuts and the card were there already. So I had known that she had come by and dropped them off for me.
Did you physically actually see your Aunt Julie on that particular morning?
No, I didn't see her then.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to show you a series of four photographs. I just asked you to look at those yourself. And then
Okay.
look up what you think.
Okay.
And just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, this is my old residence.
Old residence at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what's depicted in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the house looked like around that time?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Call Malta seat to introduce and admit as the next court exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Little?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, come on, man, with the pictures of the house. Like, it's necessary, though. I know a lot of people are thinking it, but it's necessary so that, the prosecution can say that everybody is on the same page as far as their memory of where this took place, blah, blah, blah.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that those three photographs be published in succession.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could first have, I believe it's 2592. Sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you? As I believe it should be exhibit 71, probably.
Yes, that's the same.
And again, just for the record, you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes, I do.
Now, before I get into the photograph, there is one other question that I need to ask as far as
Yeah, girls make them nervous, Paul. Good point.
sort of tenor and demeanor of that evening.
Mhm.
How would you describe sort of from when your friends were there to the time that the folks came back from the waterfall? How was sort of the mood within that?
Cheerful, fun. Everyone was having a great time.
Any fights, any arguing, any tension, anything else that you noted or note with regard to that?
No, not at all.
And I believe, sir, there should be a laser pointer on the desk there in front of you. Just push the button on top.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you a question about it with respect to the pictures.
Okay.
Now, with regard to the front area of your house
Mhm.
at 34 Fairview Road.
No, Linda Clark. Like, it's funny, but he's making a solid
Yes.
point. That's a great strategy.
If you could just use the Matt laser pointer and direct the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observe each of those two.
Okay. So this would be the first door right here, and this is the second door.
And the first door sort of further away from the driveway, is that sort of the front door area of the home?
Yes, that's the front door.
And the other door, where does that lead?
The side door leads just right into the family room.
And
Oh, I don't know if he's gay, but he's definitely not a ladies' man.
where were people sort of coming in and going out of there?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you specifically. I think some people use both doors.
And what we're calling sort of the front door area, that's that's sort of one closer to the garage leads into the living room, is that correct?
Yes.
And so the front door further away from the garage, where does that lead?
That's like a foyer area, and then if you take a right, it leads you to the dining room, kitchen, and then you keep going into the family room.
Now, if you don't take a right and go into the kitchen and the dining room, that's sort of.
Right, Ad Astra. Exactly. Girls don't make gay men
Well,
nervous.
you can't really go straight. If you walk in a little ways to the left, there's a set of stairs that go upstairs, and you can go straight a little bit, and then to your left again, there's stairs that go downstairs into the basement.
How about Flipperty Jabba?
Now, in addition to you, your mother, your father, did around this time of January 2022, did you have a pet as well?
Yeah, we had a dog, Chloe.
What was the dog named Chloe?
Yes.
About how long at that point had you had Chloe?
We had her for a few years. I don't know exactly how many years, but a few years.
Now, on that night specifically of January 28th leading into the 29th, did you do anything as far as letting?
What's Bev doing?
Bathroom or anything like that?
Yeah, sorry. So the dog was actually upstairs in my parents' bedroom. She likes to sleep up there and stay up there. So she was upstairs when my friends were downstairs. And at one point, after my dad came home, it was asked if someone let the dog out. And I said, sorry, I forgot, because it was my
Yes,
responsibility, because I was the only one home. So he went upstairs to get the dog, got the dog, brought her downstairs, let her outside.
And so when someone would let Chloe outside around this time, so can you describe that process as far as would it be a leash or just let her out, or how would that?
Yeah, so we had a fenced-in backyard. So we just kind of let her through the back door and open the door, and she was able to run around out back.
Whoever let her out, would they typically sort of stay at the back door while she was out?
Yeah, we stay around the kitchen area. Yeah.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photo up on the screen, 2593. So the next exhibit would be number 72. Is that what's up on the screen? Is that what you have for you, sir?
East Wind Farms is the best chat on YouTube.
With regard to this photograph, you were mentioning something about a flagpole in the area of your front yard. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Using that laser pointer, you could direct the jury's attention to where that is.
Right here.
Now, with respect to this photograph that's up on the screen right now, this Nagel's brother Ryan, where was, if you could direct the jury's attention to where it was about to occur?
He would have been more this way, so the photo doesn't show you all, but he would have been more in front of the driveway over here.
And that first time that you looked out the window, where was the darkest you could?
I believe that was right around the mailbox area, right about right here.
And then again, if you could direct the jury's attention to the second time that you looked out and yes, you moved, where had it moved?
It was more down this way on the side of the road.
Now, if you could, as far as the windows that you're talking about in the kitchen area that you were looking out at, you see those in this photograph as well?
Yes, I do.
If you could direct the jury's attention to where you see those.
Those are about right. Those two right there.
I'm in IT, and on my free time, I am the president of the Pedro Pascal fan club.
Again, what's up on the screen, sir, is that what you have for you now?
Yes.
And again, this is another photograph of the front area of your home, taken around the time of January 2022, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the flagpole in this particular area, that's off to sort of the left center of the screen, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in between the time that you saw that dark SUV that you didn't really recognize in the area of the mailbox and then further down, you see it at any other points moving along?
No, I just caught it as it had already moved. By the time I looked out the window, I noticed that it had moved up.
And facing the same direction, is that correct?
Yes.
Same passenger side door that was facing your house?
Yeah.
And as far as the dark SUV was concerned, at any point in time did you look out and not see the dark SUV?
No, I didn't look out the window again.
So for the rest of the evening, you didn't look out?
No.
Now, in reference to the time that expired between the time that you saw it in the area of the mailbox and the time that you saw it over by the flagpole, do you have any idea how long period of time that was?
I would say probably within a couple minutes. It wasn't a long period of time that I looked out the window.
And as far as you know, your friend Julie, who had gone out to the pickup truck to talk to her brother Ryan, was she still outside around the time that you looked out the second time?
She could have been. I'm not sure if she was at that point, but she could have been.
Who gives a shit?
And this gentleman, you can take that. I have just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Let me just ask just a couple of questions, sir.
Okay.
With regard to that morning when you woke up, your father was at your door?
Yes.
As far as from what you could see of his person, what, if any, injuries or anything did you observe on his person at that time?
On my father?
Yes.
Nothing.
Now, at that time,
Thank you,
January
Calamity
28th
Jane.
and January 29th, 2022, did you know anybody by the name John O'Keefe?
I knew of the name, but I didn't know him personally, no.
And when you say you knew of the name or you knew of him, how did you know?
I knew he was friendly with my auntie JJ, Jan McCabe, and his niece was friendly with my cousin Jen's daughter.
And as far as your cousins, as far as Miss McCabe's daughters, what if any sort of relationship did you have with them, specific to them, beyond sort of your other cousins?
Oh yeah. So for a while, I think when I was in college or maybe the end of high school, I would help out because there was 4 girls, so they always had like multiple sports going on and stuff. So I would drive them to and from practices or be there after school if JJ had to be somewhere. So I spent a good amount of time with them and basically babysitting, but more just driving around and stuff like that.
And through them, is that how you came to know Mr. O'Keefe's niece, Caitlyn?
Yes.
And you gave her rides to places as well?
Yeah, occasionally when she would come back to the house after school, I'd drive her to CCD or whatever.
And had you ever met, to your recollection, John O'Keefe or anybody by the name of Karen Reed prior to January 28th?
John O'Keefe, no. I mean, he could have came into the house once when I was there at my aunt JJ's house, and we could have said hi, but I don't remember formally meeting him, and I never met Karen Reed either.
And on that evening, again, January 28th, or the early morning of January 29th, beyond the people that you've already talked about, and specifically John O'Keefe or Karen Reed, did either of them at any point in time come inside your house while you were there that evening?
No, never.
Nothing further.
Did you see him laying in your lawn when you saw Ryan Nagel pull up?
I'm just going to hold you up 1 minute. I think we probably need spellings of the.
Yeah, we do. I don't know if I'm going to be the best speller, but I'll try. All right. I think think that's good. That the first one is correct. You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Ms. Little.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, the first time you ever spoke with anyone from the Massachusetts State Police, the Canton Police Department, or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office was on July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Wow.
That's a full 18 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, correct?
Yes.
Wow.
Who was present for that interview?
I spoke with 2 troopers, I believe, and my lawyer.
Trooper Proctor was there?
Yes.
And this interview actually took place at your family's defense attorney's office, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection system.
This interview took place at your attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
Your sister Caitlyn Albert was also present, correct?
She was there for some time, but she wasn't when we had it. When I was interviewing, she wasn't in the room with me. No.
Wow, dude, really? 18 months later is the first time, and it's at your lawyer's office.
Objection.
Got it.
And to be clear, the Massachusetts State Police only interviewed you after you were called to testify before a grand jury.
Objection.
Separate proceeding, correct?
The objection system.
Why is it sustained? That's a perfectly valid question.
I want to direct your attention to your testimony regarding your cousin, Colin Albert. You testified today that Colin Albert called you to come to the house, correct?
I believe so. He did. Yeah.
Do you recall some prior testimony in which you said that you all had exchanged Snapchats about what you were doing that night in the house?
No, I don't believe I said that. I said for him to know that I was at the house, he could have seen a Snapchat that I had sent, but he didn't ask me on Snapchat if he can come over. I said more of that he had could have seen a Snapchat saying that we were at my house. That's how he knew, because I didn't know how he knew that we were there.
You and your cousins frequently communicate on Snapchat, correct?
Occasionally here and there.
You actually have a cousin group chat on Snapchat, don't you?
Yeah, we do. An Albert cousin group chat.
Who else is on that Snapchat?
There's all my cousins, a lot of us, a good amount of my cousins.
Would that include you?
Oh
Yep.
my God.
Colin Albert?
Yep.
Allie McCabe?
No, she's not an Albert.
Do you have a group chat in which Allie McCabe is a member?
I believe we have a cousins on my mom's side group chat, yes. But she wouldn't be in that group chat with Colin, no.
Understood. And do you still have any of
Why?
the messages you exchanged with your cousin?
That's bizarre.
On January 28th.
I don't know. Can you rephrase the question?
Do you have any of those Snapchat messages or other messages that you exchanged with your cousin Colin Albert on January 28th?
No, I'm not even sure if there was any messages. Not to my knowledge, I don't know.
Okay, so he has separate. Why can't the McCabe cousins be in the same cousin Snapchat group as the Albert cousins? That's weird.
Mr. Albert, you testified that Colin arrived around 10:45 or 11 p.m., correct?
Today, I said that. Yes. Yes.
Who else was at the house when the clock struck sort of midnight as it became your birthday?
When it hit my birthday, it was just Colin, Julie, Nagel, and Sarah Levinson.
Was there any sort of celebration for your birthday when the clock struck midnight?
No.
What were you guys doing?
We were just sitting there. Probably happy birthdays were exchanged, but it was nothing crazy. I'm not a big
Exchanged?
birthday person like that.
And where in the house were you guys at that point?
In the dining room area.
You testified that your parents and Brian Higgins arrived shortly after midnight with your sister, correct?
Yeah, I believe I said around 12:05, 12:10 in that area.
Describe what happened when they came into the house that night.
They all just walked in the door, and at that point, my cousin Colin was standing up to leave. They passed each other, said hi, and that was it.
Mr. Albert, you never actually observed Colin leave in a vehicle from 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't see with my eyes, no.
In fact, you said you only looked out the window 2 times that night, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Approximately what time did your dad go upstairs to get Chloe to take her out?
Well, that would have been like as soon as he got home, so around like a little after 12.
So would that have been before or after Colin sort of walked towards the door?
Colin had already left at that point.
Where did your dad go?
He went upstairs into his bedroom where Chloe was there, brought her downstairs and went to the back door and let her out.
And you were asked by Mr. Lally if your father kind of stands by the door and waits for Chloe before he lets her in.
Yeah.
But you testified that he was just generally in the kitchen area, correct?
Yeah, the kitchen is by the back door.
But he's not standing by the door waiting for her. She's an off-leash dog. She can go out, do her business, and you can open the door sometime later, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that correct?
Could you say it again, please?
Your father wasn't standing by the door staring at Chloe the entire time she was outside, correct?
No, I wouldn't. Not the whole time, no.
You testified earlier that Julie Nagel went outside to speak with her brother to indicate that she no longer needed a ride. Do you recall that testimony?
I'm not sure if I said that exactly, but yeah.
Can you describe sort of what you saw the first time you looked out the window?
I just saw a little in front of the driveway a little bit. I saw a truck. I saw my friend Julie at the passenger door. I suppose talking to the people in the truck. And a little ways up, I saw another dark SUV that I wasn't aware of.
And so you'd agree that there was nothing obstructing the view between the truck and the dark SUV, correct?
Here we go.
Well, not from my vantage point, no.
Did you?
The second time you looked out the window, the only difference you saw was that Ms. Reed's vehicle had pulled up, correct?
Well, I didn't know it was Miss Reed's vehicle, but the car that was there had moved up, yes.
Did you
truck was no longer there, correct?
The second time I looked out the window? That I'm not sure of.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your testimony?
Sure.
Did you see anybody laying in the snow?
July 6, 2020, or sorry, May 18th, 2023.
In the inch or two of snow, you didn't see anybody laying there?
And for Turner?
Yes. So show Mr. Lally.
Well, he says he witnessed Ryan Nagel's truck. Ryan Nagel's testimony was that he was in the back seat. His friend was driving.
When your recollection is refreshed.
Another friend was in the passenger.
Okay. Yep.
When they passed Karen's
Does that refresh your
SUV,
recollection as to what you testified
her hands were at 10 and 2.
Sure, yes.
on May 18th, 2023.
Yes.
Isn't it true that you said that the second time you looked out, you saw that there was a black SUV that had pulled forward,
Yes.
but the truck was no longer there?
Sure. It seems like I said that then. Yes.
You also testified earlier that you saw tire tracks in the snow, correct?
Yep.
Where were those tracks?
Just along the side towards the driveway along this way, going up towards the flagpole.
And you viewed those tracks kind of leading up towards the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
So you'd agree that the visibility and lighting in front of the house was good enough that you were able to see tire tracks in the snow?
Here we go.
Sure.
You didn't see a body?
But you did not see a 220-pound man lying in the snow in your front yard.
Boom!
Objection.
Is that something that you saw, sir?
No, I didn't see that.
Boom! She couldn't have hit him. Right
Who was in the
there. She
house
couldn't have
the
hit
second
him.
time that you looked out the window?
It would have been my mom, my dad, Brian Higgins, my sister, Julie, Sarah, Uncle Matt.
Mr. Albert, you testified on May 18th, 2023
Mhm.
in another grand jury,
Mhm.
and you said, quote, "I'm not sure if Brian Higgins was still there. I know he left at some point." Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah, I know he left my house at some point. I just don't know exactly when it was.
You were asked specifically at the time that you looked out the window who was there, and you said, "I'm not sure if Brian Higgins was there."
Yeah.
Isn't that correct?
Okay, if I said that, yes, because I was not sure. I'm still not sure that if he was there or not.
So you're not
Get
sure whether
'em.
Brian Higgins was there when you looked out the window, correct?
No, I'm not sure.
Get him.
You have no independent recollection as you sit here today where Mr. Higgins was when you looked out the window, correct?
No.
You also didn't recall Mr. Higgins ever saying goodbye to you or your group, correct?
I believe that's true. Yeah.
In fact, you actually testified before another grand jury on May 18th, 2023, that at some point Mr. Higgins just wasn't there anymore. I must have gone to the bathroom or something. I came back and I said, "Where did Higgins go?" And they said he left, correct?
Sure. Yes.
You also testified before that grand jury.
Objection, Your Honor.
So.
To what?
I'm going to see it, Tybert, if you could bring that, please.
Dude, it's right there, folks. Excuse me, I just took a bite of pizza, but I just don't want to make a bunch of annoying sounds with my mouth here, but so Ryan Nagel's statement, which we've known about for months and months, right? Ryan Nagel's statement pulls up behind Karen Reed's SUV, sees all of her, there's no visible damage to her car. All the lights were luminous. Pulls up next to her. Light on the inside is luminous. Her hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel. Her hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel. Nobody else in the vehicle with her. That means that John O'Keefe had to be laying in that snow.
Leave.
He
You mean,
couldn't
like,
see
go
that.
upstairs, go to bed, or
He was at the window.
He would have left after Brian Higgins had gone.
Mr. Albert, isn't it true that you weren't quite so sure about that when you testified on May 18th, 2023?
I don't know. You would have to show me.
Do you have a specific recollection of your father leaving after Mr. Higgins was gone?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he went upstairs after Brian Higgins left.
If John O'Keefe was not lying in that snow or in Karen Reed's vehicle,
Mr. Albert,
there's only one other place he could have been, and that is inside that house.
Right here? Okay. All right. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Albert, isn't it true that you told the grand jury, "I'm pretty sure Mr. Higgins left first before my dad went upstairs, because he wouldn't have left if his friend was still there"?
Yes, I just said that here as well.
I mean, you don't have any specific recollection as you sit here today where your father was or where Mr. Higgins was when you looked out the window that night,
No.
correct?
No, that's not true. I know that my father was in the room with us. I'm saying I don't know when Brian Higgins left the house. And when Brian Higgins left the house, then my father went upstairs into his bedroom.
But what you actually said was, quote, "I'm pretty sure Mr. Higgins left first before my dad went upstairs because he wouldn't have left if his friend was still there," correct?
I see what you're saying. Yes, but I still say that my dad wouldn't have went upstairs until Brian Higgins left the house.
Right, and that's based on an assumption, correct?
Sure. Yeah.
Because you weren't interviewed about this case until 18 months later, correct?
18 months.
Yeah.
At his lawyer's office.
You did not personally observe your father go upstairs, correct?
No, I did. I watched him go up the stairs. I was in the kitchen. You can see the stairs right there.
Your testimony is you can see individuals walk upstairs in your house?
Depending on,
Kitchen?
yes, the dining room, from the dining room I meant.
There's actually a wall that kind of blocks the dining room to stairs.
Not if you're sitting at the 2 chairs with your back to the windows. If I was sitting in the long chair right here, the stairs would be right here. I could easily see.
This is the one who's going to break on the stand. Watch. He's going to be the one to break.
Today, you don't know what time that happened, correct?
No, I don't know the time. No.
Mr. Albert, I'd like to direct your attention to the morning of January 29th.
Sure.
Can you describe sort of how you woke up that morning?
My dad just knocked on my door, and I woke up and opened the door.
You didn't hear any dog barking?
No,
You didn't see any emergency vehicles?
no,
Didn't hear any ambulances?
no,
Didn't hear any screaming outside?
no.
Amazing.
What did you do once you woke up?
I went downstairs.
Did you ever look out the window?
I don't recall if I did or not.
What?
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your grand jury testimony? from
Sure,
May 18th,
sure.
2023?
Thank you.
Would it refresh your recollection if you happen to see a bunch of first response units outside of your house? A woman screaming?
It's lines 8 to 12.
This is unbelievable. Judge Bev, this is your legacy. You're going to be remembered for this trial for the rest of your career. Oh my God. You had a chance to dismiss this case. You had all the reason to.
Yep.
Is your recollection refreshed?
Sure, yeah.
Why didn't you look out the window that morning?
Well, I say here that I just would give me anxiety to look out the window.
Is there a reason that you didn't want to look outside?
I'm just an anxious person, and I got overwhelmed. I think most people would be overwhelmed in that situation.
Okay.
Did you
Okay.
know that this was kind of a new thing for you, for cops and police to be at the house?
Yeah, that's never happened before. I've never had cops at or in my house.
So he didn't look out the window.
You overwhelmed, correct?
Yeah, I get overwhelmed easy, so.
Wow. I'm a pussy defense.
How many times did you discuss this case with members of your family before you spoke to the Massachusetts State Police on May 18th, 2022?
I don't have an answer.
Nope, I'm not looking.
I don't know how many times.
Hundreds?
We talk about it
What is
pretty decent. I mean, considering, yeah.
What members of your family have you discussed this case with?
My parents, my sister, occasionally my aunt, JJ, and Uncle Matt.
Would you say it's been hundreds of conversations?
Well, I guess you can, I mean, you'd have to split it up and quantify what conversations were about the actual case and what conversations have been the harassment we faced since then.
Here comes the Grant meltdown.
And all
Any
of these
minute.
discussions took place with you and members of your family prior to your interview with the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
And no, we've talked since then.
Continued to speak with them about this case
Not,
since your interview.
I don't know what you mean by this case. This
What?
case meaning the actual case at hand, or just the case about the harassment we faced?
Calm down, Tinkerbell.
Talking about what happened on January 28th and January 29th.
But there's really nothing to talk about those specifics. No, because
Grant
we have nothing
meltdown
to
in
say
3,
about that.
2,
We're
1.
not part of it.
Mr. Albert, you looked out the window multiple times on January 29th, correct?
Twice, I think I said.
amazing.
You never heard any sort of commotion outside.
No,
You never heard screaming, yelling, or the screech of brakes in the front yard.
no,
You never saw a 220-pound man in dark clothes in the white snow on your front lawn,
no,
but you did see those tire tracks.
I did.
Wow.
No further questions.
Boom.
Wally?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Dude.
No redirect.
That was a fucking mind blower right there, dude. I mean, that's it. Like right there, bro. Just
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Ms. Caitlyn Albert to the stand.
Caitlyn Albert now. Not even a redirect. Like he's having a meltdown. I just want him off the stand right now. I got to get him off the stand. I didn't look out the window when there was, dude, the jury right now is just sitting there going, this is amazing. This is just fantastic.
Step right up here and squat your stuff on me. Step right up. Main standing face the clerk.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may take the stand.
Is Turtle Boy in the courtroom now?
Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Caitlyn Albert, CAITLINALBERT.
And where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Easton,
And how long have you lived there?
about 3 years.
Who, if anyone, do you live there?
I live with Tristan Morris, my boyfriend.
Bro, I'm getting Succession vibes like a motherfucker right now.
Almost 8 years.
Now, prior to living in Easton, where was it that you lived before that?
I lived in Canton,
And specifically, where in Canton did you live?
34 Fairview Road.
And how long was it that you lived at 34 Fairview Road?
Geez, I lived there from about 2011 to 2021.
And that was a family home, is that right?
Yes.
And who did you live at 34 Fairview Road with?
My mom, my dad, and my 4 siblings.
And your mom's name is Nicole, is that right?
Yes.
And your dad or your father's name is Brian Albert?
Yes.
And how many siblings do you have, I'm sorry?
I have 4.
Are you the oldest?
I am.
And do you work for?
I do.
What do you do for?
I work for the Massachusetts Attorney General's office in the Medicaid Fraud Division.
And how long have you been doing that?
Almost 3 years, I think. In September, it'll be 3 years.
Wow, dude, these Alberts are everywhere, bro.
Turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 to January 29th.
These are the dirtiest motherfuckers, and they're
I do.
everywhere.
Did you recall what days of the week they were?
I actually am not sure that I recall the exact days of the week. Maybe Friday or Saturday.
Fair to say around the weekend time?
Yeah, weekend, definitely.
And as far as your family is concerned, the 29th, what, if any, significance is that day?
That would be my brother's birthday.
And which of your brothers is it whose birthday that was?
Brian Albert Jr.
And is beyond Brian Albert Jr., just for sake of my own lack of confusion, is there some other name that you would call him as far as differentiating him between your brothers?
Little Brian, sometimes, even though he's not so little.
Okay. And so during the course of that week, sort of leading up to the weekend, what, if any, discussion did you have with your mother or anybody else in your family in regard to little Brian?
So leading up to that weekend, I was aware that my brother might have like a friend or two over the house for his birthday. And then I had spoken with my mom and my aunt, Julie Albert, about maybe going to a local Canton bar, grabbing some food and some drinks, and just kind of seeing where the night takes us, and then maybe ultimately going back and seeing my brother for just to say happy birthday, kind of end the night that way.
As the week went along, what, if anything, sort of affected or changed plans in reference to that?
Nothing that I can really think of. Nothing really changed. I mean, that was sort of, I don't remember exactly how the plan came about, that we were going to, go get food and that my brother was going to have friends over. But I believe that that was always sort of our plan.
And so specifically on the 28th, at some point you came to Canton, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall how you came to Canton and where was it that you went first?
So I can't say for sure. From what I remember, I believe that my boyfriend Tristan and I went straight from Easton to the waterfall and actually got there before my mom and my Aunt Julie, from what I can remember. And then my mom and Julie ended up meeting us there. And that's when we sort of started just kind of like hanging out, ordering food, some drinks. And we were there for a little bit, just the four of us.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got to the waterfall?
Unfortunately, I can't remember an exact time, but it would have been around like dinner time. So if I had to guess, maybe like 6.
Watch. She's the best liar of the bunch. Watch.
As far as drinking was concerned with that night, you're at a bar and you weren't driving, correct?
Oh, yeah, no, I was not driving.
And do you recall specifically what kind of drinks you had or what you had to drink that night?
I believe that night I was drinking White Claw, I think.
Of course you were.
And your boyfriend, Mr. Morris, as far as what, if anything, was going on with him that night, as far as how long was he at the bar?
Yeah, so we were aware that it was likely going to snow that night. So my boyfriend Tristan had gotten offered to do some like plowing or shoveling. So he knew that he was going to have to probably be up for the majority of the night into the morning doing some shoveling. So he didn't stick around at the waterfall for too long. I think he had some food, maybe like 1 or 2 drinks, and then he actually ended up going home.
Been playing mom and dad against each other her whole
I stayed there,
life.
yeah, with my mom and my Aunt Julie.
She knows exactly
If you recall
what
as far
she's
as that
doing.
evening at the waterfall, what, if anything, was going on as far as like live entertainment?
I want to say that there might have been a band. I just don't want to say for sure, but I think I do recall a band coming in and setting up, and yeah, I think that there might have been one.
Now, as far as the evening progressed and went on, who, if anyone else, came into the waterfall and sort of joined your group when you were there?
Sure. So I can't say for sure like times of people arriving or order of people arriving, but I know at one point my uncle Chris Albert, he ended up joining us. He owns a pizza shop across the street. So when he was done working, he came and joined us. And then my aunt Jen McCabe and her husband Matt McCabe joined us. And then at some point, my father, Brian Albert, and his friend, Brian Higgins, also joined us. So at one point in time, I'm not sure the order of which, everybody came in or the time that they came in, but at some point we were all kind of there hanging
She
out.
wants the jury to know she's got a memory like an elephant.
Higgins, do you know where they had come from or where they were coming from?
Yes, I believe they were coming from New York from a funeral. And I remember I had asked my mom, like, is dad going to stop by? And she was like, I don't know. He's tired. He's coming back from New York. And I was like, oh, I want to see him. So I think I convinced him to come. And then Brian Higgins just kind of tagged along from what I can remember.
Now, as far as Mr. Higgins was concerned, is that someone that you were familiar with prior to this evening on the 28th?
I knew of him and I had met him a couple times, but nothing more than that.
As far as you're aware, the house that you, for lack of a better term,
But she can remember everything else.
had Mr. Higgins ever been over to that house at 34 Fairview when you were there?
Not that I know of.
Little Miss Innocent, I don't know, with a memory like an elephant.
Later in the evening, who, if anyone else, came and sort of came up to your group or joined you while you were at the wall?
So from what I can remember, I remember sitting at like a high top table, and it was me and my mom sitting next to each other, and we were facing like the front door of the waterfall. And I recall a man and a woman walking in, and at first I didn't know who either of them were, but I noticed that the man started talking to like some of my aunts and uncles that I was with, and he seemed friendly with the people that were in our group. So I had said to my mom, like, "Oh, who is that?" And she said, "Oh, that's John O'Keefe." And I had known of him because I knew his story about his niece and his nephew and his family. So I had known of him, but had never met him before. And so then I just assumed that the woman that was with him was his significant other, girlfriend, wife. I didn't know. So then, yeah, I didn't really speak to either of them. I think at one point, John came up to me and my mom and asked, like, "Do you guys need anything? Do you need a drink?" And we said no, and that was pretty much it.
Wow.
And so when you say you knew of John O'Keefe and sort of the story as you related, do you recall how it was that you came to know anything about Mr. O'Keefe? Or who was it through that you came to know about Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, in general, it was kind of like a known thing. You know, the tragedy of what happened in the O'Keefe family. And so I had just kind of heard that story. And then on top of that, John O'Keefe's niece is either the same age or around the same age as some of my younger cousins. So I knew that she was friendly with them. I knew that my Aunt Jen McCabe would like help out here and there, going to sports, going to different events, whatever. I know that my Aunt Jen was friendly with John O'Keefe. And I knew that my Aunt Julie and Uncle Chris were somewhat friends with him as well.
And just to be clear, when you're talking about some of your younger cousins,
Mhm.
the younger cousins you're speaking of, who are their parents?
So the younger cousins that I'm referring to would be the McCabe girls, and their parents are Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe.
And they were present at the waterfall that evening as well.
Jen and Matt were, yes.
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and his significant other that you described, had you ever met them prior?
Y'all in the chat are killing me.
I had not to my knowledge. I wouldn't be surprised if there was maybe like a sporting event or something where we, met each other in passing, but I had never formally met John or the woman that he was with.
And so on that evening on January 28th, you had never met nor were you aware of anybody by the name of Karen Reed?
No, I was not.
And if you know, about what time was it that they came into the waterfall and came over?
I can't say for sure. I'm not sure of time.
But fair to say, the other people that you testified about, as far as your uncles, your aunts, and things like that, were they all there at the time that Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed came in?
I believe so. I believe that everyone who was there in the group that I was with was present when John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived.
And about what time was it that things started to wind down as far as the waterfall was concerned?
Again, I'm the worst with times, but I would say it was around like 12-ish that we kind of said, let's kind of head out and head home. I would say 12-ish, approximately.
Now, during the course of the time that you were at the waterfall, either before or after Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group that you were with?
I mean, I didn't notice any issues or any negative things happening. All the conversation seemed positive, lighthearted. Everyone was just kind of having a good time, getting along. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, really.
So no issues as far as fighting or tension between your group, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as you saw, with regards to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, no issues as far as fighting or tension that you observed between the two of them?
Not that I observed, no.
And when you, around 12-ish or so, when you started to leave, who was it that, how did you come to leave and who did you leave with?
So I left with my mom and my dad. And again, I'm not sure the order of when like everybody else left. But I went with my mom and my dad back to 34 Fairview Road.
And if you recall, who drove home from the waterfall to 34 Fairview?
My dad.
And about how long a drive is that from the waterfall to Fairview Road?
I would say like 5 or 6 minutes, give or take.
And when you arrived to the house at 34 Fairview, do you recall where your father parked in relation to the house?
From what I can remember, he parked in the driveway. The driveway.
And if you know about how many other cars were in the driveway when you parked?
I'm not sure. I know there was at least like 1 or 2, but I can't say for sure. I just don't really remember how many were in the driveway at the time. I had like younger siblings in college at the time who would sometimes take some of the cars, so I just don't remember for sure.
And if you know, essentially, there within the driveway, there's a garage at the end of the driveway. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there's a door on the left, door on the right. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not your father pulled in the driveway on the left side or the right side in relation to those doors?
I don't remember.
And when you came into the house, do you remember how it was that you came from the vehicle to the house?
Yes. From what I remember, I went in the front door. So I would have gotten out and walked on the brick path over to the front door area, walked up the steps, and then walked through the door that enters into like a foyer area.
And just to be clear, sort of when you walk into that front door with the foyer area, what if anything's right in front?
So when I first walked in, I actually had seen my cousin Colin. He was standing in the foyer area. And I remember I said to him like, "Oh, hi, what are you doing?"
Next question. Not what you said to me.
Taking you back to sort of when you're exiting the waterfall and when you're exiting your parents' vehicle and walking into the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather at that time?
I remember at that point, snow was definitely coming down. And I could tell that it was like progressively getting worse.
And so you walk into the home in the front foyer area, that's where you run into your cousin Colin?
Yes.
How is Colin related to you as far as, how is he your cousin?
So Colin is Julie Albert and Chris Albert's son. So he's my first cousin.
And when you walk in, you sort of bump into him. Where was it that he was?
He told me that he was headed.
Not what he told you. Where was he going?
To my knowledge, he was going home.
Next question. Next question.
From the time that you walked in and bumped into Colin sort of in the foyer of the home, how long was it that he was in the home while you were there?
I would say
So how long was he in the home when you were there?
minutes.
And from your group, this includes yourself, your mother, your father, is that correct?
Sorry, what was that?
From your group, when you enter the home, that includes you, your mother, and your father? Correct?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else from the waterfall, arrived at your home around the same time as yourself, your mother, and your father?
I believe that Brian Higgins was the next to arrive. I think he very shortly after came inside, after myself, my mom and dad.
And so when Mr. Higgins comes into the house at 34 Fairview, are you already in the house?
I was already inside, yes.
And so do you have any idea what Mr. Higgins was driving that evening or where he parked it?
I do not.
And then once you come into
He's
the
driving
house,
a Daisy Duke white
when you come into the
Wrangler.
house, where is it within the home that you go?
So I walked in through the foyer, and then I took a right turn, which leads into like the dining room area. And that's where my brother Brian and 2 of his friends were just sitting around the dining room table. So I said happy birthday to him and was just kind of hanging out in there for a little bit.
Nobody seems to give a shit about Brian Jr.
That sort of dining area, friends of your brother Brian, little boy.
Mhm.
What were their names?
Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel.
And were those people that you were familiar with prior to this evening in January 28th?
Yes.
Familiar with them as their friends of your little brother?
Yes, exactly.
And
She totally contradicted her father's story.
with regard to the house, after yourself yourself, your mother, and your father arrived, and then Mr. Higgins after that. Who, if anyone else from the waterfall, came to the house that you saw?
My aunt Jen and my uncle Matt McCabe.
And when your aunt Jen and your uncle Matt McCabe arrived, where was Colin?
Colin had left by then.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
And when Mr. and Mrs. or your uncle and your aunt McCabe come in, where is it that they go with them?
I believe they did a similar thing. They either entered through the dining room or through the kitchen area, but the dining room and the kitchen are like open floor, kind of all the same room. So we were just all kind of hanging out in that area.
And if you know about how long a period of time were you at your parents' house on Fairview Road that evening?
I would say hour 45, latest 2 hours, but around like an hour and a half, an hour 45. But yeah, I can't say for sure. It's an estimate.
And for the balance of the time that you were there, were you in that same sort of kitchen dining room area?
Yes.
And what is it that you were doing as far as you and the group doing in that area of the house?
We were just kind of hanging out. I remember that my mom had grabbed like a small speaker and put some music on.
That's the first
we
time
had a
we're hearing
couple
about
drinks,
this.
and everyone was just kind of like having a good time, hanging out. We said happy birthday to Brian, and that was kind of it.
And
Speaker? Music? Really? Okay.
At any point in time when you were well, let me ask you this first. As far as the sort of demeanor or mood within the house, similar to how I'd asked you at the waterfall, did any of that change once you returned back to your parents' house at Fairview Road?
No.
So everyone getting along, no arguments, no tension, anything you observed?
Correct, yeah.
Now, beyond the people that you just described, did anyone else come into your house, into your parents' house?
Oh, she did mention the speaker. Okay, my mistake. I must have missed that. Thank you, guys.
And or his significant other, Ms. Reed, at any point in time while you were there, did they come into your house?
No, neither of them ever came into the home.
Now, with regard to the people that you were describing before, at any point in time, did the people in the kitchen dining room area, any of them leave that area of the house?
I think when my mom, my dad, and I first got there, I believe my dad went upstairs to grab the dog to let her out. So he did that, and then I think there was another period of time where my dad might have been showing, or maybe my mom or my dad were showing Brian Higgins like family photos of one of my brothers who's in the Marines. So that would have been in like the family room area, which still is like there's an open doorway, so it's not like the door was shut or anything. But other than that, we all kind of stayed within that dining room kitchen vicinity.
Now, with reference to the dog, that was a family dog, is that right?
Yes.
And your family had the dog when you still lived on Fairview Road with your parents?
Yes.
And what was the dog's name?
Chloe.
And with respect to letting the dog out, can you describe to the jury sort of what that process entailed? Was it on a leash, or how was the dog let out?
Sure. So we had like a fenced in backyard, and we had a back door. So we would just kind of open the back door, let her out. She would kind of do her thing, and then she would come back in when she was done.
And your father took care of that when you got home from the waterfall that evening?
Yes.
In the family room that you were talking about, where your father and or your mother and Mr. Higgins were, as far as the photographs, where is that in relation to the dining room kitchen area, and specifically, can you see into that area from the dining room kitchen?
Into the family room?
Yes.
Yes. So there's just sort of like it's like a doorway, but there's no door there. It's pretty open. And if you're standing in the dining room or the kitchen, you can see into the family room for the most part.
Now, you at that point were not living at the address on Fairview Road, is that right?
Correct.
And as far as the people that were at the house who did not live at the Fairview home on that night, who was the last person to leave?
I was the last person to leave.
And And prior to your departure from the house, sometime hour 45 or so after you got there,
Mhm.
can you describe the order in which the other people that you just described were there? What order did those people?
I don't remember the order in which everybody left, but I do remember that Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, my aunt Jen, and my uncle Matt, they all left in one car, and then Brian Higgins left. But I just don't remember the order in which it was probably within like a couple minutes of each other, but I just don't remember exactly who left first. And then I left pretty shortly after everyone else as well.
Now, during the time that you were hanging out in that dining room kitchen area of the home, at any point in time was your attention drawn to the outside of the house? Hear anything, see anything outside the house?
I did not.
And with respect to the front area of the house, at any point in time, was there any discussion that you recall about anything going on in that area?
I don't recall a discussion going on about anything happening out front, except for at one point,
No, let me hear her answer first.
Yeah, I want to hear her answer.
at one point I remember that Julie Nagel's brother was supposed to pick her up. So I knew that there was some communication where she told him, never mind, you don't need to pick me up. You can go home. I'm going to go home with Jen and Matt.
Now,
Yikes.
with respect to your aunt, Jennifer McKay, what, if anything, do you recall her doing with, do you recall her having a cell phone that night?
I do.
And what, if anything, do you recall her doing with respect to that cell phone?
I remember at one point we were standing in the kitchen and I had noticed she was on the phone. And I remember she said something to the effect of like, oh,
No, not what she said.
okay.
So next question.
At some point, did you see her talking on the phone?
I did.
And at some point, did you see her appear to be texting on the phone?
I'm not sure about texting. I definitely saw her speaking with somebody on the phone though.
Y'all fucking kill me in this chat, I swear.
Put her phone in relation to where you guys were in the kitchen and dining room.
I'm not sure.
Recall any sort of charger or anything like that in that area of the home?
I don't.
Dude, a house like that, there's like 5 chargers in the kitchen. I don't even want to hear that shit.
Who picked you up from the house that night?
My boyfriend.
And Mr. Morris came to the house on Fairview Road and picked you up at some point, about an hour and 45 minutes or so after you arrived there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And recall what Mr. Morris was driving on that particular evening?
I remember that he actually was driving my car, which is a 2019 white Jeep Cherokee.
And what kind of car did Mr. Morris have at that time?
At that time, he had a very old, I want to say like 2012 Ford Taurus. So that's why he took my car, because the Taurus wouldn't have been good in the snow.
Taurus isn't good at anything. These things are terrible.
Did he call you, text you? How did you know that he was there?
I believe that we texted, and that's how I was informed that he was out front.
So you receive a text, something to the effect of here, and then you go outside?
Yes.
And when you went outside, if you recall, what was the weather like when you were coming out?
When I walked outside, I remember, again, the snow was coming down a lot. I remember like sort of trying to watch my step because the stairs in the brick path were pretty snowy, and I didn't want to slip. So as far as weather, yeah, I remember it was actively snowing and I was trying not to slip. And that's pretty much what I can remember.
And do you recall where it was that your boyfriend, Mr. Morris, parked the car in relation to the house when he arrived?
I believe he parked in the driveway.
So you would have come down the steps, down the walkway to the driveway area, correct?
Yes.
And who drove from Fairview Road to back home that evening?
Tristan did.
Now, if you recall, when Ms. Morris, I'm assuming backs out of the driveway, is that correct?
Mhm.
When he backs out of the driveway, where does the vehicle go in relation to the house?
We went up Fairview Road, so towards the flagpole in our yard.
And so towards the flagpole with the passenger side facing the house, is that right?
Yes.
And if you recall, as Mr. Morris is driving away from the home, what, if anything, with respect to the weather, did he have to employ within the car?
I remember the windshield wipers were on, and I remember he was driving very
Did you see a guy
cautiously, 10
lying
and
in the
2.
snow?
And I remember thinking to myself, oh, the snow is coming down pretty hard.
And as you drove past the house, were you looking outside or looking at the house or the front lawn area of the home?
I was not. Once I got inside the car, I was mainly, my attention was on him.
But when you walked
and we were having a conversation, so I hadn't been looking out
to the
the
car?
passenger window towards my house at really any point.
So your head was turned towards your boyfriend who's driving the car to the left.
Wow, dude. Really,
Yes.
bro? With this? Really? This is the most coach shit I've ever heard in my life. So your head was turned at you like you're making it a point that you never turned your head towards the yard to see if there was a body, but yet you walked past the yard to get to the car. Did you not? And you didn't see a 6'2" man in dark clothing laying in the snow? Okay.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Yannetti?
Oh, this is, here we go.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
So, Ms. Albert, you were at your parents' home on January 29th by midnight or shortly thereafter, correct?
Correct.
And you were the last one to leave at 1:45, 2 o'clock, somewhere in that area?
Yes.
On January 29th,
Yeah, that he's gonna wreck her.
after you got up that day, did you receive a call, a text, any sort of communication from any investigator connected with this case?
I did not.
Trooper Proctor did not contact you on January 29th?
No,
He did not interview you on January 29th?
he did not.
What about January 30th,
No.
31st?
Nope.
How about the entire month of February? Did you hear from Trooper Proctor wherein he set up a meeting or an interview with you?
I did not.
Yikes.
Then what about the entire rest of 2022?
Objection,
did
Your
Trooper
Honor.
Proctor interviewed you during that entire year?
All right, so the objection's overruled. You can answer that.
Yeah, dude.
I was not interviewed. No.
And then in 2023, prior to May of 2023, were you contacted by Trooper Proctor or any investigator for an interview regarding what you just testified to here today?
I don't think so.
And you hadn't met Mr. Lally by May of 2023 either, correct?
I don't think so.
But in May of 2023, you actually were called to testify at another hearing where neither the Commonwealth or the defense in this case was present, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lally and Ms. McLaughlin were not there, and certainly no members of the defense team were there, correct?
Correct.
And May of 2023 was well over a year after the events that you were called to testify about, correct?
Correct.
Right, so if these events happened on January 28th and 29th of 2022, the end of January of 2023 would have been a year, and now you're being asked for the first time to give testimony about what happened back in January of 2022 in May of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And then it was only after you testified before that other proceeding without the prosecution and the defense of this case there that Trooper Proctor finally interviewed you in August of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And that was 4 months after you testified in that other hearing of May of 2023, correct? June, July, I'm sorry, 3 months. June, July, August, correct?
Correct.
And it was about a year and a half after January 29th of 2022, correct?
I believe so.
All right. Now, on direct examination, Mr. Lally had asked you about whether you knew Brian Higgins. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I do.
And I believe you testified that you knew of Higgins, correct?
Yes.
And you thought that you had met him a couple of times, correct?
Yes.
So Brian Higgins, you would classify as an acquaintance, correct?
To me?
Yes.
Oh, fuck, here it comes. Here
I would
comes.
classify him as a friend of my father's, not really an acquaintance or friend of mine.
Okay. So
He's
didn't
building up to
rise
Katie
the
McLaughlin.
level of an acquaintance, somebody who you met, but you didn't really know.
I'm not really sure how I would categorize my relationship with him. Again, it was just more of like, he was my father's friend. If I had seen him walking down the street, I would have said hello to him. I don't know anything about his personal life. I don't like communicate with him regularly. So I mean, if that's what you would consider an acquaintance, then yes.
I guess I would ask, what do you consider an acquaintance? How would you define that term?
I would say an acquaintance is someone who you are friendly with and might see from time to time. I guess in my head, I'm just sort of thinking someone who's in closer in age with me. I usually think of it as more of like a friend type thing and not my father's friend to me. I guess that's just the way I think of it in my head.
Okay, so is your testimony before this jury that an acquaintance is really a friend?
Someone that you're friendly with, perhaps.
Yeah.
Could be.
Okay.
Somebody you hang out in hot tubs with. Maybe.
Watched any of the testimony in this case prior to your taking the stand today?
I have not.
Has anybody told you anything about any of the testimony that has occurred prior to your taking the stand today?
No.
Who is Katie McLaughlin?
Katie McLaughlin is a girl who I'm the same age as. We went to high school together. We graduated the same year, and we have a couple mutual friends. We interact with some of the same people socially. I can't think of a time, possibly ever, where her and I ever hung out one-on-one or individually. So more of like
So rehearsed.
A friend of a mutual friend.
You're so full of shit, lady.
You would not consider Katie McLaughlin to be a friend.
She's not a close personal friend of
I
mine.
asked you if she was a close personal friend.
Objection.
Just let her finish her answer.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your answer.
I would not consider her one of my, again, close friends.
Okay. All right. So let's get back to my question. Would you consider her to be a friend?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Hey, jurors, feel free to
Wow.
stand up and stretch.
Yo, Yannetti came out of left field with that shit. Yannetti was like, I mean, I didn't realize he was going to go for that immediately, which is really funny. I thought he was going to address, but I feel like she's going to be up there for a minute. I don't think we're going to catch the entire cross-examination today. I think this is going to roll over into tomorrow. He's not going to end this here. But because we still need to get into what the hell she was saying about not seeing John O'Keefe laying in the yard, because she had to have seen him. She had to have seen him. If he was laying in that yard, there's no way she could have missed him. And they were like horribly trying to deflect from that before cross-examination comes. It was the worst, most pathetic attempt I've ever seen. That was crazy. Where it was like, oh, so you were facing your boyfriend when you got in the car and not looking at the house or the yard. You're facing what, dude? You you asked her specifically that? Because you know the jury is going to interpret that at this point as, why does he want us to know? Why does he not want us to think that she was looking at the yard? I want to know why she wasn't looking at the yard. Why are they trying to avoid her looking at the yard? I mean, that's how the jury's going to interpret that. They're not idiots. This is the craziest fucking trial I've ever watched in my life. In my life. I follow a lot of trials. I've covered a lot of trials on this channel. Never seen any shit like this in my life. This should have never even happened. This should have been dismissed already. Karen Reed, that woman right there, should not be sitting in that courtroom. And this is what's amazing, folks. What you're watching is a defense. You're watching what happens. What you're watching in real time is what happens when you have arguably the dopest defense team in a high-profile case defending a factually innocent woman. Imagine how easy this is for them. Imagine how dope this must be for them. We're talking about a dream team defense team representing in court, in a trial, a factually innocent woman. You can't write this shit. You can't. This is fucking amazing. Like this is like watching, like in what was it, fucking 92? Like the dream team USA basketball team. Insane. Just trampling all over anybody who even dared stand in front of them with a basketball. Like this is what's happening right now. This is what's happening right now.
Okay, Ms. Albert, you know Courtney Proctor, correct?
I know of her, yes.
And you've been in her company several times, correct?
Yes,
You've met her children, correct?
once, yes.
And you know she is Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
When Michael Proctor ultimately interviewed you in August of 2023, did he ever ask you how well you knew his sister, Courtney Proctor? Did that subject ever come up?
Not that I remember.
And did you ever mention it to him that you had met his sister and met his sister's kids?
I did not.
Now, on January 28th of 2022, you went to the waterfall with your boyfriend, Tristan Morris, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, he left and you stayed, correct?
Yes.
The reason that you stayed is you wanted to go back to 34 Fairview, your old home, to be there by midnight when your brother was turning 23, correct?
Not necessarily. My plan was always to stay and just spend some time with my mom and my aunt. But Tristan left very early because he knew that he was going to have to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning shoveling or plowing. So my plan was never to go back with him. But it wasn't necessarily because it was my brother's birthday. It was just what my plan was for the night.
Certainly the fact that it was your brother's birthday didn't deter you from going back there, right? In other words, the fact that it was your brother's birthday didn't cause you to hesitate to go back. You wanted to be there, right?
Well, my brother Brian wasn't at the waterfall.
No, I'm talking about, let's start over. Tristan left, right?
Yes.
You stayed at the waterfall.
Yes.
And you planned to go back to 34 Fairview, did you not?
At some point in time, that was spoken about, and I agreed to go back to 34 Fairview, yes.
Okay. And you went back there to see your family, correct?
Yes.
Including your brother Brian, whose birthday it was, correct?
Yes.
That was your parents' home, right?
Yes.
You grew up there.
Yes.
You were comfortable there.
Yes.
There was plenty of room at the house, correct?
In what sense?
Bunch of bedrooms.
Yes.
Not all of them were taken up, correct?
At that time, correct.
You certainly felt welcome there, correct?
Yes.
And there was no problem with you staying there overnight, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, it sounds like Bev made him move on from the Katie McLaughlin thing.
Go there after the waterfall, you knew that there was a snowstorm that was starting, correct?
Yes.
And you've already testified that when you went back to 34 Fairview, you saw your cousin Caitlyn Albert inside the home, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Lauren.
In fact, you walked in and he was one of the first people that you saw, correct?
Correct.
He's been over your house many times, correct?
Correct.
You're close with him as your first cousin, are you not?
I am.
And your brother Brian Jr. is close with him as well, correct?
Yes.
Caitlyn Albert is close with your parents, correct?
Yes.
He's certainly welcome at your parents' home, correct?
Correct.
And it was certainly not shocking to see your first cousin, Caitlyn Albert, at your home, correct?
Correct.
And you had a brief interaction with him, correct?
Yes.
That was sort of toward the foyer of the house?
Yes.
And then you continued deeper into your parents' home and you saw other people there, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go within the home after you had seen Colin?
I believe I entered through the foyer into the dining room area.
And when you were there, you saw your brother Brian, whose birthday it was, correct?
Yes.
He had two friends with him, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, in that same area.
Yes.
You greeted them as well.
Yes.
And that's where your attention was focused, fair to say?
I would say that once I said hello to them, I didn't just sit with them three. I sort of was walking around. I wouldn't say my attention was solely focused on them three, but I did greet them, yes.
And where you were walking around within the kitchen dining room area?
Yes.
And once you greeted Colin and left him, it's fair to say that you then were not looking over your shoulder monitoring what Colin was doing or where he was going, correct?
Correct.
And while you were in the kitchen dining room area, the door to the basement was kind of blocked from your view, was it not?
If I'm in the dining room area, there is a spot in there where I could see it, but I don't believe I could see the basement door, no.
Right. And from your vantage point, the door to the basement's kind of blocked from the area that you were in.
For the most part, yes.
And you weren't watching Colin to see where he went after you left him, correct?
Correct.
And you never saw him leave the house physically, correct?
Correct.
maybe a good time to pause. I don't know, are we going past 4?
All right, we'll pause then. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, Ms. Albert, we'll bring you back tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to stay here and just let the jurors file out first. And then you can follow them.
All right,
Jurors,
thank you.
those same 3
Fine,
questions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Tomorrow's a half day. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please. Boo! You suck!
I mean, I can only imagine what she's going through right now, because she's not gloating right now.
Them out? Okay, thank you.
She just sat there and listened to a shit ton of people lie on her. Powerful people lie on her. She witnessed people get caught in their lies who have been lying on her. That's going to be an emotional experience, no matter how you cut it.
All right, so Ms. Gianetti, why don't you tell me now what it is you hope to do tomorrow and basis for it.
Right, so.
Thank you,
my
Jimmy.
opinion, Your
Jim
Honor,
Jerry Gunn.
It is based on the fact that Katie McLaughlin, when she testified, tried to minimize her relationship.
What the fuck? Come on, Boston 10. What are you doing? I wanted to hear that. We all wanted to hear that. I'll give it a chance to come back on. I still have it in the background there, but I mean, we sat there, we listened to Brian Albert get caught on so many lies. We listened to Brian Albert Jr. sit there and say that he gets anxiety and that's why he never bothered to look out the window when there was all this commotion going on, when there was sirens and there was a woman screaming and a leaf blower. And I mean, everything. Law and crime. All right. Against my better judgment, I hate streaming law and crime, but I'm going to anyway. Okay. Okay, y'all.
I hit him, and then a police officer jumps in and asks another question, and my client supposedly said I hit him, and there were like 4 different times where my client was responding to others so that it wasn't really this burst of excitement and an excited utterance. She tried to cast it as statements that were made upon reflection, making them sound more ominous and more inculpatory than what they were, particularly because the person to whom my client was speaking, who was no friend of my client, reported that she said, "Did I hit him? Could I hit him?" So we have a clear conflict in the testimony. We have a witness who has admitted that her statement has evolved, and she's admitted that her statement evolved after she learned the identity of the house that she was at, which happens to be the house that Caitlyn Albert grew up in. When she was confronted with, who is Caitlyn Albert, when Jackson asked Katie McLaughlin who Caitlyn Albert was, there was a long pause, and then she was and then even the way she phrased it was, I think, telling. I went to school with somebody by that name. It was something like that. It sounded ridiculous. It sounded like it was somebody that she's trying to remember. At that point, we had 4 photos that we marked for ID, H, I, J, and K, where we have them together. We have them being Facebook friends. We have a nature of the relationship that she tried to conceal in our view. Since that time, we've been deluged by other photos of the 2 of them together, including one, intimate photo of them, the 4 of them. I'm sorry, when I say the 4 of them, I mean Caitlyn Albert, her 2 college roommates, and the only person who's not a
we see you, dude.
in that photo is Katie McLaughlin. Katie McLaughlin also said that she
never went on anything other
He's
than
a fucking
occasional
clown,
day
dude.
trips with
You gotta
Caitlyn
love
Albert. We now know that that's false. We have them together in a hot tub drinking in a photo that is from Maine, which is about a 4-hour drive away.
When is
That
that?
was, it was posted in 2016, which is about.
But when did it occur? Did it occur in 2016 or was it posted in 2016?
It was posted in 2016. I think the information, that's when it was a new photo that was uploaded. I mean,
I hope Grant's watching. Grant, are you watching, dude?
That
Turtle Boy is sitting behind you, then he's trolling right now, using my chat to troll Grant, dude.
Testimony because she made it seem like this was just some girl that I knew in high school, and then we happened to be at the same places at various times, but I'm not close with her, despite the fact that I have my arm around her and both of the photos. The other aspect of this, Your Honor, is that she said that she had not, Katie McLaughlin testified she had not seen Caitlyn Albert for, I think, 2 or 3 years prior to January of 2022. We have a baby shower photo that is from June of 2021. They are standing next to each other.
Do you have someone to authenticate that date?
Caitlyn Albert will authenticate that date.
Why are you
Because
sure of that?
She's going to be showing a baby shower which occurred in 2021.
Okay.
That's when it's timestamped on social media. And Caitlyn Albert, her face and her body are in that photo. Katie McLaughlin's face and body are in that photo.
How many other people are in that photo?
I think there are 6. I have the photo. Give it back to Mr. McDermott. The ones for ID. Oh, thank you.
Dude, who knew?
Or actually, if I can just see
This
those,
would
I
be
thought these were different photos. If I
fun.
could have those, then you don't need to count the people.
There are 5 other people in the photo with them, but they're together on the right side of the photo. I mean, these photos impeach the testimony of Katie McLaughlin multiple times, and we should be allowed to explore the bias of these witnesses, particularly the bias of Katie McLaughlin, who purports to give incriminating testimony against my client, brand new testimony that only existed after she learned the identity of the homeowners in this case. This is classic bias and classic impeachment evidence. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to show photographic evidence of this relationship, much like Mr. Lally shown photographic evidence of the 34 Fairview, what it looks like. It's intended to assist the jury. And in doing a 403 balancing test, Your Honor, the probative nature of this evidence greatly outweighs any prejudice. She's able to explain these photos any way she wants when Mr. Lally does his redirect examination of her. But without being able to get into this, Your Honor, Katie McLaughlin's testimony, it's like she's wearing a suit of armor. We can't get through it. We have the tools and the evidence to get through it. We have the ability to expose her as somebody that's misrepresented something very important to this court. If we can't ask these questions and we can't get any of these photos, then we're not able to do it.
All right, Mr. Lally, what do you say?
Yeah, man. That's it.
Just as far as the authenticity of whatever these is, as far as social media is concerned, there's a variety of ways to fabricate that. And I think it's interesting that Mr. Rametti is really vague about where these photos came from or how he knows
he's claiming
these
AI.
specifics that he's so sure about when they occurred, where they occurred, what state people were in, what day it was, who is college roommates of who within these photographs, but has no specifics about where these deluge of photographs came from. More importantly, Your Honor, what I would submit as far as Ms. McLaughlin is concerned is she was entirely consistent, and I did the disparagement as far as what her testimony has been, as far as her statement within the report to Trooper Proctor, her grand jury testimony in this case, and her testimony before this jury on the stand were identical. if not entirely consistent. And again, it's not just Ms. McLaughlin that is attributing this statement to the defendant. The jury has heard from 2 other firefighters, as well as anticipated other witnesses who will testify to these exact same statements that the defendant made outside of the home on that date. What counsel, I think, is referring to as far as the could I have hit him is something that the defendant said to Miss McCabe, which was overheard by Miss Roberts on a speakerphone on the way to Fairview Road. And then she modifies that statement when she's asked specifically about the bruising and how that could have been caused. And it's at that point where she repeats, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. So to then use prior statements to a completely separate witness that have nothing to do with Miss McLaughlin to try to use that to claim impeachment or bias is ridiculous. And then as far as it applies to this specific witness, when it comes to impeachment and bias, what the case law is very clear about is if it goes to bias of the witness who is on the stand, and the witness in this case is Miss Albert, not Miss McLaughlin.
All right, thank you. This will save us some time tomorrow. All right.
I pulled up my notes, which I'm sure the court has. She has morphed her statement into, I asked if there had been any significant trauma. She said, I hit him. Then she repeated it. A woman said, you're hysterical, you need to calm down. She said, I hit him. Then a police officer said, what did you say? She repeated, I hit him. And, you know, Ms. McCabe herself testified in the grand jury. That's not what happened. That she said at that moment, did I hit him? Could I have? She's on record saying it.
All right, thank you. I'll take a look at my notes and we'll figure this out first thing in the morning.
All rise.
Wow. Really? Yo, you gotta love it. Fucking Turtle Boy is fucking trolling Grant from Turtle Boy is trolling Grant in my chat from behind Yannetti. Oh my god, dude. I never thought that a fucking travesty like this could be this much fun. I never thought it could happen. This is amazing. It's fucking amazing. I mean, what else are we supposed to do with this shit? You know what I mean? Like, what else are we supposed to do with this shit? Like, just sit there, watch it happen. Fuck all that.
Consistent with movement from Rexburg.
Quiet. Law and crime. They came through though when Boston 10 like cut off, because I'm glad we got to see that. Yeah, I'll bring up Tom's CPU and see what's going on there. Dude, like, this is the top of the fifth. You know what I mean? This is the top of the fifth inning, bro. And the defense isn't even the defense hasn't even presented their case yet. Like, the doubt has already been established in this case. All right, here we go. Hold on. This is insane.
Let's put out a thing about the line tomorrow.
Y'all make sure to sub to Tom's CPU. He always gets what's going on, what's going on outside of the courthouse, man. Tom's CPU is fantastic.
Hey, Red Tail. What's up, Mike? Jerks, he's here. How you doing, big guy? Good to see you in here.
Rain or shine, he's out there.
I got to meet your buddy today, Mike. What a great guy. Absolutely awesome guy.
Go give his video a like, guys.
He's a little taller than I thought, though. He's microdots tall. You know what I'm saying? Oh, here comes Karen. Okay, Shelby. Mass.
Oh, you feel like a prosecutor in there?
Did he just say what prosecutor? Did he ask him? Oh man, I wish the sound was a little better.
Hey, so here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, where's Grant? Did they take Grant to jail? No, we know about that already.
No, it's not possible. It's not possible to close. That's it. And how about these photos?
Oh man, yeah, I don't like to. Yeah,
Okay, Shay.
I don't like to show kids on my channel, guys. All right. Totally, Lauren. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
All right, Shay. You got to work with that, girl. You got to work with that.
You've been here all day.
I wish so bad that we had better audio right when like the reporter asked, because I feel like the reporter asked Alan Jackson what he thought of the prosecutor in there, and Alan Jackson was like, "What prosecutor?" I have to like know if that's what was said, because I feel like that's what he said. I totally feel like that's what he said. Because oh my god, this is the craziest shit I've ever seen. The prosecution has done nothing. They have not built any type of a case at all against Karen Reed. None. She's the one on trial. Yet that jury right now is looking at the Albert family like these people are all a bunch of fucking liars. I mean, this is crazy. I'm sure he did. Let me see real quick. Here we go.
Oh, you feel like a prosecutor in there?
Did you feel like the prosecutor in there? I think this was
like a prosecutor in there.
Did he say, of course, I'm the prosecutor? I don't know how. I wish I knew how he answered that. That was, I mean, this was the craziest shit I've ever seen. I've never seen a trial like this ever. And it's exactly what we thought it would be. It's not what Plevin and Twattendorfer thought it would be, but it's what we thought it would be.
All right. Parents. Oh yeah, they got out quick. They got in and go. Yeah. What a day. Good day for us, guys. Good day for us. Yeah, I like that. I got 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. You need help carrying anything? All right, man. You look at you, always working hard. You. Yeah. That bracelet I gave you, that was supposed to be for parents.
Oh, okay.
It didn't get to my house till late,
Yeah,
so I couldn't give it to her
yeah. I'll give it to her.
Friday. I know you will. I
Yeah,
know. But
Yeah,
that's what
I
happened
mean,
this
I'm
morning.
still
So I
waiting.
had to give it.
I'm still waiting for
Get sick of somebody to say that.
No.
Now you're.
Well, yeah, I am because
Yeah,
it's
prosecution
maddening.
Yeah.
It's
to
maddening.
present any evidence at all
I mean, if
that
parents
hurts
are
Karen
coming every
Reed.
day, why?
I know,
I mean,
I know.
you know.
Yeah, yeah.
But it was a good day. It was a great day. Great day. It was one of the better days. You know, we like that. And wait till you see the news conference that he gave on the way out. He just poked holes in them. They poked holes in their own story. Oh, beautiful. Alan, the whole way back there, they're jumping on them. Wait till I'm telling you, wait till you see the news tonight. It's gonna be beautiful. Hey,
Yeah, he's
you
right.
have a good night.
He's
See you in
absolutely
the
right.
morning. Yeah, he's back. He's back. He never left. He never left. He was always here.
Okay. Let's, cause guys, you know I'm petty. You know I'm petty. Oh my God. It's not even my birthday, people. Okay. It's not even my birthday, people.
I really love Judge Canoni, though. She doesn't make a decision on the spot. It's a thoughtful decision. She's going to look at her notes. She's going to look at the testimony. She can get them to pull up the testimony to see how McLaughlin has been steady throughout all of this. So my hat's off to Canoni through this whole process.
Of
Who
course.
was that, Lowy?
Dude.
That guy kicked ass.
Yo, Canoni, like, you're not doing her any favors by speaking for her, dude, and speaking up for her. You're not doing her any favors, like, at all. Twattendoffer. Stop it. Stop it. And look, this dude did he just say, oh, who is this Lolly? Wow. Like, Lolly kicked ass today. I love this. These people are delusional. It's so fun.
Yes.
Oh, I was going to say the same. He does so much better just impromptu. Just get rid of his notes and let him talk to these witnesses. Let him speak from his knowledge of the case instead of following this script that
He hasn't done anything.
Not personable, vanilla. That is so funny. I had the exact same impression. I wonder what the
nothing.
audience says, but I had the exact same impression. Who is that guy? He
I
does
think
have
he needed
a pulse.
he needed a nicotine fix. He's like, I gotta get out of here. So I'm gonna blow this argument away so we can get a break out of here.
Fuck.
That was
No,
great.
that was really interesting.
And I was glad he quoted. I was so worried he was going to forget the law. You have to show that law, the case law for the judge to refer to, which basically says you can't just, try to impeach somebody who hasn't said something impeachable. In other words, what has she said that has been inconsistent?
She said she wasn't friends with Caitlyn Albert. She said she wasn't friends with her. And then all of these pictures come up. And she's the only one besides the idiot who said that that John O'Keefe had a puffy coat on, that heard her say, I hit him. The only two people who heard this are proven liars. It's a little important. No?
And the other thing I don't remember, maybe you do, Kevin. I remember her saying she hadn't seen him for about 2 to 3 years, I think was McLaughlin's words. Well,
Right.
I never saw it was very honed in on 2 or 3 years from the incident, 2 or 3 years from being on the stand. Do you remember that?
Exactly right. Exactly right. So 2021 was maybe a year before the incident, but from when she's testifying now, it's 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And I also thought it was really interesting
you,
that
Clarity
Lally said
Jade.
there that her recollection is in not only backed up by 2 other firefighters, but is anticipating what other witnesses are going to say. So we're all done with the firefighters and the police, so that's probably going to be Kerry and Jen.
Yeah, it has to be those 2. So yeah, it's
I did.
I just find it so
thank you
interesting
for being here,
though,
Lola
how
Blue.
bifurcated in
Appreciate
a
you.
way. And I
Thank you,
realize
Carrie.
that when I look at the accounts as an example coming on my Twitter is, they've got 0 followers or 4 followers, or I look and they're clearly
Okay. Stop, lady. Stop it right now. You only have as many followers on Twitter because you are a television whore. You just pimp yourself out to every single camera that will have you on television, and you talk like you know what you're talking about. But now that in the grand scheme of things, lady, you already look like you don't know what you're talking about. Court TV won't have anything to do with you, and yet they still have that idiot Julie Grant saying things consistent to the things that you say, and they won't even have you on there anymore for a good reason. It's fascinating.
Fans of a couple of people that I won't even mention that are very they are in that camp and leading the cult faction.
Here we
that
go.
I can see, right?
This always goes back to Turtle Boy. It always comes back to Turtle Boy when it comes to these people. Every time.
But yet you do see a bifurcation. In other words, people can see Brian Albert as combative, where I didn't see him as combative. I saw him as standing up for himself. How did you see
Are you talking about Brian Jr. or Brian Sr.?
Brian Sr.
Brian Sr. Yeah, I wouldn't say combative, but I would say that I don't think he was completely forthcoming.
Combative.
But it's a little bit tricky because when you've testified, let's say you testified honestly 2 years ago. And then now maybe there's some certain part of your testimony that you would like to change, but you can't.
She
then
said it like
you're kind of
twice.
backed into a corner of having to repeat what you said 2 years ago. I don't know. Does that make? I don't think.
No, I see what you're saying, but Kevin, I think what happened, if you're referring to the same instance, I
can't get Brian Albert. I failed Brian Albert. He was my crush, so I'm just gonna settle for the Wish version over here. Wish version Brian Albert in Grandma's basement.
I think you're referring to where he said he didn't know Karen Reed, right? He says that. I didn't know Karen Reed.
I have such a crush on him. And his grandma's house smells like beef vegetable soup mix, but I think she's sweet.
And then he says, but wait a minute, that was only part of my testimony and they never get into it. But how many times has somebody asked you this question? Do you know so-and-so? And your first response is, no, I don't know him. And then you remember, and you might say something like, oh, but yeah, we were in a bar together one time. Or, oh, yeah, they dated each other and we were, in a social circle. So I guess I knew him, sort of,
Right.
In other words, they never let him finish, even though he keeps pointing out, that's just what I initially said, or that was just part of what I said. Probably 3 times he said, and I was hoping Lally would say, what's the whole rest of that answer that you gave in the grand jury? But it never came in. But was that what you were talking about? Because it didn't seem evasive.
He read the whole answer, dummy.
To me.
He read it. He was given the paper. He was given the transcript. And he said, read it. Now, there were times where Jackson was like, okay, right. You said the whole thing already, but did you? It doesn't take away from what he said. Just because his one statement contradicts itself, it doesn't mean that the second statement that contradicts the first takes precedence. Now, maybe if he corrected himself, but that's not what he did.
It seemed like
No, wasn't that one. And actually, Brian, I thought really did well on that. And that was the part of the testimony that really almost cost Alan Jackson the day. That was really because the jury could see through that. No, I'm more thinking of the Brian Higgins stuff. So I think it probably was some version of a butt dial that Brian Albert accidentally called Brian Higgins.
That should
And then
be
Brian Higgins.
That should be how it is. That should be how it is. I don't know how true that is, Keith, but you're saying the court issued a statement: no more chairs and no more saving spots at the courthouse. Got to line up, and first served basis. First comes first served basis. It should fucking be that way. Period. It should absolutely be that way. You lose your place in line, you lose your place in line. Period. That's it. You're done. People are getting hurt. People are getting hurt. Grant assaulted a woman. I mean, let's face it. Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing that you got to also understand is, yeah, Grant totally. He assaulted what's her face, Jess Machado, the journalist. He assaulted her, put his hands on her, shook her up. Turtle Boy's on Howie. What time is Turtle Boy on Howie? Is he on Howie right now? In 1 minute. Gotcha. All right. All right, people. This is how we get down here, bro. This is how we get down. All right. We're there. We got it. Okay. So when I say that doubt has already been established, before Jackson or Eliza Little even got into the stuff going on or allegedly going on inside 34 Fairview, before they got into that, they established doubt with that jury by simply pointing out the fact that they weren't even officially interviewed for more than a year after the incident. This happens on the lawn of a party that they attended or live at. Okay? This happened there. And the lead investigator, who happens to be friends with the owners of the home at the time, doesn't interview those people for 18 months after the fact, until there's a grand jury subpoena. People. People. Yeah, just wait till they get Kevin Albert on that stand. Just wait till they get Proctor on that stand. I can't wait till Proctor testifies. Dude, we barely even touched. Today was amazing. And we've barely even touched this case. Jen McCabe has yet to answer on the stand for the 2:27 a.m. Google search, how long to die in cold. That hasn't happened yet. Yeah, I'm dying for Morrissey to take that stand. I want to hear what Morrissey has to say. Here we go, guys.
you today, and I think Brian Albert, the former Boston cop who owned the house outside of which the body of fellow Boston officer John O'Keefe was found. I think he was everything that we had anticipated he would be on the witness stand on cross-examination today. And it was a very interesting day at the trial, and we're checking in with Turtle Boy, Aidan Kearney. He's the blogger who's been intimately involved in this case, and he's been banned from the courtroom, and he was tweeting from outside the courtroom today.
He was able to go in, Joe.
Turtle Boy, thanks for being with us here on the Howie Carr Show.
Hey, I got in for the last one. I got in for Caitlyn Albert. I'm not allowed in for her brother.
Yeah.
Her brother lives at home still. He's a grown man that lives at home, 6'6".
I know.
200 whatever pounds. And nobody, we always wonder why nobody thought the 6'6" guy in the house was involved in the murder. And I think now today we know why. So that was cleared up. But yeah, it was a very, very interesting day of court.
Now, was your chair dusty? Was your chair dusty from being unused for 3 or 4 days?
No, Christina Rex kept it warm for me today, and went back in there and reclaimed it. The guard said that I have a right to that seat when I get back. I was second in line. There was a brouhaha in the line today, Howie.
What happened?
It was an assault. This guy, Grant Smith Ellis.
Here we go.
Wendy Murphy's idiot son.
Get him, Turtle Boy.
A reporter from Fall River.
Wendy
Reporter.
Murphy's
Everybody
son.
puts their chairs out early now, right? Like
Right.
my chair was out yesterday, and we had people sitting in it, rotating in it. And there's this guy, this absolute lunatic with a press pass named Grant Smith Ellis, who yells at me and calls me slurs and all this stuff in line. And he came up and he moved our chairs. He's like, they're not here right now, and I'm in charge, and I'm putting this chair here. And so when she got there, she put her chair back in first. And he came up and he hip checked her, right, like 6:30. The Dedham police had to come. They are doing nothing at this courthouse for security. It's an absolute free-for-all in the morning. with the police.
Right.
Oh,
Insane.
man. So what?
Yeah, that's enough.
I just made a list. I made a list of things that he lied about review. Brian, this is the former cop. He lied about reviewing the testimony. He lied about meeting Karen Reed. He didn't mention that Colin was there, his nephew, who, that was a lie, I guess. He was in Jen McCabe's house while she was being interviewed.
Thank you, Jen.
And you're. How many people get that courtesy? He kept asking if he got stumped. He would ask, "What is the question?" His eyes were darting. He was blinking. He was licking his lips. He would, when he was confronted with a contradiction between his testimony at various grand juries, he would say, "I'm not sure of the context." I mean, he was a terrible witness all the way around.
It was bad. It was bad when you're not getting the lay of questions from Lally. It's a lot harder. And how about all the butt dial stuff at the end? And they explained all the things you had to do a butt dial on an iPhone, and how I sleep with it next to me all the time. And when do you charge it? Oh, I don't really charge it. I just sleep next to it. Well, you realize the butt dial, somebody you have to press this button and this button and this button,
right.
And then you got to press this button. And it's just like they went through it all. They just made anyone on that jury with the phone knows that, which is
right.
everyone.
This isn't like taking a rocket ship to the moon or changing the freon in an air conditioning system. That you got to be technically adept to do. Everybody knows how to do this, right?
Yeah, dude.
Everybody does it.
And how about every single person
changing the freon in an air conditioner?
Like Caitlyn Albert and Brian Albert Jr. Day. Neither of them was interviewed by police until 18 months after. They were both in the house at the time when John O'Keefe was allegedly killed. You would think they would be like prime witnesses. The police don't interview them until 18 months after. And I've said from the beginning with this whole thing, it's not what they did to cover it up. It's what they didn't do.
Right.
It's what they did. That's all you got to look at. The people that they didn't, the more people they question, the more the conspiracy gets messed up. It's easier if you just let Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt and Jen McCabe, and Brian Higgins take care of it. They all had the friends and family meeting. We call that meeting that took place at 11:30 while Karen was in the hospital at Jen McCabe's house, which was not recorded. They say that the meetings were done separately. So I guess what? They went to bedrooms and did it?
Yeah,
of course not.
bullshit.
We interviewed them
Right.
all together.
Totally.
They had 5 hours to get their story straight. They did nothing by the book. This whole thing is unraveling, and every day it's like it is worse than the next as far as making this a national embarrassment about how this even came to trial to begin with.
Right.
Did he say originally, Brian Albert today, that he just sort of knew Brian Higgins, and then when he was confronted with all these pictures of them horsing around inside the Waterfall bar, he said they were buddies.
They were being silly.
That wasn't me, that was Howie.
Well, you guys, we're being a little silly. We were fooling around being silly. Silly time with Brian Albert. That's what it was. Looks like they were squaring up to fight.
That
They
wasn't
were
even me.
humping
That
each
was
other
Howie.
and God knows what.
This is me.
These people, and, like, I'm sure the jury's just looking at them. Again, I only got to see them during Caitlyn Albert's testimony, but I'm told from other people in there that the jury's just looking at them like, they know what's up. Like, they know that this doesn't smell right. And you know, the sad part about this is that, like, this is going to end in an acquittal for Karen Reed. And unless the FBI indicts someone, John O'Keefe's never going to get justice. And I hope his family's upset about that, because they could have done something about it. They come to court with the people who did this to John, right? If they had demanded accountability from the beginning, there would be more pressure.
Wait,
on
what
the
happened?
Right.
What happened to the father, John? I thought he was on the defense witness list, that he was sitting on the defense side.
He comes sporadically. He wasn't there today. That was a rumor that never ended up happening about him sitting on the defense side. But you know, it's gross. Like, Gemma McCabe's two sisters were sitting with the O'Keefes today. You know, and just like cheering them on. And it's like, what they don't realize is, like, this whole thing is a sham. Brian Albert doesn't care if Karen Reed is convicted. All he cares about is them not getting charged. Like, they just want this trial to happen so that the police don't look into them. That's what this whole thing is about.
What is this? Now, I couldn't. I had to get ready for the show, so I didn't hear Caitlyn. And they were asking Caitlyn Albert. This is the one that had that's tight with the first responders, the firefighter Katie McLaughlin, and they kept asking her about, well, what did you testify at that other hearing? And that's the federal grand jury, right? That other hearing, you can't mention the other grand jury.
Whenever they mention the other hearing, they're talking about the federal grand jury. So the jurors purportedly have no idea that this entire investigation is under investigation itself.
Right.
They have no idea that these people, these witnesses, were all summoned to testify in front of a federal grand jury, and that their stories all began to change as soon as that happened. Like, Caitlyn Albert's story was originally that she left at 12:15 before John got there. Now it's 1:45, and her parents
The jury
are the ones
won't
that
know
told
about
Michael
the
Lake
proper
that.
until
And they were both asked about that.
Higgins
They said,
takes the stand.
I don't know how he put that in his report. Like, that's what they're going with. Like, that's a mistake. It's like, how many mistakes do you expect the jury to buy? Stop it.
How could he, like Brian Albert, the first thing they ask him about, did you review the testimony? I mean, that's a real basic question, for in a trial. Did you review the testimony? Have you spoken to the, any of the other witnesses, anybody involved? And he says no. And then he's proven that he's not telling the truth within the first minute of the hearing, the trial today. I mean, even if you're a juror and you're not paying that much attention, when the guy lies in the first minute, your ears are going to perk up a little bit.
Yeah, because if he's lying about that, I mean, what do you have to lie about? Like, if you're honest and you have nothing to hide, what are you lying about?
Right.
And I don't know. It's just a reminder during this whole thing. This is a murder trial for a woman named Karen Reed, who allegedly ran a man over with a car. And every single witness didn't see anything. Like, they didn't witness anything.
Yeah.
And they're the ones on trial every time. They never talk about Karen Reed in anything. We just talk about them.
Yeah, this is really a weird trial in the sense that there's no evidence produced linking Karen Reed to the case. This is all about exonerating the people who are allegedly witnesses who are all in the Norfolk County hackorama.
Exactly.
Yes, that's literally
exonerating
all that's
witnesses.
going on here. And
What?
It's like the whole country is watching this, and it's just a national embarrassment. And the whole time they've been telling us, just wait till trial. There's huge bombshells that's going to come at trial. And then we get here, and what's the huge bombshell? Oh, what was the weather like? Oh, it was snowing. Oh, really? How much was it snowing?
Yeah. Well, how about this? Did you? I didn't know Karen Reed. So they put up a video of him talking to her in the bar.
Right.
Yeah, she took the picture of them together.
Yeah.
A week before.
A week before.
Like, Did you know we had?
I have no
Brian?
idea who took that
I
picture.
never met her
No
before.
idea.
Oh,
He was the head.
and then
No,
the
no
whole
wonder
thing
they have such a low conviction rate in the city of Boston. I mean, I know there are many reasons. If he was the head of the detective unit, that's pretty. That's another reason.
There's one Boston cop that comes to these hearings. His name is Carl Dougal, and he is now banned from the courthouse because he shoulder bumped Karen Reed in the corridor last week on Thursday. This is what been reported to me, because he hasn't been there the last couple of days. He used to come a lot. His name's Carl Dougal. He's a Boston police detective. He basically assaulted Karen Reed in the foyer and is now banned from court proceedings moving forward.
Wow, a Boston cop.
Again, though, why aren't there more cops here at this? I mean, again, Brian Albert said he just got back from a funeral for a cop that was murdered. Now, this is a cop. John O'Keefe is a cop that the Norfolk County DA says was murdered, and there are no cops at the trial.
How about this, Howie? He went to New York City to go to a funeral for a stranger, a cop he never met before, killed in the line of duty.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't go to John O'Keefe's funeral.
Right.
He's a Boston cop that was found dead on his own yard, and
they were friends. They were hanging out.
And he not only did he not go to the funeral, he didn't come outside.
He didn't come outside. Yeah, well, you're sleeping. He didn't wake up. Somehow he's got a German Shepherd, this aggressive German Shepherd that didn't wake up and their bedroom is like the closest room in the house and faces the street where the body was discovered and all the fire trucks were. And the dog slept through it too. This dog that bites people and bites other dogs just slept through everything. It's wild.
May or may not have been in the closet.
Why can't they bring a new case against the people that were in the house? Well, they're because they're gonna.
Who's gonna bring it?
Yeah,
Who's gonna bring it?
Exactly. It's like
And where's the
finding
physical evidence?
finding Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress. Who's going to prosecute him?
There's
right?
no physical evidence.
Michael Proctor and Michael Morrissey gonna bring it forward? I wouldn't wait for that. I don't think that's coming any day. So that's why the feds are involved. When our local officials don't do their job, there has to be some sort of oversight. And, I hope they're watching this disaster and they're going to finally.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Because, I would hope
is Higgins going to testify?
He's got to be soon. And I'm guessing this week the rate.
Higgins is the guy, the other guy on the other end of the butt dial. And he's the one who had the hots for Karen Reed.
He's
now he's the one who supposedly has, according to the defense, and again, the prosecution hasn't contradicted the defense, has a proffer from the feds, which means he's got a deal or is working on a deal to testify for the feds.
That would be wild. We will see what he says when he's called up to say, because he hasn't talked to any of these. He ditched them. They're very skeptical of Brian Higgins. And if I were him, he's the only one in that house who wasn't family. I think he realized after a while, eventually they're going to turn on someone, and it's not going to be one of them. So it would probably be in his best interest to start talking.
Yes. Quit the grinning and drop the linen. But he doesn't drop. That's the old days, when you'd wear a wire. What did they do? You said they had a hearing today on the firefighter Katie McLaughlin, who didn't tell the truth about her relationship with the daughter Caitlyn Albert. Did they have a hearing?
At the end they discussed whether adding the new Facebook pictures that the internet basically found after she said she didn't know him. We found all these pictures dating up to June of 2021 of them in a baby shower. And Auntie Bev at the end there is just like, so how many people are in the picture? AKA if there's 5 people, who's to know that they know each other? They're in a hot tub together. David Unetti asked.
Yeah, bro, they were hanging on each other in a hot tub.
He
for fuck's
specifically
sake.
asked Julie Albert, and she looked confused. Have you ever taken a picture in the hot tub with Karen Reed?
Yeah.
And she's like, no. Have you ever, gone to a baby shower with Karen Reed? No. And I see where he's going. Those are things you don't do with people you're not friends with. And he's setting the stage here. That all the things that you're doing, you're friends with this person. And Lally doesn't want to allow it because he's like, well, we can't prove where these pictures came from. It's this place called Facebook, Lally. Ever heard of it? People post pictures on there and they appear. You can't make them up.
Right. Just a little digging.
I just think this case is there's no way they get a conviction here. I don't care what any of these people say that that the prosecution is doing a great job.
I've seen the jury. I've seen the jurors' faces. They're not convicting this. No way. When's the bombshell? When is the good stuff coming? What do they got? What are they hiding? They have nothing. They've already gotten
The
good
dash
stuff in
cam
the first
footage
week,
of the
but
tail light.
I hit him. That was their strongest piece of evidence. Even that's turned out to be pretty weak.
Right, because there's contradictions in and again that story evolved, as they say. It evolved.
Right. It evolved.
Okay, so Turtle Boy, where can people go and to check you out?
TBDailyNews.com or at Dr. Turtleboy on Twitter or Turtleboy Live on YouTube.
When's the graveyard story dropping? I was waiting for it all weekend.
I got it's coming. I got it in a couple days. I've been so busy with the trial, but I got a couple pictures. I'm just trying to verify a couple things first.
Okay, great.
But,
Look forward to it.
all right.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Talk about it.
Appreciate it. That's Turtle Boy. You can check him out at TB Daily News. His Twitter handle is Dr. Turtle Boy at Dr. Turtle Boy Twitter. I'm Howard. Perfect Smiles is.
All right. And I didn't even have to do 2 separate streams to cover the Turtle Boy on Howie Carr thing. Yeah, so soon I have not, again, it's only in its conceptual phases. I have some guests that are, like I said, in conceptual phases. Turtle Boy's going to be one of those guests at some point. But soon I'll have Turtle Boy on here. We just got to set a plan as to when. But I'm counting on as soon as possible. But not today. Been live for 8 hours. You guys hung out with me for 8 fucking hours. Again, you guys are amazing. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. You guys are really the best. I've covered trials before, man, and they go so slow. And I'm talking about even when like the prosecution has like an airtight case, right? They're much. This is flying by because it's so fascinating. I'm on the edge of my seat every time there's cross-examination. It is mind-blowing. The stuff that we're witnessing here in real time, and there's nobody I'd rather be sharing that with than you guys. So I'm really grateful to you guys for hanging out with me. And a big shout out to Turtle Boy for using my chat to troll Grant from inside the courtroom. Good stuff. Yeah, so people, I really appreciate you. Please make sure to hit the like if you haven't already. It really helps me out. And I hope you did like it. And I know I've got a bunch of new subscribers, and I want to thank you guys for subscribing. And thank you guys who have been subscribed for sticking with me. It means the whole world to me. And thank you guys for all of the support. It means the world to me. You guys are fan-fucking-tastic. Seriously, like I have never, ever enjoyed a chat more than this chat. You guys have been just unreal. So, guys, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up bright and early tomorrow. I believe it is a half day, but bright and early tomorrow, I will be here. Guys, I love you very much. Thank you, mods, for everything that you did. Cherry, especially you, as always. You're amazing. Thank you, guys. I love you guys very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.